hear me, Madam Clerk?
Hello, Madam Mayor, we can hear you. Thank you.
Hi. Okay. Can I see the dais? Is that possible?
Yep, we are just getting the meeting pulled up and then it should change your view in just a second.
Okay, perfect. Thanks so much.
And then we should be all set. Can you see us now?
I can. So just you let me know when you're ready and we'll begin.
All right, Madam Mayor, we are ready to call this meeting to order for October 13th.
Okay, perfect. Thank you so much. Okay, at this time, we will open the meeting. Good morning, everyone. This is Wednesday, October 13th, 2021 for the record. And at this time, we're going to start with the Pledge of Allegiance. And I would love it, Mickey, our wonderful clerk, if you would lead us in the pledge.
To the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which stands one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, fantastic. Okay, at this time, I'm going to send it back to you for item A2, roll call.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Councilmember Breckus,
I am here.
Dewar,
Here.
Delgado, Weber,
Here.
Jardin,
Here.
Reese,
Here.
Sheevy.
Here.
Madam Mayor, you do have a quorum of the Reno City Council. And
All
with-
right, fantastic. I'm going to send it right back to you for item A3, public comment.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Our first item today is public comment. It should be noted for those in the audience that comments are to be addressed to the council and mayor as a whole. Comments heard under this item will be limited to 3 minutes per person and may pertain to matters both on and off the council's agenda. Please note that council may not take action upon any matter not agendized for possible action on today's agenda. When you are called on for public comment, please state your name for the record and begin speaking. The timer will begin when you say your name, and you will be afforded 3 minutes. We do additionally have quite a bit of public comment, and several of them are outside. So I would ask that as you complete your public comment, please exit the room so we can allow additional commenters to enter into the room. Lastly, while in this room, please be respectful. Warnings will be issued by the presiding officer if there is disruptive behavior, and you will be asked to leave chambers if the behavior continues. Our first public commenter today is Levon Reed, followed by Candy Sibelius, followed by Mark Markell.
Okay, thank you. And I'm just going to point out, because I'm not in the room, Vice Mayor Weber, gosh, it's hard to see you, but, oh, I can see you now. I just wanted to let you know, because I'm not in the room, that you also have the ability to weigh in and to direct any process that you see fit during this entire meeting. So just wanted to put that on the record and make you aware. Thanks.
Good morning, Mayor and Reno Council. We thank you for giving us audience today, and we pray the mayor that will have a speedy recovery from COVID. So I'm sorry you're not here, but I know you're here in Zoom. So Mayor, we need your help. I got a bunch of the bus drivers, at least 7 are here today, that we need to get them back and working. They want to go back to work. They need their 2-year contract or 4-year contract. The Kealoids is not negotiating. They say that on TV, but they're lying because in private, they're refusing to negotiate with the union group. So please, if we can, could we take RTC and step them up to run temporary, the bus drivers, and get rid of Kealoids, because they're lying and they're not doing a good job, and they really should be sent packing. We need to resolve these issues by Monday, because a lot of the bus drivers are losing their housing, they're losing their job and insurance. And a lot of we've lost 70 to 75 bus drivers already from the first strike to the second strike. I put a paper up here I only trust the mayor with it, that are the notes and grievances of the three groups, and maybe their suggestions to help her resolve the issues. I don't know, I trust Neil Jordan, because I know she sits on the Reno Council and the RTC Council. She's the chairman for RTC. So I asked her maybe Hillary, or maybe we could get Oscar Delgado and maybe one of the other council people to help look into the program at hand and resolve these issues by Monday. Mayor, I love you to death. You're doing great for this city. I know if you can't do it, maybe you can enlist the governor and Jacqueline Roslin to resolve this. Stop letting these three groups bicker each other and not get this done. It's killing our city. I got robbed on Friday because I had to walk an hour and a half to Sparks, and I've done that 3 times, and let me tell you, it's not great walking around when you can't get a bus, and I need these bus drivers. 7 of them are here. A lot of our bus drivers are filling your sanctuary right now. They're here because they need to get their jobs. Right, guys? You want to get your jobs back. And they are your community. They help Reno and Sparks function. And I got almost 50 public comments, which were turned in Friday. So those are all people, maybe you could look at them in private. And then I got a list here of papers of suggestions that might help for the 3 groups to see if you can resolve it, Mayor. I got 9 from the first strike of bus drivers that most of them will have lost their jobs, or they're stressed out, or they're going to be homeless because they can't pay the rent. And I asked that maybe
Thank you,
could
Ms. Reed.
zoom in on this
Thank you.
side here.
Our next public comment.
Thank you.
Thank you, LeBron. Thank you.
And can I give this to the mayor?
You can bring it over here, Ms.
All right,
Reed.
thank you. I want to make sure the mayor.
Great, thank you. Candy Sabellis, followed by Mark Markel, followed by John Locke.
Good morning, Mayor. Good morning, Council. My name is Candy Sebelius, and I am a bus driver. I want to go back to work. The people that are training them now, Keolis, are picking people off the street. They are not giving them proper training. They're throwing them out to the wolves, and they're having accidents. We, as picketers, have already been almost run over by just crossing the streets. They're not stopping at signs. They're not doing anything. Keolis needs to go. They are destroying our entire county, not just the cities. We are family. We are members of the city, as well as bus drivers. We love our jobs and we want them back. Please, Mayor, help us end this ridiculous fight.
Amen.
Mark Markel, followed by John Locke, followed by Amanda Nelson.
Hello, Madam Miss Mayor. I did feel pretty care, but hello, City Council members and City Manager. My name is Mark Markel, and I'm a Concertina resident. Back in '89, I was celebrating Columbus Day, and we were doing 100, and we were going over a freeway, and we were drinking, of course. Can't celebrate Columbus Day without drinking. Anyways, my blood alcohol level was 3.30, 3 hours after the crash. And we were doing 100, and it was rolled 8 times. And I was ejected, and it landed on my head, putting me in a coma for a month, and in the hospital for 5.5 months. And I just want to be an example, and I want to warn people about the dangers of driving with a drunk driver. It totally messed up my life. And I just come to these meetings to warn people and show people what can happen to drunk drivers. I'm sorry, shoot. People get in the car with their drunk drivers and drunk drivers. But I just want to be an example of such a thing. Thank you. I'm sorry.
John Locke, followed by Amanda Nelson, followed by Paul Lenart.
Good morning. My name is John Locke. I am an RTC bus driver. I'm here to share some information that Mr. Mike Ake neglected to express in his false newscast. What he wants to do is he wants to take away domestic violence leave. By federal law, it's 160 hours. That's 20 days. He wants to cut it down to 3 days, 24 hours. So that ought to tell you they don't care about our laws. Another thing they want to take away is active military leave, which again is granted, guaranteed by the federal government, that when you are deployed, you come back, you have your seniority, you have your job. They don't care. They want to go by the French law. I'm not French. I am an American citizen driving an American bus for the American people of Reno. I'm not a French person. I will never consider myself a French person. We need to get rid of Keolis before they totally destroy the Reno bus system. Right now, RTC wants to cut the routes yet again to pander and cater to a company that does not even deserve to be in my country. I was born here in Reno at Washoe Med. They weren't. Send them packing, send them home. Thank you.
A reminder to the audience, there's no participation during public comment. Our next public commenter is Amanda Nelson, followed by Paul Lenart, followed by Terry Brooks.
Good morning. My name is Amanda Nelson. I'm a driver with Keolis. I'm here today to compel the City Council to ask RTC to begin to reinstate the fines for missed trips. I understand that while we're on strike, they cannot fine the company, but they have been waiving the fines for more than a year, which has been, Keolis is not hiring people. They have no reason to hire people. They have no monetary fines. They're gaining money when they don't run the routes. And instead of cutting service, compel Keolis to hire more drivers. Or, this strike it's sick. It's sickening, and it needs to end. This company has tried to take away our basic human rights. We have families. We have lives outside of work, and we deserve to work for a company that allows us to have our lives. We don't want to spend 14 hours a day at work. We don't want split days off. We want what we've had for 40 years. We're not asking them to change everything. We're just asking to keep what we had. Thank you.
Paul Lenart, followed by Terry Brooks, followed by Bill Sims.
Well, it's been a while, so I guess I'm going to give Madam Mayor, unfortunately, the rest of you are going to have to put up with it also.
another poem. Winter is a-comin' in, loud a sing goddamn. Goddamn, goddamn, 'tis why I am so much agin the winter. Stoppeth bus, which sloppeth us, loud a sing goddamn. Goddamn, goddamn, 'tis why I am so much agin the winter. Well, nobody's getting slopped by the buses at the moment. Not because of the bus drivers, not because Keolis is French, but in a way it is because Keolis is French. They would never pull this crap in France. Right. Because French workers, well, I don't want to get anybody riled up, but French workers would have been handling it a lot differently than our bus drivers because we're nice people. Meanwhile, the winter is a-coming in. And it's going to be cold. And there aren't going to be enough places for people to go ahead and take shelter at the same time that the rents keep going up and up, making it harder and harder for people to have a place to live. You know, it's hard being at the tail end of a social system that's outlived its usefulness, but here we are. A lot of things I can't expect the city council to do. I know that. I don't. But I think we should be aware that when it hits the fan, it ain't gonna be pretty. You ain't gonna like it. I ain't gonna like it. Nobody's gonna like it. But if you whip a dog for too long, sooner or later he turns around and he bites you.
Terry Brooks, followed by Bill Sims, followed by Art Rangel.
I have a poem too. Good morning, it's me, Terry Brooks again, and today I'd like to address adapting to losing your home in a case of homelessness. I've lived in different places, and every time I move, I try to make my new habitat into something that I approve. Once I've been living there for just a few days, then I suddenly find myself getting set in my ways. Since I was a kid living with my parents and adapting to their rules, I have never had to adapt to anyone else's rules. So if I found myself homeless and then found some place to stay, I would probably adapt to it in my own personal way. No matter where it was, as long as I'd approve, I might then be a little reluctant to move. A lot of homeless people who are scattered around town may have such a reason for where they have settled down. Once they have adapted to the place where they stay, they consider it their home and they may not want to go away. If they're staying in a place where there are no rules, they may not want to go somewhere where they'd have to follow rules. But if that other place was a safer place to stay, then that might be a place where they might want to stay. If that other place was a place that offered good food, then the chance of going there would certainly change my attitude. That would make that place a much better place to stay. And I know that I'd go there and do so without delay. So I'd like to thank the city of Reno for such places they did provide, places where many homeless people found better to reside. And I'd like to thank you all for listening to me today, and I look forward to coming back when I have even more to say. Thank you.
Bill Sims, followed by Art Rangel, followed by Rix Haro.
Morning, City Council. Morning, Mayor. Of course, my name is Bill Sims, and I just want to say for the record, don't worry, I'm not planning to be a smartass today. I'm just up here because of the fact that I am noticing it is starting to get quite cold outside. And even though I know you guys aren't really involved with CARES Campus, Safe Camp, anything to help our homeless community anymore because of the fact that you guys handed that off to Washoe County, it's my hope that with the fact that it is getting colder, that you guys will still work with Washoe County and helping our homeless community, because I saw 2 days ago a gentleman post on Facebook how he was worried about a gentleman who was reluctant to take help and getting warm and was worried about this man literally freezing to death and having that on his conscience. So it's my hope that even though, like I said, you guys have handed this off to Washoe County, I really do hope you guys will work with them to help. First off, if you are able to, as soon as possible, to open the record homeless street shelter, because as I have seen my friend Natalie Handler post, my high school friend Megan O'Farrell post, there is no room at CARES Campus. It's constant enough where saying 1, 2 beds available in this time of need just won't cut it. So I really do hope that you guys will actually be willing to help our homeless community out, because as someone who has a roof over their head, I have a warm bed to go home to. So do every single one of you guys. And so I hope you guys are conversing with Washoe County, as I have actually tried to reach out to Commissioner Hill, and she doesn't care about her constituents, because I haven't heard one word from her, not one. If you're gonna be in this kind of political game, you have to be willing to deal with your constituents, whether you agree with them or not. It doesn't matter. And I think in this particular instance of helping our homeless community right now when they need it, so that they literally don't freeze to death, when everyone in this room has a warm bed to go to, we need your help. Again, I know you put it over to Washoe County, but we need you to work with them to help our homeless community out, because if you guys don't, people are going to die. And believe me, I will be back and I will make comment on it if that happens. Thank you.
Art Rangel, followed by Rick Haro, followed by Armand Martinez.
I'd like to thank the council for what you've done with the CARES Campus, your participation. My name's Art Rangel. I'm at the Montage. I'm here to speak about the Neon Line Development Agreement. I want to first start out by saying that I applaud Jacobs for what he's done with taking down these really dilapidated structures along 4th Street and elsewhere. These have been a blight on Reno for many, many decades, and now in using his words, we have a clean slate. I'm just hopeful that, and a lot of us residents in downtown Reno are hopeful that this new development is world-class and complements those of us that live in the downtown area. But without the workshop, we have a few questions. We have a lot more questions, but don't have any time. So I want to start by saying there are currently 16 bars and nightclubs within 2 blocks of the Montage, Arlington Towers, and Riverwalk. The city codes have no limit on the number of bars and nightclubs that can be built in the downtown area, and nearby residents are not provided a means for input. So first question is, how many nightclubs are planned for the Neon Line District? What will the operating hours be? What level of decibel noise will there be? Regarding police resources, those resources are stretched very thin to cover the antisocial activity that happens at some of these bars. What funding is there to increase police patrols for extended hours of the entertainment surrounding the Neon Light District? Will an increase in this activity along Neon Line call for police coming from non-downtown areas to cover some of this activity that's no doubt going to grow? This could have an impact for the entire city, not just downtown. Regarding code enforcement, that staff, as you know, is already stretched thin as well. Will there be funding for extra staff to enforce codes in the Neon Line District? The press has reported that Jacobs will build a 5-story, 130-unit condo in the corner of 2nd Street and Arlington, right near these buildings I just mentioned. The site for the condo can accommodate much more than 130 units, which is shown in that rendering. And because the city's zoning code does not require any parking for projects within the downtown area. That parking is up to the individual developer to whatever they choose to do. At the Monday night Ward 1 NAB meeting, the attorney for Jacobs stated that they are considering an entertainment use at the rear of that block. Now I understand why they want a pedestrian walkway connecting the Sands with that site. A pedestrian walkway already exists there. Why spend the money to create an even bigger one? Jacobs should be able to answer this question now, in that he's already identified that there's 130 units condos being developed. Thank you. We have a variety of people, but they're all outside. So a lot of us are really concerned. All we want is an opportunity for input, for an explanation, things of that nature. We thank you so much.
Rick Haro, followed by Armand Martinez, followed by Bridget Tavon.
Good morning. My name is Rick Haru. I'm currently the president of the Montage Owners Association. And while I'm not here in any official capacity, in my travels around, I speak to a lot of our 400 and odd registered voters and 380 tax-paying businesses and residences. And we're not happy. We feel we've been neglected by our elected officials. And I'd like you to slow down on the development agreement and give us an opportunity for public forums. That's all we ask. Thank you for your time.
Armand Martinez, followed by Bridget Tavon, followed by Megan O'Farrell.
Good morning, Madam Mayor and City Council men and women. My name is Armand Martinez. I'm an RTC bus driver, 15-year veteran, also a veteran of the Army, U.S. Army. I come here today to say that this is a devastating travesty, very tragic of what has become of our community right now without the public transportation that, well, we need to stay in a job and our community needs their buses, especially with the winter coming. This is a travesty that we're in our second strike, and it's due to a company that was appointed by RTC to come in and pretty much dismantle everything that we've worked for 40 plus years. I speak on behalf of all of us bus drivers that want to get back to work, that want to, make rent payments. We have, children, wives, families that we need to, provide for. And I thank you so much for letting me speak on behalf of all of them, because I was waiting for my time to come up here and publicly address this very, very important matter. I'm myself in my last month that I could pay my rent, but we're just asking for the simple gratification of keeping what we had going for many years until this terrible company came in and is dismantling everything. And it's just unbelievable. So I thank you so much for listening. It all started in the pandemic time when we had to keep driving and we had to keep, moving when everybody else got to collect, $600 extra in unemployment. We never saw any of that money that a lot of other people, the essential workers, got to see. And that is a travesty in itself. It started with that. And then now a second strike. It is just terrible. You guys see what's going on. You all see what's going on with this, and it needs to stop. We need to get back. I love my job. In all my 15 years, I've never seen what is going on now. And because of this terrible Keolis, whether they're from France or not, I don't care. We need somebody in here to take care of us. We need somebody in here to take care of the community. And thank you again for listening. Please do something for us, Mayor, City Council men and women. Thank you. Have a great day.
Bridget Tavon, followed by Megan O'Farrell, followed by Natalie Handler.
Good morning. My name is Bridget Chevnan. I'm here to speak on several items. With agenda item C.5, I want to express that I do not support the Reno Neon Line District Development Agreement. As other people have expressed, I think that these type of developments are moving through too quickly and without consideration for the way it's impacting people that live in Reno. I've spoken before about the effects of the housing crisis and the criminalization of unhoused people in this community. And I mean, it would be almost like an interesting arena if it wasn't such a tragedy to see the way that these developments and these agreements are literally like creating the problems that we're speaking about. We're watching again and again, motels and weeklies being destroyed. People who were in these precarious situations that previously had at least some shelter, now without that. And we instead have, just like chain linked fences up and thousands of people living without shelter. Which brings me to my next point. I think that the City Council should call an emergency session to add an agendized item to open the Record Street shelter as an emergency shelter. What we're seeing right now is then, and we've known this since the CARES campus has opened, that it was going to reach capacity. And advocates have been calling, asking what's the plan for winter? Because we know this too, every winter we have severe temperatures where it's below freezing on a nightly basis. And so we're at that point, we're at the time of the year when it's freezing and people are without shelter and we don't have a solution. So what I'm calling for and what advocates are calling for are an emergency opening of the Record Street shelter, coming up with a way to fund that and staff it. And I think that the best action in that place is to put women and couples there. We also know that the CARES campus is not safe for women. I'm not sure how many assaults, how many people freezing to death is it going to take until we start taking proactive measures? Again, we're in a reactive state here where the environmental conditions are already with us and we don't have a plan. That's all I'll speak about on those items for right now, and I would just also like to extend my support on G 2.5 for the approval of Lisa Lee to Ward 5 NAB. Thank you.
Megan O'Farrell, followed by Natalie Handler, followed by Jessica Castro.
Hi, everyone. Good morning. Thanks for having me today. Again, for the record, my name is Megan O'Farrell. I have a lot to discuss, so I'm going to try to make it as quick as possible. First and foremost, I mirror what most folks have said this morning about declaring an emergency with this inclement weather. We are in winter now, and we are going to be in this emergency for many months. And so the idea that we're going to have 100 cots in the cafeteria at the CARES campus to support people during the next several months of winter is unreasonable. It's the only open space for the people in that campus to access. And so people will be forced to stay in their beds or to go outside to have personal space. And so I encourage and implore you, like others have asked, that you please hold a special emergency session and agendized opening up Record Street and vote to move forward with that. We need to make some proactive measures right now on that. And it's not going to get any warmer at this point. We've already been experiencing sub-freezing temperatures, but regardless of that, 30 and 40 degree temperatures on a consistent basis is an unsafe space for people to exist in outside, and we know that the shelter is at capacity. As of this morning, I've checked the county website, and it's at 589 capacity. That means 15 beds for the remaining people who are outside. If we're already hitting those capacity numbers now, this is a terrible foreshadowing for what's to come for the rest of the winter. We have an opportunity to get ahead of it now. We owe it to our frontline medical workers who have been bearing the brunt of this process through having to help house and shelter unhoused people. And this will continue to exacerbate that problem while they're also trying to continue to confront the pandemic that we're experiencing. And so I urge you to support these workers as well too, and to move forward to try to get this funded. I believe there's ARP funding coming in that can be used towards this. There are people in the community who are ready to step up and help support this, and I encourage you to make that a priority. I also encourage you to take item C5 off of the agenda today so that there is ample time for the public to be able to weigh in on this very big program that's meant to last for the 20-year agreement that the public has not had an opportunity to digest. That draft was just released on Friday. There's not enough time for the general lay public to ask any questions. There have been no meetings or presentations to be able to allow people to come forward and understand the process of what's moving on with that. There's a lot of vague ideas of what is to come and no real concrete information about how we're going to have this agreement worked out in the benefit of our community. We understand the benefits that are to come for the developers. We do not understand the benefits of what it poses for our community, and these folks are at the crux of our housing issue as well too. And so I encourage you to give the community the democratic opportunity to be able to weigh in on this and have a say. I also encourage you for item G5 for the NAB Ward 5 to vote for Lisa Lee. She is a person with lived experience, and it would be a great opportunity for you to have someone in that space who can speak to the realities of these conditions that we are all speaking about today. And I also encourage you to reach out to all of the folks who are protesting and striking against Keolis. Those people are here begging for you to help them with their livelihoods, and it would be wonderful for you to reach out and support them. Thank you so much for your time. Have a great day.
Natalie Handler, followed by Jessica Castro, followed by Ali Barakani.
For the record, my name is Natalie Handler. While I understand you just relinquished the lead on shelter operations to the county, I am here to plead that you take action on current public health crisis that is before us now and move to open the Record Street shelter for women and couples. We have began to experience winter weather conditions. Our shelters are now full and many are left out in the cold. The city has no warming centers for its people. We brought this before you last year and still no warming centers. The CARES Safe Camp has not been fortified with heat or warmth of any kind, leaving its residents to suffer long exposure and dangerous temperatures that can undoubtedly lead to serious health risks, as well as frostbite, hypothermia, and even death. They were left out on concrete with no shade during the heat of summer, out in the smoke, and now freezing cold. The tents provided to the Safe Camp residents, which were chosen in order to have aesthetic uniformity rather than protection from all possible weather, have broken zippers and are not suitable for wind, rain, or snow. The camp operators are not allowing for tarps to cover the outside of the tents. The sleeping bags are also not suitable for the average winter temperatures we experience in the Truckee Meadows. Again, the CARES Campus Big Tent is at capacity, as is the Women and Family Shelter, and we expect it to remain full or near full all winter. The Big Tent never has and never will be a safe place for women. We have already heard several reports of harassment, assault, and rape on the property, and the operators seem inadequate in the handling of these very serious crimes with a lack of open reporting policy or trauma-informed care. This is unacceptable. It is not safe to shelter women with hundreds of men. We ask that you take action today to help relieve this emergency public health crisis and temporarily open the Record Street shelter back up so that the women and couples can access this building with a capacity to hold 300 people, which it was designed to do. We must bring folks out of the cold. We have the resources to put a halt to needless human suffering now. RISE is well positioned to do this work and to do it properly. Negotiations you have previously had with RISE for a $1.5 million safe camp could be reworked to give them an emergency operator contract to oversee the shelter operations at least until late spring. It's inexcusable for people participating in government programs on city property using taxpayers' dollars to not be allowed heat or other basic necessities of life. It is inexcusable to create dangerous, life-lasting trauma in another human's life due to negligence. Please support the county's efforts in making the CARES campus a success, and most of all, ease the needless suffering of those living without shelter in our community, which is struggling through a never-before-seen housing crisis that has no end in sight. Please move to open the Record Street shelter for women and couples. Thank you for your time.
Jessica Castro, followed by Ali Barkani, followed by Reverend Jacob Ernest Dute.
My name is Jessica Castro. Thank you for having me today. I have been at the CARES campus since it's opened. My feet have been on the ground out there, and I can tell you that the shelter is not safe for women. I myself actually was homeless because I escaped sex trafficking, amongst many other things, but I won't go into that. When I was homeless, in my homeless community, I was never solicited for sex, ever. I can tell you I felt safe among them. The women at the Safe Camp, or at CARES, are not safe. They're begging for help. I've seen this with my own eyes. I've heard it with my own ears. I've seen women being dropped off from escorting and being dropped off there. This is the kind of environment that you're all creating. I understand that you handed this over to the county, but you're also still continuing sweeps. Sweeps aren't stopping, they just changed the face. Instead of sending RPD out there, you're sending business owners. How did the business owners get such a loud message that if they have homeless encampments on their property, call Reno Direct? Call them. We'll get them out there. We'll get them out. We'll get them out of there. We're not stopping the sweeps. They're still happening. And there's no room for women, and it's not safe. I know right now 4 women that I feed on a weekly basis that refuse to go to the shelters because it's not safe. So instead of asking you to stop the sweeps, because I know that's not going to happen, I'm asking you to open an emergency shelter for the women because they need a safe space to go. So I'm here to really ask you to consider what we're all asking you to do is open a safe shelter for the women so that they have somewhere to go during the cold winters. I'm also asking any of you all to, on your public and private pages, please ask your friends to get some blankets out, mittens, gloves, hand them out. How powerful would that be to come from each of you guys? That would be amazing. I know that a lot of my friends out there on these streets would appreciate that. There's so much I could go into. I'm out there every day. I'm not thankful for what's happening at CARES at all. So I would really appreciate that anybody that wants to make that type of comment, go out there and talk to these people that are there. Because they're not thankful. They have no choice. Also, I'm confused as to why there's a gentleman there that actually makes $1,000 more a month than I do. If social workers are doing their job, why is he there? Why isn't he housed? He's been there since the beginning. It makes no sense to me. I'm in fear for our community. The Keolis workers, RTC bus workers, please listen to them, because if not, they're going to be next there. And I'm afraid for them. And they should be too. And anybody that has family members that has addictions of any kind or mental health issues of any kind, they should be afraid as well. Because we are not supporting that community at all. None of you are. None of us are. I am. I'm out there every day to remind them that I love them and that they're going to be heard, because I'm going to be here every time that you have an open meeting. Thank you.
Ali Barakani, Reverend Jacob Ernest Dute, Katie Calling.
Hi, everyone. My name is Ali Barakani with the Truckee Meadows Parks Foundation. I'm here to comment on agenda item D1. As the nonprofit organization who's maintaining the property and working to restore it to a nature study area available to the public, we ask that City Council rename the Rosewood Lakes Golf Course to Rosewood Lakes Nature Study Area. This option works best with the work that has already been done to get the word out to the public and fits the already established sign outside the property. While Rosewood Nature Study Area is also a viable option, we believe that park and nature study in one name is redundant. So we're going to push for Rosewood Lakes Nature Study Area. Thank you for your time.
Reverend Jacob Ernest Dute, followed by Katie Calling, followed by Lily Barron.
I have a paper on here if that will show. And for the record, it's pronounced do it, but since most people read it as do it, that's perfectly acceptable. I am Jacob Ernest Dewitt, and I'm here to spread the beauty and the truth of the whisper philosophy and to give you all abundance. I am Jacob Ernest Dewitt. I am a prophet, an advocate, and a lover. And I'm here to present the revolutionary, inspired, permanent solution to the unhoused epidemic in Rio de Janeiro, Nevada. Jacob Ernest Dewitt's prophetic win document of mercy and regretful success. The first win, this will prevent other unhoused people from coming to our city. The second win, it will create goodwill and happiness with local downtown businesses and casinos. Thirdly, it will increase tourism by removing the blight of these dirty bodies and filth. The fourth win, it will decrease the violence and killing by satisfying the bloodlust of the Blue Lives Death Squad. Fifthly, it will save the city hundreds of thousands of dollars, if not millions of dollars, down the road. And sixth, and the most important one, and the one that makes me stay up at night, the reason that we need to kill the homeless people, to kill the unhoused, is because it's more merciful.
Brooks,
it is
Mr.
more
Brooks,
merciful than the
Mr.
way they're
Brooks,
being tortured.
You are out of line. Please constrain yourselves. I understand you're a performance artist. I'm not going to listen to that.
Would you like me to leave, sir?
I would like you not to invite violence on unsheltered and unhoused people, even if you think it's some kind of a game.
It's not a game. They're being tortured. And the way they're being treated now is worse than a death. Are you a man of faith? Can I ask you, sir, may I ask you a personal question?
Sir, you may not address the council. You have to just
Thank
make
you
your
for that
comment.
clarification.
Thank you.
I am a man of faith, and whether you're a Christian or otherwise, there are fancy legal obstructions and bureaucratic regulations that have been designed to stop real help. And while you can build a $1 million, multi-million-dollar tent next to a freeway, it does not help people. If the RPD treated dogs the way that they treat these members of our community, there would be community outrage and uproar. I do not invite violence upon anyone, but those who are dying and freezing to death on our streets is an embarrassment. It's an embarrassment to this council, to this city, to this community, and to this country. Please, we have money, we have the power, you have the power. Let's make some actionable decisions for success. Thank you.
Katie Calling, followed by Lily Barron, followed by Erica Minaberry.
Hello, my name is Katie Calling. So I just want to echo the countless people who are saying that you need to make a special agenda item so that we can open a warming centers throughout the city for people living outside. Definitely want to do that. You're having a lot of problems at the shelter because you built a super shelter to warehouse your poor people. And so that inherently causes problems. And you wouldn't have done that if you listened to your community before you did it. You spent $17 million. You could have housed people in housing and dispersed living throughout the city, which is typically more productive than warehousing people where, you know the problems. I don't have to reiterate, but yeah, do the right thing, please. Thanks.
Lily Barron, followed by Erica Minaberry, followed by Gordon Gossage.
Good morning, Council. Thank you for having me. Excuse me. My name is Lily Barron. I am here in the capacity of the president of the Reno Initiative for Shelter and Equality. And we have already, as others have said, submitted a proposal for a Safe Camp, which would be a similar number, but a little bit cheaper if we were to help with the Record Street shelter. We did call an emergency board meeting and are willing to take that on. We also have another board meeting this evening. I have already reworked the budget to satisfy this. The only contingent would be that RISE is not willing to only do a nighttime shelter. We need a 24/7 shelter, and we would like to run it as we have our place, as it is the only shelter with a 0% recidivism rate and the only place right now that women feel safe and families. We are able to take that on, but we will obviously need financial assistance with this effort. So I really hope that we can work together again to make this a solution, as people are obviously very fired up about it. I would like to just recap on last year. We had to do an emergency motel program, which really exhausted some of our most valuable community members and some who are now no longer even working in the space because it was so hard on them to house all of these people in motels in an emergency effort. We were, however, able to house 412 individual women, and that does not include our outreach event from the private donor in February, which served an additional 115 adults and 2 children. So even if we did take over the Record Street shelter, we could be seeing more spillover, but those numbers are well within that $300 bed, or the 300 bed space, and I think that it is an obvious solution to this issue, and I would really love to see us be able to bridge this gap. We had individual contributions from the community to do the motel program last year. I myself contributed as an individual and asked others to as well. I had one large donation and then several other small donations, and I'm sure we could help crowdfund that in addition to whatever the city would be willing to help us with. I'm going to just use the rest of my time to pontify that poverty is an issue of systemic racism as well, and I would be remiss if I didn't use my time to say that and to say that we cannot deal with racism if we do not deal with poverty. And so I'll leave you with a quote from my favorite writer, James Baldwin, who says, "People who shut their eyes to the reality simply invite their own destruction. And anyone who insists on remaining in a state of innocence long after that innocence is dead turns himself into a monster." Thank you.
Erica Minaberry, followed by Gordon Gossage, followed by Ron Dalton.
Hello, everyone. My name is Erica Minaberry, and well, there's just so much going on in this city. But I will start by echoing the sentiments of those that suggested having an emergency session to open up a warming center at the Record Street shelter, or turning that into a shelter again. The fact that y'all are dragging your feet on this and expecting people to rise up out of poverty with frostbite or sitting and doing nothing while people are freezing to death is evil. For every life lost and for every limb lost, those are all on your guys' hands for complete inaction. It's insulting to be dragging your feet when people are dying, and yet decisions that favor developers like the the neon light district seem to just fly right through. It seems like such a common excuse for this body to say that you have to make decisions based on a city council that went into a contract 20 years ago, and you're trying to avoid litigation from decisions made 20 years ago, and yet y'all so haphazardly make decisions that will be held accountable 20 years from now. So we're really spiraling out of control as a city, and there seems to be a huge disconnect between what's actually happening and the decisions that y'all are making. Please stop supporting giant gentrification projects and start helping the people that actually get you guys elected. Thank you.
Gordon Gossage, followed by Ron Dalton, followed by John Eastman.
Good morning. For the record, I'm Gordon Gossage of Regenesis Reno. The issue of the neon line incentives to be discussed today is extremely important. I understand why, but the second issue of the fate of our 3,000 neighbors living in our horrible weekly motels is often intertwined a little too closely, in my opinion. The challenge of the weeklies can be met with or without the help of Jeff Jacobs. Let's understand the issue independent of the neon line decisions. It would be a social injustice to tear down all of the weeklies without providing alternative homes for our 3,000 neighbors. Yet, their current state is also one of the worst examples of social injustice in our community. In all situations like this, it must be asked who benefits. The seldom discussed answer includes the owners of the weeklies who derive profit from the misery of our most vulnerable. I'm a capitalist. This has nothing to do with the mainstream of our economic system. It's caused by the exceptional moral bankruptcy of people like Kamal Brar, owner of the Lake Mill Lodge, and Nav Bajwa. I urge all who hear this to learn more about Nav Bajwa. He owns 9 motels. Listen to the pattern. Rancho Sierra, Pony Express Lodge, Tombstone Territory, Old 40 West, Gateway Inn, Silver Dollar Motor Lodge, Aloha Inn, Rancho 777. He also owns the Easy Inn right next to the CARES campus. Alex Woodley has spent years cleaning up the code violations of Bajwa's properties. The former motel inspection team did their best to address the horrors in these motels. However, people like Nav Bajwa know how to play that game. To get people like Nav Bajwa to face their immorality requires a much harsher confrontation, not just code violation fines. In most cases, only the threat of jail time will force them to change. I'm going to choose my words very carefully now. I don't know enough about Reno to say. However, where I spent most of my life in Boston, the owners of properties like this receive payments from the drug dealers they allow to operate. If an owner profits from the death of a resident from fentanyl-laced heroin, what does that make him? People who do evil things are not 100% evil. Underneath Nav Bajwa's adult exterior is the boy in the Punjab who learned the 3 pillars of Sikhism, one of the top 5 great religions on our planet. He violates the first pillar, yet his future could be determined by him embracing the second pillar. The full force of the community must be brought to bear on Nav Bajwa. Law enforcement, massive media exposure, and relentless direct action. He must feel the only way out for him is to sell some of his weeklies at a steep enough discount for our community to co-create permanent supportive housing. As sick as it sounds, a solution for our 3,000 neighbors is in the hands of men like Nav Bajwa. Let the pressure begin.
Ron Dalton, followed by John Eastman, followed by Jess Trujillo.
Good morning. I'm here on behalf of the Veterans Administration, and we are in a terrible crisis right now, and we need to put an end to this strike. I've been talking to hundreds of people here lately that are veterans and seniors, and not only veterans, but just seniors in general that are handicapped. And this is hurting our society and our community right now, and we need to end this strike as soon as possible. This is one of the worstest things I've seen in my lifetime. And I'm one of the VA ministers too, and I've got another veteran here today with us. We're here on behalf of the VA administration today. And it's really hurting. I'm handicapped and it's hard to get around. I gotta admit though, I've been doing a little extra walking now, which is helping me, but it's been very rough and hard. My wife lost her job last week. Why? Because the buses aren't running. But the good news is she got another job yesterday. So we just have to make sure she can get to work this next week. But I'm just here to represent the community, and we need to get this straightened out in a peaceful solution manner. Okay? I've got all the churches in Reno praying for this, and praying for everybody, and praying for the court systems. We need to resolve this and get this straightened out. The longer you let this go, it's running the community, and it's got the whole community shut down as of now. We need to get it open again. And that's all I have to say, and God bless you guys for doing your job today.
John Eastman, followed by Jess Trujillo, followed by Danielle Barnow.
Good morning. My name is John Eastman. I live at the Montage, and I'm here about the Neon Line District approval, and we wish to have it postponed. We've had little input or little ability to make any input and not a lot of information about what's actually being approved for the next 20 years. Again, it's more general and not a lot of specifics, and we would like to have some kind of community input or a process or workshop to understand better what's going to happen with this whole district. It's quite a bit, and it's a 20-year project we are committing to. So please consider postponing this and involving the community more in this process. Thank you.
Jess Trujillo, followed by Danielle Barnow.
Hi, I don't know, this is my first time doing anything like this. I actually found out that Jacobs Entertainment was actually doing anything like this while I was driving by, actually discussing with my husband about the gentrification of Reno. And I saw this big yellow sign, I pulled over and was astounded that this was going on. And I personally believe that the lack of details with Jacobs' agenda is not only suspicious, but downright irresponsible. I have been a Reno native my entire life. I've born and raised here, and just the abundance of homelessness and gentrification and developers coming in, just increasing the rent for everybody is insane. I have plenty of friends that can't even afford to buy a house, can't even, they're paying $2,000 for apartments as it is, and I fear for what will happen if we continue on this path. And the Reno community already is making their needs known, and I believe this is going to create a roar within the community if we don't allow for more time for the community to give their input, to get together and discuss. A lot of local communities are already suffering. I'm trying not to get emotional thinking about how many people have already suffered and how many people are already on the streets. The lack of sympathy and human kindness that we are showing right now with our community is baffling. I also would like to comment on the RTC people on strike as well. They should be given their basic human rights and more. I can't believe we're even in this position right now where people have to strike to ask for just the basics. We should be giving them what they deserve, especially in the middle of a pandemic. That, I believe, is all I have to say on that. And I hope you guys will open your hearts and your ears to the people of Reno.
Danielle Barnow.
Hello. So I didn't really write anything, so it's going to come off the top of the head. First thing I wanted to say is that I was homeless. I was homeless during my whole pregnancy up until 5 days before I got housed. Thank you, Jesus. But the rollover was really important to me while I was homeless. You know what I'm saying? I wasn't allowed to get into the VOA because it was so full. And so at nights like we are having recently that it's so cold, having that place on Washington.
Could you pull the mic up so it's a little more closer to you? Yeah.
Mic check, 1, 2, 1, 2. So having the place on Washington, the rollover, was really important to me because I was able to have a place to stay warm and sheltered. And, I just think that there's nobody really, there's a lot of blame to go around. There's, the pandemic, there's no renters' rights. the city and the people. There's a lot of stuff to go around, but as city council and our community, you guys are like the leaders, the parents, right? Would you favor one child if it was mentally ill or physically ill versus your regular, child? Would you say, well, I'm not going to feed you today because you're impaired? That's how you treat the people in the community. And I don't really understand the bias here. We are all equal. We are all trying. We're all just trying to live and survive day to day. And not having a backup plan when we all know Reno has hard winters. We know that, and I know that our place is full. So there are women out there who were like me, who are pregnant, who are trying to survive. And I just think we're better. And I think Reno should take the initiative to be a leader in something. We shouldn't be trailing behind. We should power through. We have that power. You have the community. We have the minds. We should do that and just be like coming together. That's all I have to say. Thank you for your time.
With that, Madam Mayor, we have no additional live public comment. We will transition into voicemails, in which we have 14.
Good afternoon. I am a resident at the Riverfront 2 condominiums, and I am calling 2875 Idlewild Drive, Reno, Nevada. There has been two on our walkway. I've been living here over 15 years, and there are two flags on both ends of our walkway. I think it indicates pride. I wonder who put them there, and they said someone in the city council or city. Now, I don't appreciate taking taxpayers' money, putting certain things on walkways if it was done by the city. That's not professional. No one has asked us our opinions on anything, and everyone has their thoughts. I am not against
The things I heard today
anyone,
were absolutely
God
not
is love,
factual.
but I am against someone bogarting and just taking for granted other people's desires and wishes also. P, if you're going to paint something, paint the American flag. Paint the American flags to show we are Americans, or paint something about Jesus Christ that pulls us all together. I don't like any forms of divisiveness or division. Thank you very much. And again, if this was put, I'd like to know who put these two things on the walkway as of a week ago. Thank you again. You have a wonderful day, and I hope to see these items removed. And thank you again. Have a wonderful, wonderful, blessed day. Thank you, and thank you all for the job you do. Thank you.
Well, my name is David Slotty. The reason I'm calling is I feel that concerts should not be allowed to go till 11 o'clock at night or later, being that people sleep, and especially old people need their rest. They go to bed early because they have health conditions. I think that 10 o'clock is a fair time to say, hey, you have to have it shut down by this time, no matter whether it's a weekday or a weekend, no later than 10 o'clock. I'm tired less. You just have concert here in town, and they didn't close concert down until 11:15, and all night long my windows rattled until they left with that music. Over and over and over, just kept shaking and shaking and shaking and shaking. So please, my request is that you change it to a time frame on tickets for concerts. That you make it so they have to shut down their noise by 10 o'clock. Thank you. Have a wonderful day.
Hi, this is Ilya Arbitman speaking. The weather has changed, and life on the streets is hard any time of the year. But as temperatures drop, it becomes rapidly more dangerous and difficult. It is no surprise the day after the first snow, the CARES campus is full to capacity. That's 604 beds. a staggering and shameful number. It's also not surprising that the promise of overflow beds was, like many other promises made, disingenuous. There are no overflow beds, and we are now in an emergency situation. I ask that the city immediately reopen Record Street as a temporary emergency shelter for women and couples. The CARES tent has never been and is not safe for single women, and in fact, they will no longer admit them there. Record Street is still functional and ready to reopen in an emergency situation, which this is. I ask that the city immediately resume the summarily abandoned negotiations with RISE about operating Women's Safe Camp. RISE is well positioned to take on some of this work and actually do it properly, but this collaboration must be done in good faith. The city had promised $1.5 million, and unless this money evaporated somehow, this funding should be readily available towards this vital purpose. I asked that the city work with the county to implement heating options at the Safe Camp. The only answer to the question of what are the warming options for the Safe Camp through the winter was, well, they can go to the CARES tent. They cannot do that anymore, so let's get creative and actually fulfill our responsibilities to the people we are supposed to be helping. Allocate funding to heating the Safe Camp immediately. Finally, I demand, as usual, to stop the sweeps. We have received some informal information that due to shelter capacity, there are no sweeps ongoing. But as is so often the case with words and promises made, they are not the same as actions taken. So I'll believe it when I see it. In the meantime, all sweeps must cease immediately. If their inhumanity was clear before, it would now be illegal as well as cruel to continue brutally harassing people struggling to survive in the wintertime in a city that has failed its most vulnerable. On another note, I ask that the city move the Jacobs negotiations to a further date when the public has actually had time to review this draft development agreement, which the details of which are incredibly vague and which is not ready for any kind of vote at this point until the public has actually had a chance to have some input. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Yeah, my name is John Weber. I turned 61 years old. Today's my birthday. And let me tell you, Reno City Hall, I've never been so disappointed in mankind ever in my life about this bus strike. I've never been so depressed about it. The fact that you all haven't lifted a finger to do anything is enough to make me not even want to wake up in the morning. I am so ashamed of the city of Reno, the effort they've made, the no empathy for anybody out here. It's my 61st birthday today, lady, and I'm telling you what, man, can't go pursue a job, can't do anything, totally stuck, and you all aren't even trying, man. You've absolutely ruined the quality of life for everybody who relies on public transportation, and I'm so ashamed of you all for not making an effort, for trying to act like it's the RTC, for going through the motions. You think the citizens of Reno and the fact that nobody in Reno is speaking up other than me breaks my heart. You all should be absolutely ashamed of yourself, and you all should remember God's watching you all. Go through the motions for another day. By the way, I'm sure the city would just as soon John Weber disappear, and trust me, as soon as I can, I'll be gone. I'm so ashamed of this place. I'll never come back. Thanks. Have a swell day, you all. Make sure and get in your SUV today and drive safe with the heat on. Bye.
Yes, my name is Ron Birdsall. Just an idea to consider for the board, or the council, I should say. Given the last 18, 24 months with the pandemic, there's been an increase in difference, as I see, to abandoned vehicles or even occupied vehicles parking on public streets with a lot of trash and unlicensed vehicles and untagged vehicles, and it's becoming a really eyesore and a nuisance in numerous neighborhoods, including mine. I know there's a shortage of staff and traffic to get these things ticketed, and the tow companies are overworked and they can't get towed for multiple weeks. These people take the tags off the cars and move them somewhere else. This is an ongoing, ridiculous cycle. I know that there's property out in the Lemon Valley area owned by Washoe. Why doesn't the council authorize buying 3 or 4 tow trucks, 3 or 4 drivers, utilizing this land to expedite these vehicles being towed and or sold? The revenue generated from the tickets and the sale of the vehicles will more than pay for the tow trucks over the years and the staffing. This will also eliminate the health issues on the streets and the eyesores to many neighborhoods affecting their property values. I'm sure there's some neighborhoods in the area that don't have to deal with this, but some of us deal with it on a daily basis. This certainly has some financial benefit and some overall benefit to the image of this county of Washoe. Your attention to this issue, this suggestion is appreciated. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Rosanna Zuckerman. I'm a member of Ward 3, living in Reno. I first of all want to say that I'm just totally and completely disappointed, ashamed, and appalled by how the city has treated folks living outside. There's virtually no affordable housing. The shelter is full and people have no choice, and still they're getting swept. So I'm asking yet again that the city actually stop the inhumane and what seems to me is probably illegal sweeps of people who have literally no other options. Again, no affordable housing, no spots in the shelter, and even when the shelter isn't full, there's no availability there for single women. In regards to single women, I'm asking that the city immediately reopen Record Street as a temporary emergency shelter for women and couples. The CARES tent is not a safe place for women and is not admitting single women anyway. So again, there's nowhere for them to go. I am asking also that the city resume negotiations with RISE about operating a women's safe camp. RISE was promised $1.5 million, and I don't really understand why this funding is not being funneled towards this crucial project to assist and stabilize our community. Lastly, in light of the freezing temperatures we've been having, I'm asking the city to sort out heating options for those living in the safe camp. It feels like you've sort of thrown up your hands, and I don't understand why we can't figure out, get creative and figure out some ways to keep people warm and safe during this time of the year and all times of every year. Thank you. Bye.
Hi there. I just wanted to let you know that I brought visitors, out-of-state visitors, to the Reno Riverwalk and was very disappointed. It was dirty, smelly. My friends who I took there were very disgusted in the way the city looked. They thought it was dirty, and I thought you should know about it. So I would hope that someone would walk down that walk and really see what it looks like to visitors. Thank you.
Good morning. Today is Thursday, September 30th, around 9:47 a.m. My request comment that I wanted to put in is that this is the second time that the city bus go on a strike, and I'm affecting a lot of, the community, A lot of people are losing their jobs because that's the transportation they rely on to get to their jobs. And that was my comment. Thank you very much. Bye.
Yeah, hello. I live on California Avenue near Swope Junior High School. Currently, they're taking all the really 10 to 12 foot tall bushes out around the outside edge of Swope Junior High School. Now what we see is an ugly old fence. The privacy is completely gone because there's football and baseball games every night, which I love, by the way. My kids played that. But the amount of noise, the visual impact, all I had before you just removed the bushes today on Friday was a beautiful mountain scene. I think it's going to affect the value of my home. Going to affect the noise levels tremendously. The visual look is horrendous. I'm sure they'll never get to putting some nice stuff along a whole fence along California Avenue for months and months and months. And I'm going to have to sit here and look at ball cages, which is not a big deal. Like I said, I support the Reno Little League and even the football. But what you guys have done without communication to the homeowners that are affected by your decision and removing all these bushes, these 12, 15-foot bushes that is just a greenery around the outside edge of Swope Junior High School and the ball fields, and the privacy that we had, you've now just ruined that. and you've ruined, I think, probably the value of my home, and certainly all the thousands of dollars I spent on my big front porch to look at the mountains. And now I see all I see is this big ugly fence. The batting cages now are completely open. It's just, you just ruined my whole view out of my front yard, and not one word of communication on this decision, a horrible decision. I'm sure you had reasons to do it, but you guys didn't think of the result and how bad it looks and how it affects homeowners and the value of their homes and the view that they have and all those decisions. This is a very poor decision to move forward without this, without community outreach and the people that live along this street. I am ashamed at the city of Reno for doing this to me and the other owners along this beautiful street.
Please quit wasting public money on fripperies and frivolities and put that money trying to be used to buy the space whale into public housing, affordable public housing for the working class in the city, not the rich. Thank you very much for your time, and please remember the working people are what make this city, not the bougie rich people. Thank you.
Yes, when are you going to do something about these people that you let in from California? I can't get any police response. I can't get any help from Mrs. Sheedy. And they're taken over the area of Second Street all throughout, actually, Reno, like they did all over California. They consistently harass and violate constitutional rights and script all kinds of bug infestations in Midtown Motel, and people go to the doctor and they have to go 3 or 4 times and still don't get the right medication because you're too busy allowing these people to script and game within the city. And most of the people around here right now either shifted in from California or some other film academy school or working at a University of Reno, Nevada or Innovative High School. And have been deliberately stalking a certain person that left California to get away from these people, and you allowed them into your state, into your city, and they're still committing the same crimes against the same person, and they're doing it for the last 16 years with their technology and their live streaming, and 40-something years prior to that. Don't you think that you might want to address this situation no matter how much money they're dumping into your state and your new infrastructure? They're a danger to society and your community, no matter what it is that you think they're positively bringing to your plate. They've been hurting, abusing, destroying, entrapping, setting up, assaulting, and violating this person for years. Don't you think it would be time for you people to step up to the plate, since nobody in California seemed to have the ability to do that? And hopefully you're getting this message and it's not going to one of their call centers like it did in Burbank, California and throughout Temecula. Hopefully you're actually getting this.
Hi, my name is Kaylee McCarty. I live at the corner of 668 Spokane Street and 7th Street. I have multiple vehicles that park their cars here and live out of them for months now. I've called everyone that I possibly can. All they do is bring people to buy drugs and leave a bunch of trash on the street. It's 7th Street behind Denny's. I'm not sure what I can do I pay a good amount of money to live here and pay rent while I have a bunch of people on drugs next to my house all the time. So if there's any way to resolve this, I've tried the police, I've tried Reno Direct, and I just don't see how this can be legal. So if we can even put up no parking signs, I would appreciate that immensely, coming from my entire residential neighborhood. Thank you.
My name is Phil Laurent, Lourant, 707-359-9641. I'm calling to complain about the LBGA flag that's put at Ivan Sack Park on Idlewild Drive.
It's not right that they should be able to put up a LBG flag. If anything, put up an American flag. It's very important that that be removed from the walkway of the park along the Idlewild Drive at the Riverfront Apartments. Thank you very much. My email is phillabfs@gmail.com. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Real Rhea Chillard, and my fiance and I have lost $340 because we cannot get to work because Reno is allowing Helios the contract for the administration side of the bus system. Helios has proven that they do not understand American business. Helios has proven that they do not value their employees as people, that they are willing to slash work weeks, that they are willing to also slash pay raises. And I've heard from more than one driver that they have equated driving a bus in the city of Reno to something that a monkey could be trained to do verbatim. Meanwhile, the employees in the city of Reno, the employers in the city of Reno, the merchants need people. This city is dying because Reno has not been quick to act. Not only did we lose $340 because Uber and taxi services are oversaturated and the supply cannot meet the demand, but we expend $40 every day on taxis because the Uber supply cannot meet the demand. Otherwise, we can't get to work, which means we can't pay our bills, we can't pay rent, and we can't buy food. So I suggest you collectively get off your backside and do something about this. Thank you very much. P.S. We're voters.
All right, Madam Mayor, with that, we have no additional public comment. For the record, we received 57 comments of correspondence in which were general in nature and are not directly associated with an agenda item prior to 4 p.m. yesterday. These comments were written and received via our reno.gov online public comment form or by email to our office and are available as part of the permanent record. 6 in favor, 17 in opposition, and 34 concerned, again, from various issues. And with that, we have no additional public comment, and we're looking to move on to item A4, approval of the agenda.
All right, good morning, Madam Vice Mayor. This is Doug Farley, I'm the city manager. I have absolutely no changes to today's agenda.
I'd like to move to adopt the agenda with the exception that items C5s are continued to a future date when a workshop can be held about those for public vetting, and they can also be presented to the relevant boards and commissions, including
Madam Mayor, have you
Ward 1
seceded the
map.
floor? Madam Mayor, Madam Vice Mayor, have you seceded the floor? Thank you very much.
We'll move on. Mr. Manager has given us that there's no changes. Is there a motion?
Madam Vice Mayor, I'm sorry, if she is, can you actually put?
Oh, she is there.
screen
You see her
so we can
now.
see her? Sorry, thank you. I just wanted to make sure the public was aware she was present.
Right. She can't speak, or she doesn't have her microphone
Madam
on.
Mayor, I believe you are muted. Oh, you're not. Hold on, we're switching some settings. Madam Mayor, can you hear us?
I can. Can you hear me?
Great, thank you.
Yes.
Okay, thank you so much. I actually, even during public comment, I'm like, hello, hello.
Thank you.
Okay. First of all, because I wanted to point this out because I think this is very important. Public comment, there were pieces of public comment that were incredibly concerning. So this is important to understand. A lot of people come to public comment and then they leave. And throughout the entire day, we have some really robust and important discussions. And there were a lot of things that were said today that were not factual. Some were incredibly harmful and very, very concerning. What I would say is I think there's a lot of people that are not at the table when we're having these discussions that are very, very important, because a lot of those discussions involve a lot of compassion, a lot of great ideas, but we still need our community to help shape what we are doing. Now more than ever, I would say this: we are no longer a small city. We have actually just become a medium-sized city, which comes with great opportunities and challenges. So I appreciate everyone's public comment, but at the same time, there was a lot of concern for me. But I would also say this: it is important to be at the table, because again, a lot of people leave after public comment and they are not here to hear the discussions that we're actually talking about and what's really, really happening. So I want to just encourage the public to understand that and to be a part of the process if they can, because I think there's sort of these smaller pieces and everything is not being conveyed. I would also say this: just because we sit on this dais does not make us any more important than anyone that comes to public comment. I think that is really, really necessary. We are just like you guys. We were frustrated with something and wanted to see change. And so, this divide that we're even seeing in our country right now with elected officials is honestly can be very, very I think scary and concerning. So I want to address that we are part of your community. We are just like you guys. We saw things that we wanted for better change. We have a lot of opportunities, but we have a lot of challenges, and we all have to do it together. But we all have to be respectful and make sure that we also do not ever portray violence on others. So I want to make that very, very clear. I tried to say that earlier, but it is important. People need to know this. Because it won't be tolerated in these chambers at all. Now more than ever, we've got to come together as a community and as a country. There's so much anguish and so much grief happening in our world right now. And we have a great community and we have to do it together. But I will not tolerate any acts of violence or talks of violence ever. So I want to make that clear. Okay, now, Madam Clerk, I think we've moved into Mr. Thornley, I believe. Did you have any changes to the agenda?
Madam Mayor, this is Doug Thornley. No changes to the agenda. Councilmember Breckus attempted to make a motion to approve the agenda and continue item C5. And while I would defer to the city attorney, I don't believe we can continue C5 as part of the motion to approve the agenda because it is set for a public hearing. And so that is an issue to take on when the agenda item is called.
Excuse me, because I was cut off and then my motion was characterized by another. May I be recognized, Madam Mayor?
No, it was not. Ms. Breckus, that is not true. That is not true. I was getting to the person who is running the meeting.
And I apologize. That's because you guys couldn't hear me and I kept trying to speak. So let's just back up a minute. So give it a minute, Councilwoman Breckus. Hold on, give me a minute, 1 second. So did we approve the agenda?
No.
Not yet.
No. Okay, perfect. I just want to make sure. Okay, so at this time, I would like a motion to approve the agenda.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the agenda, if I could, with the understanding that when we get to the C5 items, it is the intent of the council to continue those to a date future, following workshops and vetting by public boards and commissions, including the NABs.
Madam Mayor, I need a
That
motion.
is consistent with our practice of stating when we adopt an agenda that we're not going to deliberate it. And that's what I would like to do under this motion. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So I have a motion from Councilwoman Breckus, but there needs to be some clarity, I believe, from our city attorney in this matter, because I still believe we have to open that up because it's a public hearing. Can I get some clarity here?
Yes, this is Carl Hall, city attorney. Yes, well, when we get to the item on C5, 1 and 2, we'll open that item and then we'll take the motion to continue at that time.
Okay, so right now we're going
to approve the agenda as it is.
Okay, so we're going to stay on track there. We're going to approve the agenda. So I think I have a motion from Councilwoman Weber to approve. I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Well, with discussion, I feel that we are approving I was able to make a motion. I didn't get a second, so I wasn't even called for a second. I was consistent in my motion with our practice, which is giving notice to others that an item will be continued. The board, in not even calling for my second question, has indicated that they will continue with deliberation at C4, or at that time, continue to call for it, but I just want continue it. But I just want to say that I feel that my motion should have stood in the call for a second, and that is not consistent with our rules. Anyone gets to make a motion in this body.
Councilwoman Breckus, okay, I'm going to allow you to do that. So at this time, but I want to be very clear, I was following the advice of our city attorney to come back, and you could have made that motion at C5, but let's make that motion right now.
Madam Mayor, this is
right ahead.
Doug. So for clarity, I do believe it is consistent in keeping with our practices to identify items that could be potentially continued at the time the item is called when they're agendized this way. And so Councilmember Breckus is correct there. But in terms of seconds for that motion, in terms of what sort of the order of battle is today and what the intent of the council is when we get to item C5, I do think we need a little bit more clarity and guidance for staff in the form of discussion here as we approve the agenda, if that would be all right.
So I'm trying to see what you're getting at. I was going to have Councilwoman Breckus, since that's typically the way that we do it, but I was taking direction from our city attorney. I'm happy to entertain that motion.
Well, you have.
Okay, so then I think it's time to call for a second.
Okay, perfect. So I have a motion from Councilwoman Breckus. Do I have a second? All right, I don't have a second. So motion fails, and we approved the agenda. And do I have to?
Madam Mayor, we have not approved the agenda. We need a
Okay.
motion to approve.
Move to approve.
Second.
Okay. I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. But we did call for that motion. I want to make that clear. Okay.
And if I may have a question? May I ask a question, Madam Mayor?
Go ahead.
Just to be clear, we're not clear on what we will do on item C5. There may be a motion for continuation, there may be discussion, there may be partial approval. I have no idea. I have a lot of thoughts about it, but I just figure we'll get there when we get there.
Yes, that's usually the way it works. Okay. All right. At this time, can I get item A5, approval of the minutes?
Move to approve.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second, Jordan.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. All right, sending it back to you, Madam Clerk, I'm going to go into consent agenda. Do we have any public comment on consent?
Madam Mayor, we have none registered.
All right, perfect. Are there any items that council would like to pull? I will start with Vice Mayor Weber.
Have none.
All right, Councilwoman Dewar.
B13, please.
Councilwoman Jordan.
None, thank you.
Councilman Delgado.
Nothing.
Councilman Reese.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Item B3, Boy 3.
Perfect, thank you so much. Councilwoman Breckus.
I have none.
All right, so to approve all those items, may I please get a motion?
So moved, Dewar. Second.
All right, I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, motion carries unanimously. Okay, we're going to head now to item B3, and I believe that was Councilman Reese.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just would like, Ms. Hanson, I believe you're going to give us a brief presentation on this item.
Thank you. Claudia Hanson, Planning Manager. So today before you is an amendment to the application for the First Church of Christ Science, the Lear Theater, amendment to their application for the National Register. This has been heard by the HRC, and they supported it. And through SHPO procedures, it needs to be supported by City Council for the mayor's signature, and then we will forward it on to the Department of the Interior. And I'm available for questions.
Ms. Hanson, I understand that there is an important day in your life coming up and that you'll be retiring from the city of Reno. So I wanted to pull the item and just say thank you for your many years of service. I appreciate so many things about the time that we've been able to spend in working together. So I certainly wish you well. This item is an example of the kind of thing that sometimes can get unnoticed and gets overlooked or is quickly approved. And ultimately, I think sometimes that is also the life of someone in staff, is that it's easy in the years, especially given the years that you've dedicated to this city, to be quiet, sometimes reserved, avoiding the limelight as you made the city a much more beautiful place. So I thank you certainly from the bottom of my heart, and I know this council does, and certainly the city manager's office for just the tremendous amount of work that you've put in. And I wish you every happiness in your next part of your journey, and just say thank you a million times. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
With that, I'm, Councilmember Dewar.
Thank you for pulling this item, Madam Mayor, if I may. Thank you for pulling this item, Mr. Reese. And I would have, I knew that you probably were going to, but I just had two things to say. One, I think this is a historic day in its own, in that we're actually proceeding with the dedication, the acknowledgement that this is an official historic structure. I wanted to make sure that I understand this is for the National Register of Historic Places.
That's correct.
And I think this has already been put on the state register. Is that correct?
It is on the state and the national, it's on the local and national. This is an amendment to the existing national.
Okay, so what would that amendment do?
It would, so on the second page of the staff report, it gets into the information related to the principal donor to construct the building, which was Luella Garvey, historic funding, and how they did the fundraising back in the 30s, and the selection of the architect and the builder being a prominent figure in the community.
So this is historic information that is not currently like in the National Register.
Correct.
Description of the building.
That's correct.
And it would add to a better understanding of the who, what, when, where, why.
Exactly.
About this building.
Yes.
Okay, so I think that's fantastic. And the second thing too is, to Mr. Reese's point, I don't want to embarrass you, but when is that date coming up?
Friday.
This Friday?
Yes.
This Friday. I did not realize it was coming that soon. And so I think all of us would want to say something, but I'm just going to take the chance. You know, I think you've been a bright shining star for 7 years. I think you know that. And you've led many, many, many initiatives at the city, both in the community development department and outside of it. You know, and I really appreciate your service.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Claudia, when are you leaving?
Friday.
Oh my goodness. I did not know that it was so close, but I'm so glad that Councilman Reese pulled this, and it was very, very classy of him. And Claudia, I mean, honestly, like, you have done so much work for the city and put, you know, your footprint on the city. You should be very, very proud, because I think many of you have jobs where a lot of that work, you guys are doing the heavy lifting and you don't get the credit for it. And you're making it happen all behind the scenes. And sometimes it can be very, very thankless. So you need to know we are so appreciative of you. And I know many times throughout the years that you were the glue that kept that department together on so many levels. And I remember each and every one of them. So I just want to say thank you so much for your service, what you've done for the city of Reno. You're an incredible woman. And you're very, very talented and very smart. And so I hope that you just enjoy, you know, your life, and not as stressful as it's been, because I know working for a city is very, very stressful. But I want you to know you did it with compassion and a lot of grace, Claudia. So thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, Madam Mayor, with that, I'm happy to move to approve staff recommendations for this historic moment for the Lear.
Second.
All right. So I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Great. Congratulations. That's exciting. Okay, moving on, I believe item B13, and that is Councilwoman Dewar.
Yeah, thank you so much. I wanted to pull this item because I think we have a few moving parts and so many people are interested in what is happening downtown, what is happening along the river, what's happening in our parks. I thought it would be good just to highlight this, if you wouldn't mind, Mrs. Sparza, to explain how this works with the River Ranger program that we have moved forward with. I think the Truckee River Flood Project was looking at potentially putting in funds, and I think our mayor put that on our next agenda for our next meeting with flood, so they have a big swath of river. Then this section, if you could just explain what the different sections are and how they work together, I think the public would be extremely interested in that.
Absolutely. Good morning.
As certainly I am.
Good morning. Cynthia Esparza with the City Manager's Office for the record. This specific pilot program is for 1 year with the Downtown Reno Partnership to essentially have an ambassador in the downtown parks. There's a total of 9. Currently, there are only 3 within the bid. This extends it to the additional 3, so a total of 9. The intent is really to have someone at the parks 7 days a week from 7 a.m. to 10 p.m. And this, of course, will provide additional resources to the parks in terms of cleanliness and providing services as needed, transportation. But it will also help as the park rangers are onboarding and Clean and Safe is able to expand and deploy resources throughout the city of Reno. So really there's a lot of moving pieces right now. I work with great colleagues and I see Jamie's here as well. I believe the park rangers begin next month. That's correct.
I wouldn't mind hearing from Ms. Schroeder, because I think it's important to distinguish what the park rangers do and what territory they're covering versus this territory. For example, it was just mentioned keeping the parks safe 7 to 10 p.m., but is it the 9 parks downtown? Is it the ones exclusive of the bid? Is the bid handled elsewhere? The 3 in the bid? If you could just clarify these.
Sure. For the record, Jamie Schroeder, Director of Parks and Recreation. We will be coming to council with an update on the Park Ranger program at the first meeting in November. But what we are working on right now is we have unearthed the program that existed back in the 90s before the recession. And we're taking all of that documentation that was agreed upon by all the different departments in the city of how the Rangers would operate, updating that for today's standards. The first Park Ranger starts, I believe, October 18th. The second one comes on early November. We probably will have about a month of onboarding. Having RPD is going to be doing a lot of training so that we're following the proper protocol. The park rangers will have some citation authority, and so the idea is that they would focus majority of their time along the river. But then also go out into all of the parks as available. You know the saying, it takes a village. As Cynthia was saying, there's a lot of different moving parts and they're all going to collaborate together so that we can provide the best experience that we can within the river corridor, the downtown district, as well as throughout the city.
So can you just, before you leave, so usually when we think of a park ranger, we think that they are there to keep order, enforce the rules, for example, it could be about dogs off leash. It could be about throwing trash on the ground. It could be about sleeping in a park overnight, which is not allowed. Do they, when you say citation authority, are they going to have like code enforcement training, police training, homeless services training, interacting with the public that are just out there to enjoy? I mean, what are you envisioning?
There's going to be a plethora of training. They're kind of going to be like a jack of all trades. However, there are limitations.
My goodness.
That is a bell and a half.
A bell and a half.
There are some limitations because the park rangers are not post-certified. And so they're kind of an intermediate level below a police officer, above the park ambassadors. They're in that in-between.
Okay.
Their goal at first is to educate before issuing citations.
Should we think of them as, when you think of a state or national park ranger, are they the same kind of people in your mind?
Close. Sometimes state or national park rangers are armed. Again, ours are not going to be armed,
Okay.
but they will have a certain level of enforcement authority.
Okay, that really helps. And I don't know if any other council members have questions.
Madam Mayor, I have a question. Councilwoman Jordan.
Go right ahead.
Thank you very much. So when we come back and you give the presentation on the park rangers, a more robust discussion about them, can we get as part of that discussion kind of the holistic, as to Councilwoman Dewar's, kind of how all of the pieces, like how many personnel between the rangers, the ambassadors, the county personnel, and the TUMWA additional resource, those sorts of things. How many additional personnel are being deployed, and kind of how they're all coordinating and working together to address some of the cleanliness and the illegal activity sort of things. I think that would be helpful because the community and I think us want to know how all of those pieces fit together.
We'll be bringing forward a lovely flow chart.
Thank
that
you
will
very
show
much.
it all.
I think that's helpful.
Maybe you'll even have a ranger on board when you come and introduce them.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, I have a question as well.
Go ahead.
Mrs. Sparza, is City Plaza, the plaza out in the, I just wanted to make sure, because I've heard so many names called of that. So this is what I have wanted for a long time. I've worked on, so thank you. I know many others have, but I just know that we need this. So thank you.
Fantastic. And one last thing I would like to mention is the ambassadors that will be joining the DRP team will also be trained with our clean and safe team on best practices, outreach, how to do that, a script potentially to use, and also becoming familiar with the various resources in our region.
Will they be in a uniform?
They will be in an ambassador uniform.
Because these are ambassadors, these
Correct.
are part of the downtown bid
Correct.
ambassadors. Okay.
Great. Thank you so much.
All right, well, I'd like to make a motion to approve this item.
All right, thank you. I have a motion from Councilwoman Dewar. Do I have a second?
I don't know if you heard that. Second, Weber.
Okay, no, I didn't. Sorry.
Thanks.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. All right, perfect. Madam Clerk, I believe we're on item C. So at this time, item C11. At this time, do we have any public comment for this open, for the public hearing?
Madam Mayor, we have no public comment registered.
Okay, thank you. So at this time, let the record reflect we are opening up the public hearing. Was proper notice given and any correspondence received?
Proper notice was given and no correspondence was received.
All right, perfect. Okay, at this time, and unless there's any disclosures from council members, I don't believe there are any. So we'll have a staff presentation. Perfect. Let's get going.
Madam Mayor, I'm prepared to make a motion unless the body desires a staff presentation.
I'd like to see a staff presentation, just so that we can ask a couple of questions here and we'll move on. I promise we'll make it short, Deborah. She laughs. Okay.
Okay, good morning, Mayor and council members. Today, what we have in front of you is a public hearing under the Tax Equity and Fiscal Responsibility Act of 1982 to issue tax-exempt bonds for Coral Academy of Sciences. Under the Tax Equity and Fiscal Responsibility Act, the entity that's going to issue the bonds has to hold a public hearing. Being that the Coral Academy does not have a public body in order to hold a public hearing, they hold it at the jurisdiction in which they reside. And so that is why the city is holding the public hearing for them. We do have no responsibility for the issuance of the bonds or the payment of the bonds. We just have the responsibility to hold a public hearing. So we have the public hearing, and then we have a resolution that approves it in order for them to continue with their transaction.
I have a question, Madam Mayor. Dewar.
Go right ahead.
Yeah, I just want to, Deborah, could you explain, I think it's confusing to people that we are required to hold this public hearing. Could you just list the kind of category of projects that fall into this? I mean, on one hand, we have a Coral Academy of Science, but I know we've held others that aren't this.
The ones that we have held here in the city since I've been here have all been for charter schools.
Charter schools. And they're required by NRS to have a public hearing
They're required
in the
by-
jurisdiction.
By federal IRS.
Federal
The Internal
IRS.
Revenue Service requires a public hearing so that we can take public comment on the issuance. And then any public comment then is recorded and part of their
All right,
issuance.
thanks.
Okay.
Move to approve
Any
staff
further
recommendation.
Questions? Okay. All right,
Second.
so I have a motion
Weber.
and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Okay, Madam Clerk, I believe we are on item C3.
Oh, so Madam Mayor,
No.
just for clarification, did we just take a vote on item C11 and C12?
Yes, Madam Mayor, that was my motion.
Thank you.
Oh, sorry.
That's okay. We are on item C2, which is an abandonment, ABN 22-00001 for 900 East 4th Street.
Okay, Councilwoman Weber, I'm going to send it to you.
Thank you. To make a motion?
Well, first of all,
Open the
hold on
public
1
hearing.
second. We've got to open the public hearing. So let the record
Okay,
reflect that we are opening the public hearing. Madam Clerk, was proper notice given? Any correspondence received?
Madam Mayor, proper notice was given and no correspondence was received.
Okay, perfect. So I'm going to hand it over to staff for a presentation and also Councilwoman Weber.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Council, Kyle Chisholm, Associate Planner for the record. I'm here to present the staff report for the 900 East 4th Street alleyway abandonment. And I do have a presentation. Just wait for that to pop up. All right. Perfect. Thank you. Okay, so here's a map showing the requested alleyway abandonment. This is kind of a high-level view, just to give you a little orientation on where it's located. It's just east of South Wells Avenue, north of the Truckee River, and north of the train trench or the railroad. Here's another, and I don't know if you can move that top. Thank you. So this is another map kind of highlighting the subject alleyways shown there in red. And then in orange there, I just wanted to depict another recent abandonment that the council approved back in 2017. The abandonment area is 20-foot wide alley, about 308 feet long. One of the things that some considerations to keep in mind is that the alley is in a failed status. It does not provide primary access to any parcel surrounding it, and the city would no longer be responsible for maintenance and would gain property taxes with the abandonment of this area. Essentially, what would happen is the alleyway would be bisected down the center line, and on each side would go to the property owners on each side of it. The property owner has stated that the alley has become a nuisance. This property owner has bought all of, I don't know if I can see, there we go. All of, I don't know if, hopefully you can see my pointer, but all of this entire block, with exception of these two properties along the railroad, which are owned by the city of Reno and are leased out. So the property owner owns all the abutting properties on the alley. And so here's a couple just photo street view shots of it. You can see kind of the alleyway condition there. It's not really a very safe pedestrian walkway. It is has poor surface quality. There's some illegal encampment just, I mean, on the Google Street View here, as well as an abandoned car. And so this would be the street view from Morill and on the west side, and then Spokane on the east side of the alley. So that being said, staff did not receive any public comments associated with the request, and it's kind of hard to see the motion up there, but staff recommends council make a determination that the public will not be materially injured by the proposed vacation and approve the abandonment. And there is one condition of approval attached, recommended, that preserves the city easements for our public utilities in that alleyway. So, and I'm here for any questions you may have. Stacy Huggins with Wood Rogers on behalf of the applicant is also here and has a presentation if you'd like to hear it.
I have a quick question.
Sure.
Madam Mayor.
Go right ahead.
Okay, Kyle, thank you for that presentation. It explains it very well. About the city's utilities, so if the developer wanted to cover this with one big building, it would be their responsibility to relocate the utilities around their property? Is that correct?
Yes.
And then what kind of utilities? Is it gas line, water line, power line? What do we have here?
All of the above.
Oh.
There's a power line, there's public sewer there, and as well as gas.
Okay, so if they did have to relocate them, we would have to confirm which way we want them located, either to the south on our property or on the right-of-way on 4th Street? I mean,
Yeah, it would, it depends on, of course, what type of development they came in and where they were trying to relocate it and how that would be accommodated with the development. I would assume, it'd have to be in an area that would be uncovered by a building and still be able to let us access. There would still need to be an easement there for us to access.
unless they completely moved it. I mean, they could route it around the entire block.
They, I would say
Theoretically.
that they could potentially do that, yes.
Yeah. And so last thing, usually on these alley abandoned ways, and I'm assuming this, but just if you could confirm, we probably inherited this for free and right, and so we can't charge for its purchase, right?
That is correct.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Madam Mayor,
Go right ahead.
what is the area again, Mr. Chisholm?
The area?
Yeah, the square foot area of the,
Oh, it's just over 6,000 square feet.
okay,
roughly.
about the size of a suburban lot in Reno. And then the alley on either block, it looks like it's continuous on either block?
It is, yes. So I don't know if we can pull the PowerPoint back up, if you don't mind. I can kind of show a picture of that. It ends just west of the site, at the Wells overpass. So I'll show
Yeah,
you a picture
yeah,
here.
okay. And it goes to the east, how many blocks?
It looks like 3 at least.
Okay. And the threshold is that the public will not be materially harmed. And you're recommending that we should be able to make that finding because the alley's in poor condition?
Well, it's in poor condition, and has, according to the applicant, and kind of been demonstrated on my site visits, there's been some illegal camping going on, abandoned vehicles, so it's been somewhat of a nuisance. The applicant has stated that, they've purchased these properties in hopes to rehabilitate and redevelop it. We haven't seen any proposals for that yet. And ultimately, the city would get tax revenue for that, so I didn't see any material injury to the public.
So we're at the point where we've received many of these requests for alley abandonments, and they've been characterized as very simple. But I think that when we've seen the relocation of the sewer lines or the storm drains, it's not that simple. It put curves into flows. I'd like to hear from the engineering on that. It involves cuts where you may not have had cuts in streets. You know, I know we are made whole on that, but you know, it's still a cut in a street is a cut in a street. It's a wound. And also, you know, like when we're going to hear today is over on the other side of West 4th Street, Jacobs wants to close the street for a month out of the year intermittently, the authority to do that, which I question the ability to do that. But, you know, the closing these alleys, and I live, am I timed out here?
30 seconds.
You have 30 seconds.
Oh, thank you. I struggle with the ad hoc basis of these requests. And so I think that we need to get to a point where we're looking at them more comprehensively with a framework and more than just the applicant tells us this or it's in poor condition, because many alleys are in poor condition. So I'm not able to make that threshold of giving away a piece of 100-year-old right-of-way to someone based upon this argument, which is not as convincing as I'd like to be, a little flimsy on my perspective of the analysis.
All right, thank you so much.
Madam Mayor? Madam
Yes,
Mayor, Councilwoman Jordan, whose ward it's in?
yes. I'm sorry. I think I referred to Councilman Weber.
That's okay.
apologize.
It's all right. I just wanted to see if Ms. Huggins wanted to come up and maybe enlighten those to what the plan
I
is.
want to say this. I'm very, very familiar with this parcel, and I did drive by there. And there were people shooting up in that alleyway the other day whenever I was there. Very, very concerning. And so I'm glad that Stacy is here because she's super talented. So I'm sure there's big visions for what is sort of to come. And so Stacy, kind of give us an idea of what's happening.
Well, I appreciate it, Councilmember Jordan and also Madam Mayor. Stacey Huggins, for the record, with Wood Rogers representing the applicant. I guess I just want to sort of step back. The alley in this case is not intended to be redeveloped with a project. They are asking for it to be abandoned so they can clean up the area behind the properties, in between the properties that they own. There have been several homeless camps back there. As Madam Mayor indicated, there have been some unintentional and illegal activities happening behind the building. There have been some theft that happens for the property owners on either side of this. So they're really trying to clean up this area. And this was one way to do it. They can provide gates on both ends to keep people out of that area. They do, in the long term, want to make some improvements to the existing building on the corner and the adjacent 4 parcels, but it will not take development, vertical development onto the alleyway. It will not cut the sewer lines, as you suggested, Councilmember Breckus. They're not looking to change that utility structure through the alley. It really is an effort to clean up the area and provide security for those adjacent parcels. So I hope that kind of answers your question. If you want some more information, the property owner is here and can talk a little more about their big picture plans, if that is something you'd like to hear.
Well, Madam Mayor, if I may.
Go right ahead.
Thank you very much. I'm very familiar with this area, and I would like to say for all the good reasons, but it's not the good reasons. The bad reasons is because this is I would call it a repeat offender alley as it relates to illegal activities, encampments, trash. I have heard from a number of the surrounding businesses and employees with regards to their own safety and their ability to get into the businesses in a safe manner. So I appreciate you coming up and giving that information so that we could have accurate information on the record and not make assumptions. But this is an area that we frequently get complaints about, and have safety concerns regarding, and I am supportive of the abandonment.
And I do want to, I feel like we're on a game show or something.
Yeah. I mean, Madam Clerk, is there a way to like moderate this sound?
No, it's fine. I love that you guys are giving us notice on that 30 seconds because it really helps people wrap up the discussion. So I do love that, but it does feel like a game show. It's totally fine. I'm just laughing. I think it's funny. I do want to point out though, there has been a lot of theft, especially with a lot of the artists down there, because I know a lot of the artists were creating in one of those buildings. I really appreciate Councilwoman Jordan bringing up, I mean, there's always this whole sort of like underlying gotcha sometimes that people think are going on. And so I'm so glad that you clarified that, Stacy. I think that is very, very helpful. But sometimes, I think you got to give credit for a lot of these business owners, especially the ones in those challenging areas. Quite honestly, they're trying to clean up a lot of their own area, and they have a really hard time doing that whenever they don't own part of that land. And I just know from some of the issues that I've dealt with that they can't get assistance unless they own it. So in a lot of ways, it does help them clean up, and it also, they can put in more lighting, all these things that they can do, and it can be really beneficial. So we got to quit assuming that people are going to take something and do, something the opposite way with it. I feel like we live in this crazy conspiracy world now, whether the election is, if that's valid or not. So we got to quit doing that. So I'm just going to ask council, please, first seek to understand, then seek to be understood, please. All right. Thank you so much.
Madam Mayor, could I ask another question of staff?
Yes, you get 3 minutes and then we're going to move on.
Madam Mayor, point of order, though. I know you can't see it, but I have requested to speak. And
Oh, no, I'm sorry. Go ahead. If you were before Councilwoman Breakfast, please go ahead.
Yeah, it's not because I want to be in front of Ms. Breakfast, but just I want to keep us in the normal course and order. I would like to hear from the property owner, just briefly.
Good morning. My name's Josh Terriot. I'm the property owner of all of the properties around this alley here.
Mr. Chariot, do you mind speaking into the microphone, please? That way Mayor Sheeby can hear you.
Is that better? Can everyone hear me all right? Okay. And you'll have to excuse me, I can't see who's speaking, so. I've been, a little background on me. I've been investing in 4th Street for over a decade now. I have been investing down there before the 4th Street Corridor project, before many of the efforts that have been put forth down there, before it became the brewery district. I've invested thousands of hours and millions of dollars. I have 15 buildings. I have 19 parcels. I have brought 15 new businesses to East 4th Street, local businesses. I have helped retain 5 businesses that were down there that have been struggling with customer perception and stuff like that. Many of the buildings I've bought or acquired were vacant. I've restored them. I've put businesses into them. This project, I'm not looking to redevelop. I'm looking to renovate. And I'm going to be back in front of all of you probably soon to try to restore 900 East 4th Street, which is the Reno Brewing bottling plant. The building behind it is the original Martin Iron Works building, which I bought and restored and now have a good local business in that building. So my plan is not to develop over the alley. I can't. My plan is to create a community down there, which is my plan, which has been my plan for 10 years now or more. I've always said that 900 East 4th Street is is the property that's going to enable me to get customers east of Wells. I own the building across the street. I own the firehouse. I own quite a bit. So there's a master plan, and it's really to preserve the history down there. There are vacant lots down there that I own. Yes, I most likely will develop some of them at some point. I'd like to have open area down there, and to the mayor's point and Councilmember Jordan, I deal with all sorts of stuff down there. Needles, defecation, homeless, graffiti. I've put the murals down there. The Lincoln mural, I was the first one that started painting down there. I'm trying to create a community, and I'm not looking for the city to give me anything. I'm looking for the city to help me and enable me to continue creating a community down there, which is in dire need. So that's me. Questions?
All right. Thank you so much. And I don't know if we've met before. I can't remember. So, you know, when I'm talking about sort of the problems, I'm, you know, we don't have a relationship. Like I said, we've never met before, unless maybe there was one time maybe at the chamber that maybe we met. I can't remember. So I just want to put that out there, but I really want to advocate for the businesses that are doing a lot of the work on 4th Street. It has been some of the most challenging real estate that we've had in this city. And for people to put so much pushback and sort of these conspiracy theories out there all the time, when you have businesses and developers coming in and want to revitalizing areas that, quite honestly, if you spend enough time in, you will see the very, very dark side. Many of you guys know my relationship with ASA. I spend a lot of time looking in these alleyways for ASA, and I see a lot of things that are really, really concerning. And so I want to commend those business owners and people that own property down there, because it's very, very challenging. So I just want to put that out there, that I don't know you, sir. I'm not, you know, advocating because of friendship or anything like that, but I'm just saying thank you so much. And so I'm going to send it back to you, Councilwoman Jordan, to give me a motion.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. Move to approve. I do not see that the abandonment of the alley, it does not materially harm the public, and I would move to approve.
Second.
All right.
Weber.
Could I ask?
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Weber, second.
With the preservation of the city's easement, sorry.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. Thank you, Councilwoman Jordan. And then 3 minutes discussion, Councilwoman Breckus.
Well, I really was hoping for a question, and it was helpful to hear from, you know, the applicant and his intentions and plans and his investment. That's great. I, like Ms. Hanson, have a long history in this organization. I started in 98. I think she started in 96. And there was a period of time, and I know we've had a lot of turnover, where we did these things called license agreements, where we would license to a private party and a renewing ability to use right-of-way even. And so it's not abandoned, forever gone from us. It's just they have a license to maintain it, to fence it, to secure it. Did you all think about that? And I know you're from the permitting side, and maybe that used to come from the public works engineering side. Are you familiar with these license agreements?
Yeah, Kyle Chisholm, associate planner. I am not familiar with that. I'm familiar with the like the revocable. When you have private property, we can, essentially allow them in the public rights of way through kind of a revocable agreement that's handled through public works. But I'm not aware of, at least from the development services side, that licensing.
Yeah, and that's where I would be comfortable going with this request. Once you abandon something, it's gone forever. I know it seems insignificant as an alley that we're maybe not able to focus on as much, but it's a 100-year piece of city-owned right-of-way. I think it's a secondary route in that area. I know, I live off an alley, so I really understand how alleys function, and I'm just not ready to do that. And I would really encourage Mr. Manager to explore the license agreements as an alternative to these sort of abandonments, because once they're gone, they're gone. So I won't support the motion, but I want the applicant to know that I see your issue. I just think that we should go about it in a different way rather than giving up forever in perpetuity this right-of-way of ours. Thank you.
And
Madam Mayor, I had my hand up or pressed the button to speak before we took the motion, but I just wanted to commend you, sir, for coming here today and the work and the amount of time you've invested in 4th Street, whatever street it was. That's a lot of investment and redevelopment, and you're to be highly commended. I really appreciate what you're doing. I also wondered just what you plan to do if you do get the alley. Are you planning to fence it, or are you planning to just say, well, now it's private property, and since I own the building on both sides, I own both sides of the alley, and therefore what?
Conceptually, my plan right now, which of course has not been permitted, and it's a concept, but what I've always envisioned for the brewery building is a marketplace. I have the 4 parcels on the east side of it. I have the properties behind it, which will most likely be changed into a different use so that I can create a market area in there so customers can walk freely between the different buildings, not have to worry about auto traffic through the alleys, any sort of unsightly things. It gives me a little more control of the customer safety in that area.
So could it be, like, you would have to get the right kind of permits, obviously, to do this new kind of use. I mean, had you considered having seating out there?
Yeah.
Outdoor seating for your potentially bar? I guess you have to have it roped off appropriately and all, but, or is it sort of more like an open air mall walkway between different businesses? Is that?
That's part of it. We'd like to have, potentially, I'm probably getting ahead of myself, outdoor events. I'd like outdoor seating. Our concept for the brewery building is to have areas where food trucks can pull in, provide a variety of food. There'd be retail down there. I'd really like to make that area, as well as the old Firestone building across the street, into an area where people can come down and spend a few hours. There's coffee, there's beer, there's food, there's shopping, there's hanging out, shade structures, landscape, all that stuff. So it's a larger puzzle. And it's long-term. I'm not going anywhere. My investment into the area, and by the way, I own property in all of your wards, with the exception of Councilman, and a lot of them have been, I've restored 1930s apartments in your district. This is what I do. This is what I enjoy to do.
Yeah.
And I'm in it for the long haul.
Yeah.
So
Well, that was
that's
super
fun.
helpful. I know time is short, so I really appreciated that additional explanation because I can see your vision. And thank you for coming here today.
Madam Mayor, before we take the vote, I also have some comments.
Go right ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think it's an exciting opportunity for this area of 4th Street, and your vision is a good one. I am excited always when someone sort of invests in this community, because I'm rooting for Reno just as much as I'm rooting for you to be successful. I think where I am is somewhere in the middle of Ms. Breckis's concerns and the rest of the colleagues, in as much as the statute is what tells us what we have to find in order to be able to make the abandonment. And it's that there will be no material injury to the public. And I don't believe there will be with your particular request. And so for me, we have a framework to evaluate abandonments. When they come before us, we should evaluate each one of them on their merits. We should evaluate each one of them according to the law and then decide on that basis. I don't believe we need to have a new framework for evaluating abandonments. The part of the problem is we have, as a council of recent years, been stung or bitten by abandonments of the past. And so then what happens is council members, I think, are backpacking those historical baggages into the conversation, which has nothing to do with the applicant here today, and for which I am sorry that is kind of what happens. But we're struggling as a community because we want to make certain that when we abandon something that we own, that we are doing so for good reason. And ultimately, I think, too, I am someone who believes that just because we've owned a thing for 100 years doesn't mean that that purpose is what it shall always be. I mean, this particular alley, I went and drove this alley many times before this hearing, and I try to spend some time along 4th Street. I love Pitch Black, for example, which is just one of my favorite places to hang out in Reno, which I know the role that you've played in that corridor. And again, that tells me, A, that the abandonment is necessary because the alley is dilapidated. It has not been maintained, which is on us, quite frankly, for having not maintained it. But it's more about the fact that once the decision is made to abandon it, we won't have the ability to claw you back. And if for some reason you aren't the person who ultimately does a thing with this parcel, or you sell it and someone else does, we're constrained with what we have decided here today. But at the end of the day, because for me, too, you have the unity of ownership of the parcels around it, it makes no sense for us to hold on to an alleyway which you own all of the adjacent parcels. It's like the unity of these lots becomes more real with your abandonment request. So you have made an excellent application. Ms. Huggins, always professional and appears before us all the time. And so no issues for me at all in making the findings that this would not materially injure the public. In fact, it would be a disservice to the public to try and hold on to it. So thank you for the work that you've all put in. I will be supportive of the motion.
All right, thank you. So Madam Clerk, get me back on track. I believe we have a motion and a second. We had some discussion from Councilwoman Breakfast. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Opposed.
Motion carries. All right. Thank you, everyone. Okay, Madam Clerk, back at you.
All right, Madam Mayor, we're on item C3 for NV Center 1 rezoning.
Okay, thank you so much. At this time, I'm going to send it to our city attorney, Carl Hall, to read the ordinance. And then, but first, before we do that, let me open the public hearing. Let the record reflect that the city council is opening the public hearing. Madam Clerk, has proper notice been given? Any correspondence received?
Madam Mayor, proper notice was given and no correspondence was received.
Okay, thank you so much. And any disclosures from council members? Seeing that there are none, I'm going to send it to the ever so famous Carl Hall. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This is ordinance introduction, bill number 7186, case number LDC 22-00005, NV Center 1 rezoning. Ordinance to amend Title 18, Chapter 18.02 of the Reno Municipal Code entitled Zoning Rezoning, a plus or minus 3.01 acre site located southeast of the intersection of North Virginia Street and Stead Boulevard from mixed-use suburban to industrial commercial, together with matters which pertain to or are necessarily connected therewith. Ward 4.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Go right ahead.
I'm prepared to make a motion. I don't know if we need a presentation.
Okay. Is there any council members that want to see a presentation?
I have a few questions for staff.
Okay.
Yeah, thank
Go
you.
ahead.
Can you bring up the site map? I've become increasingly concerned that this IC zoning district is the one that allows for these large, massive distribution warehouses in proximity to residential. And while I was not successful in having a zoning district carved out specific of that use through the rezoning update, I have had concerns on the piecemeal rezoning of some of these areas to IC. And I want to know, was the applicant allowed to come through for an application free of charge?
Sure. I'll speak to those. I'll kind of run down and answer
Okay,
the
thank you.
last question last. So as we look at that industrial zoning that we saw out there, that came through Reimagine Reno. That was voted for by this council. It was decided that this was an important area for a logistics center. So in that includes warehouse, distribution, manufacturing, those other uses that we saw here. So as you can see, the site is identified with the I there, kind of sits right in the middle of that master plan land designation of industrial. Once again, that came through the Reimagine Reno development that was voted on by most of the people on this council.
So it's the black
It is that black, and then where the I is the subject property
within the block.
within that block. So as we look and we go forward, currently we have a mixed-use suburban on that. That's coming from a translation that came through that zoning code renovation, our recent zoning code update. That went from a North Virginia transit corridor. The most comparable zoning that we had at that coming between those is that mixed-use suburban. What they are proposing is moving that mixed-use suburban
to IC, which is the industrial commercial. So that industrial commercial is not as heavy as you can see the industrial across the street. We're seeing large swath of that industrial commercial. We have seen a number of rezonings coming in under that industrial land use master plan, land use designation. Behind this is where we have that Amazon distribution center currently. And what we're expecting through the zoning code renovation update as we move forward with that is that we will see all these properties go into conforming zoning districts. There are three conforming zoning districts under the industrial master plan. That's industrial, commercial, and planned unit development. So it'll be one of those three that will see all these subsequent parcels coming in the master plan coming through as we can make sure that we're conforming. Once again, that mixed-use suburban is a non-conforming use under that.
What, was there charge to come in and request that?
Oh, yes, and so at this time, what we've done to facilitate that and to not slow down if someone did have a development project or was looking to move forward with something, we've allowed them to come in free of charge to process a master plan amendment or a zoning map amendment at this time. What we would see is that we will be doing that as a city in the near future.
Where is the closest residential?
So if you-
Existing residential?
The existing residential, we have an existing mobile home park. If you look just to the north of the property on the zoning map, there is a small little mixed-use suburban or red crossed. So that was, that has been there. That's a non-conforming use. It is, currently we have that, let me see if I can run forward a couple slides. And this will kind of help to explain that too. So we have, this is a aerial from 2016. And as we look and we come in and we move to 2021, we can see that we have seen a large amount of that warehouse and distribution and other manufacturing coming into that area. So we have residential, not adjacent to this site, but just to the north of it is that mobile home park. That was contemplated in the Amazon distribution. They had to come in for a discretionary process on that. So there is screening provided, walls provided. They made sure that access was safe in that. Any additional proposals that came in, we would anticipate the same, that we'd look to continue to buffer and screen those existing non-conforming residential uses in that area. One of the other things we should look at as we look at this is those uses that are allowed within those two zonings. So currently under that mixed-use suburban, we have residential allowed. And as you can see is through that last aerial where we have seen a number of warehouse and warehouse distribution, those are two things that we like to keep separate. When we have that heavy industrial and we don't want to perpetuate residential development in that area. Additionally, healthcare facilities, education facilities where we're seeing people moving in and out, they are permitted within the mixed-use suburban and they're not permitted in the industrial commercial. And then finally on the bottom, that warehouse and distribution, it's currently administrative review. It would be allowed by right to move through under that industrial commercial to ease that process. What we have seen out there, because of drainage ways and some of the slopes and those large pads that happen, we usually get a cut and fill, which is a discretionary review, or we will get, or we'll get disturbance of a major drainage way. So we're seeing that before the public, and the public's seeing that again usually on most of those sites.
Could I ask a question on the slide? I'm not sure who to ask for permission, but I'm a little bit confused about this slide. So you have some items that are colored. So for example, mixed-use suburban, you have the word allowed in red, but then industrial commercial not permitted. But then on warehouse distribution, you have both items colored. And then other ones, are those to represent changes because they're not all
Yeah, and what I'm trying to
equal?
represent
I
there,
don't
as
really
we look
get
at that residential, we would, when Steph's looking at that, where we have seen large amounts of industrial commercial development happening, we would like to discourage or not allow for residential. So that's why that's in red. It's allowed, and that's something we probably would not want to allow. Additionally, those healthcare facilities where we're seeing them allowed in the mixed-use suburban, that I wanted to highlight in that not permitted, that those are uses that aren't permitted in that zoning district. So we're not worried about providing a hospital or some other educational facility out there where we're seeing additional traffic, additional pedestrians, and safety issues on that. So additionally, on that warehouse, the administrative review, just wanted to highlight that is a discretionary process, where if we did come through the industrial commercial, that we'd be seeing that as an allowed process.
When you say allowed, just go straight to building permit without a staff
The
review?
use itself would go. Now, there could be other discretionary, as I mentioned, you could have a cuts and fills, or you could have disturbance of a major drainage way that would bring it before, a public hearing.
Thank you. Madam Mayor, did you have anyone have any other questions? Hearing none. Madam Mayor?
Yes, go right ahead.
Mr. Oswald, I'll go ahead and make a motion.
All right, I have a
And we
I have a
had no
motion.
public comment, right?
No.
We have no
I have
public
a
comment.
motion. Do I have a second?
Wait, can I just say, can I
Go right
explain
ahead.
the motion? Okay, I move to uphold the recommendation of the Planning Commission and refer this bill for a second reading and adoption.
Okay, so I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
In terms of discussion,
Go ahead, discussion.
I had some big hesitations when we adopted the zoning code, and that was the warehouse distribution being a broad and encompassing use, because I think the health concerns of those trucks in proximity residential is a public health crisis coming our way. Now, I know here we have a very mixed area of a mobile home park, but I think that we're not on the right approach in administering the zoning code that I did adopt for, and that is the free review, because I thought we were going to look at all these areas, and what we're doing is we're going straight to the rezonings and not looking at them through neighborhood planning, which I thought we were going to do. We haven't put in, we've looked at different zoning districts. Should we put in different zoning districts? We haven't done that. So I'm very uncomfortable continuing to put zoning districts that go straight to warehouse distribution in proximity to homes. And that's what this is set up to do. So I won't support the motion. Thank you.
So there's a motion and a second, Madam Mayor.
Thank you so much. I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
No.
All those opposed. Motion carries. Okay,
Matt, I'd like to ask a question of our
go right ahead.
our staff, if I could. If we have approved conditions on, we've worked through our zoning codes and what have you, how can, I guess anyone can complain about it, but we have a process, our staff is working through a process. Is everything that's going to happen in the North Valleys or in Ward 4, is it always going to be that other council, my colleagues, can keep saying, well, I didn't vote for it, so now I,
Councilmember Weber, Councilmember Reckes, I believe, and I don't want to put words in her mouth, but what I take her comments to mean is that she objects to the manner in which the changes that were rolled out in the master plan are now being implemented through the zoning code, whether because the changes are too minute in scale by going on a parcel by parcel basis without considering the broader spectrum of what's around it. And so it's just a matter sort of how she would prefer to see it occur. We lose a little bit of control over that process when the individual property owners come in and ask for their property to be rezoned. But it's sort of just a two sides of the same coin sort of argument. What's the best manner in which to implement the plan?
yeah, and I appreciate that. I just think that our staff has done the work and that the Planning Commission approved and moved it forward. And I understand that there are questions, but it just seems like, this process went through the correct process, and we can always, I guess, say no. So thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
All right, thank you. Madam Clerk, back to you.
Madam Mayor, we are moving on to item C4, which is LDC 220006, NV Center 2.
Okay, thank you. So I'm going to open up the public hearing and then I will send it to Mr. Carl Hall. But anyway, at this time, let the record reflect that the city council is opening the public hearing. Madam Clerk, was proper notice given? Any correspondence received? I'm also going to ask any council members if they have any disclosures.
Madam Mayor, proper notice was given and no correspondence was received.
Okay, perfect. So right now I'm going to send it to Carl Hall and then we will come back for a staff presentation.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Ordinance introduction, bill number 7187, case number LDC 22-00006, NV Center 2 rezoning. Ordinance to amend Title 18, Chapter 18.02 of the Reno Municipal Code entitled Zoning. Rezoning a plus or minus 4.94 acre site located south of the intersection of North Virginia Street and Stead Boulevard from mixed-use suburban to industrial commercial, together with matters which pertain to or are necessarily connected therewith. Ward 4.
All right, perfect. Thank you so much. Okay, staff presentation.
Good afternoon, City Council. Brooke Oswald, Associate Planner with Development Services, for the record. I'll run through my presentation this time, and it probably won't be as disjointed about how we're approaching this and how staff's looking at it. As was mentioned, this is very similar to the last project we just looked at. Same area, same exact request. It's approximately a 5-acre site. It sits just to the south of Stead Boulevard, North Virginia Street. They're asking for a rezoning. They're going for a non-conforming, or moving from a non-conforming mixed-use suburban to a conforming industrial commercial. When staff looked at this, we looked at two main key issues: that compatibility with the surrounding zoning districts and uses, and that compatibility with the master plan. Just want to say, we often hear zoning map amendment. I want to say, you'll often hear rezoning too, and people will refer to that rezoning for the public to have an understanding. As we look through this, once again, we look through that Reimagine Reno and how this area was designated as a logistics center, and that industrial master plan land use designation was applied. The site is currently where the I is on that site. To the left of that, we have an SPA that's a special planning area. That is the joint Reno-Stead corridor plan. That is a corridor plan that has been sunsetted by both the county and Truckee Meadows Regional Planning Commission. The city is currently working on sunsetting that also. The underlying zoning there is industrial, and we would anticipate an industrial master plan land use being applied to that.
And before you change that, Brooke, could you just explain the colors again? Or just point to the property, and then what is this blue?
Sure.
Is that the
property with the I is the subject property.
But could you do it with your?
Sure.
I'm sorry, I'm a little sight challenged
Yep.
sometimes.
That's the subject
Okay.
property. The striped property blue to the left is that special planning area, the joint Reno-Stead corridor plan.
Yeah. And is that just open land, or is that mountainous, or is it flat? Or
We have some vacant parcels. Right here, Copart, I don't remember if it made the appeal to this commission or not, but there is a large auto wrecking yard right to the side. And then the corridor that runs down here is a railroad corridor.
So it doesn't have a road, or the railroad's on the side of the road?
Correct.
Okay, got it.
So very similar to the last request, it is the property that is outlined currently has a mixed-use suburban. It'll be going to an industrial commercial. Same applies here. We'd anticipate in the future that all those properties will go to one of three zonings: a planned unit development, industrial, or industrial commercial. And that will be through a city process.
You just changed it to a gray. Was it the red stripes before?
Yes.
That's current.
That's the
Mixed
current.
suburban.
Yep, mixed suburban, which is not conforming under the Reimagine Reno Master Plan
Right,
land
they
use
were
designation.
conforming before, but now not.
Yes, that area through the Reimagine Reno was moved to a logistics center and moved forward that
And
way.
the gray is this new IC.
Correct.
That they want, okay.
So once again, we'll go through this. This is 2016. With that industrial land use coming on, we've seen many requests for rezoning. So we've seen the old North Virginia Transit Corridor go to IC, some of the mixed use. With that, we have seen tremendous growth in that warehouse and distribution along that North Virginia corridor. At the same time, we're seeing residential development going in across I-395 that's supportive of that workforce and that support of that, that housing. Additionally, the Regional Transportation Commission, they have their Regional Transportation Plan, 2021 to 2025. They are looking from Panther Road to Stead Boulevard. That will be going from 2 lanes to 4 lanes with a multimodal and then additional additional decel lanes going in at that time. That's currently under design. And then they will be moving forward between 2026 and 2030. They'll be moving forward to implement that. So we'll see 4 lanes going in and out there. We'll see multimodal, which would be transit and bus. We'll see sidewalks, parkways, additional amenities coming in within the next decade. Going through the uses, this is similar to the last table you saw. Residential is currently allowed under that mixed-use suburban. With that heavy industrial, that's something we'd like to discourage in that area. Also, those other healthcare facilities, educational facilities are not permitted with that industrial commercial, which is something we'd like to keep out of those heavier industrial areas. And then that warehouse distribution, instead of being an administrative review, is allowed by right. So there are a number of applicable findings. We have our general findings and then our findings per NRS. This meets all the statutes are in staff's review. It meets all applicable sections of the Nevada Revised Statutes. It's in substantial conformance and consistency with the Reno Master Plan. It's in compliance with the Title 18 Reno Land Development Code. It mitigates traffic, and we're looking at providing a safe environment. So the Planning Commission recommends council adopt the requested zoning map amendments by ordinance. With that, I'll leave you with a proposed motion, and I'm available for questions as necessary.
Madam Mayor.
All right. Go right ahead.
Councilwoman Breckus.
I was a little confused. The IC across that you showed from the Reno State Quarter Joint Plan, I think you were calling it SBA, but then when you got into the zoning map, you showed that as IC.
Is it, that I misspoke. I thought it was industrial under, but it is industrial commercial underneath that. So we would see, with the sunsetting of that SPA, we would anticipate that would be an industrial master plan land use designation, which is conforming to the underlying IC zoning.
Where are you at on the progress of doing that through the work program?
That is something that we have, our principal planner is working on that, and we're working with a number of other priorities of this council. It is one of those that is a priority, and we're moving to basically align the master plan and the zoning is our next step as we move forward.
Yeah, I mean, that's been my consistent objection is, you know, these one-offs without looking at this area comprehensively and looking at the bufferings between particular uses. But is that one across the railroad? That's Copart?
Correct.
And they're annexed?
They are within the city of Reno, yes.
But they have a special use permit that's kind of grandfathered from
They have
Washoe
a special
County?
use permit that, I know this, I was the planner on the case. That is a special use permit that came from Washoe County. And then when we annexed that, we honored that.
Okay.
And they have moved to continue that use on that property.
Okay. Did they expand closer to this subject site on that? Weren't they?
No, they expanded, it would have been expanding to the west.
Okay, okay, thank you.
Any other questions? I'm ready to make a motion, Madam Mayor.
Go right ahead.
There was no public comment, correct? Okay, I just wanted to make sure. I move to uphold the recommendation of the Planning Commission and refer Bill number 7187 for a second reading and adoption.
All right, I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. All right. I would just say at this time, I think we should, what time is it? Oh, it's almost 1 o'clock. I think we should break for lunch for an hour, and then we will resume the meeting.
Madam Mayor?
Yes, go right
Madam
ahead.
Mayor, but before we break, if I could have 1 minute of indulgence?
Go right ahead.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I just wanted to acknowledge and thank our city staff, our city manager for these pink masks that we're wearing here today. And I know, Madam Mayor, if you were here, you probably have yours and wear it proudly at home. It goes so much beyond the pink. It is Breast Cancer Awareness Month. But I would ask that these masks and the pink represent a day of action. For those of you that aren't familiar, in 2015, I went for a standard mammogram and it was clear. But due to some amazing friends who were advocating for women to understand their breast density and have additional screenings if they have dense breast tissue, to have those additional screenings. And they were Heather Reimer, Lori Winfelt, and Wendy Damani, with each one tell one. Through that screening, I was diagnosed with breast cancer. Madam Mayor, I get emotional over this. It's not for myself. I am 5 years out now and I'm healthy and I'm thankful. But we can all relate to those who didn't survive. We have them amongst our staff. Madam Mayor, you lost your sister. So I'd asked everybody who's wearing pink this month to take action and not just wear the pink. Talk to somebody, ask them if they know what their breast density is, ask them to get their mammograms, save someone's life, and each one tell one. Thank you.
So well said, Councilwoman Jordan. And thank you, for that and your bravery, because you inspired a lot of people through your journey and talking about it. So I'm super, super grateful, for the awareness you bring, because it's so, so important. We actually should start every council meeting like that. Honestly, we should, because women should not die from this. So thank you. Thank you so much. All right. I will see you guys in an hour. We will come back at 2:00. Okay. Thanks, everyone. Madam Clerk, can you hear me?
We can hear you. I believe we can get started whenever you're ready.
Okay, perfect. Okay, Madam Clerk, if everyone is in the room, I can't tell. I don't have that screen available, so if you can pull that up, that would be fantastic. And so we're going to go to item C5. So right now, we are going to open the public hearing. So let the record reflect that the City Council is opening up the public hearing, Madam Clerk. And at this time, I'd like to ask you, was proper notice given and any correspondence received?
Madam Mayor, proper notice was given. Correspondence was received via reno.gov online public comment portal or by email to our office with 68 comments, 5 in favor of the project, 57 in opposition of the project, and 6 expressing concerns. In addition, we don't have any public comment registered live at this time.
Okay, seeing that we don't have any public comment registered at this time, I am going to make a disclosure. And then after that, we are going to have staff presentation and other presentations that are necessary. Okay.
Madam Mayor, I apologize. I should note that we do have about 10 voicemails that do need to be played as well.
Oh, okay.
Do
Go
you
right
want-
ahead. Let's
okay,
go,
perfect.
Let's go into public comment and then we'll get back on track. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Amy O'Brien. I'm a resident of Reno, born and raised here. I am leaving a comment on the Jacobs Development Agreement. I'm really concerned that it hasn't been publicly vetted and that we haven't really given it full consideration. It seems like the city is giving a lot to Jacobs Entertainment, and there's not a lot that Jacobs Entertainment is obligated to return to our community. And so I'm hoping that the city will not approve this agreement until there's been more thorough public discussion about what Jacobs Development will be offering to our community. Thank you.
Hi, this is Darlene Arnold. I live at 255 North Sierra Street, the Montage. It would be nice if the people living downtown could hear about what is being proposed for the Neon Line District before it's approved. Thank you.
Hi, this is Ilya Arbitman speaking. The weather has changed and life on the streets is hard any time of the year, but as temperatures drop, it becomes rapidly more dangerous and difficult. It is no surprise the day after the first snow, the CARES campus is full to capacity. That's 604 beds, a staggering and shameful number. It's also not surprising that the promise of overflow beds was, like many other promises made, disingenuous. There are no overflow beds, and we are now in an emergency situation. I ask that the city immediately reopen Record Street as a temporary emergency shelter for women and couples. The CARES tent has never been and is not safe for single women, and in fact, they will no longer admit them there. Record Street is still functional and ready to reopen in an emergency situation, which this is. I ask that the city immediately resume the summarily abandoned negotiations with RISE about operating Women's Safe Camp. RISE is well positioned to take on some of this work and actually do it properly, but this collaboration must be done in good faith. The city had promised $1.5 million, and unless this money evaporated somehow, this funding should be readily available towards this vital purpose. I ask that the city work with the county to implement heating options at the Safe Camp. The only answer to the question of what are the warming options for the Safe Camp through the winter was, well, they can go to the CARES tent. They cannot do that anymore. So let's get creative and actually fulfill our responsibilities to the people we are supposed to be helping. Allocate funding to heating the Safe Camp immediately. Finally, I demand, as usual, to stop the sweeps. We have received some informal information that due to shelter capacity, there are no sweeps ongoing. But as is so often the case with words and promises made, they are not the same as actions taken. So I'll believe it when I see it. In the meantime, all sweeps must cease immediately. If their inhumanity was clear before, it would now be illegal as well as cruel to continue brutally harassing people struggling to survive in the wintertime in a city that has failed its most vulnerable. On another note, I ask that the city move the Jacobs negotiations to a further date when the public has actually had time to review this draft development agreement, which the details of which are incredibly vague and which is not ready for any kind of vote at this point until the public has actually had a chance to have some input. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Hi, this is Judith Lockwood. I live in Collin Ranch. I'm just reading through the Jacobs proposal. I am totally opposed to it as it stands. I don't think it should be approved at this time by City Council. It's murky, imbalanced, and rushed, and it does not does anything for the city of Reno and its citizens to make the city any better. So please don't take on this development as it stands. It's not even clearly defined. So I am opposed. Judith Lockwood, 3810 North West Point Drive, Reno, Nevada, 89509. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Yes, my name is Mac Rossi. I'm a resident of the city of Reno, and I am in question over the Jacob development for the Sky Park or the Sky Walkway, and also the amphitheater that doesn't appear to need no more parking, which I think we do need. Please, it needs more review before anything is approved. And the Sky Park walkway, I don't see a need for it unless there's plenty of parking going both ways. Thank you very much.
Yes, if this concerns Jacobs Entertainments, any compensation should not be given to them. They have done nothing but leave vacant, dirty lots all over the city of Reno. If you go across to Arlington, 4th Street, 5th Street, Nevada, there's a parking lot that's been sitting there for years that is really a dump site. And if you don't believe me, I have pictures to prove it. All right? It is a dump site. They do not clean it. And every lot that is around, they've left nothing but dirt because they can't get everything. I lived at the courtyard on 4th Street, 601 West 4th Street. Oh, last year they took over. It was actually almost 2 years ago now. And they took over the property, said we had a year. 1 month later, they're kicking us out. They're telling we got to move. We got to get out of here. By February, they had me moved. All right? They have done absolutely nothing with that property. They painted a little bit, put some new windows in. No one lives there. City is making absolutely no income on that property as far as rental property for people that would rent the rooms there. All right? It is vacant. Has been now for almost 2 years. Because they don't want to administrate it. They didn't get what they want. They didn't get the condominiums next door to it. They didn't get the desert rose. Okay, I want to look at their design drawings for this glow thing on 4th Street between Washington and Ralston. As I remember, they were going to put up a circus tent of some sort. They were going to have that parking lot completely, not dirt, completely asphalted by the end of last year. They have done none of that. Okay? The back end of that glow farm, or whatever they call it, isn't even fenced properly. It has a temporary fence in it, and there is still a bunch of dirt. All right? They deserve no compensation. They are not to be trusted. They are not to be trusted. They do not deserve any compensation. Period.
This is Robert Fagan. I'm a resident at 255 North Sierra Street in Reno, and I just asked that the City Council not vote on the Neon Line Development Agreement until a public workshop is held. Thank you very much. This is 3:30 on October 12th, 2021.
Hello, this is Todd Upton. I've been in the Reno area my whole life. I'm calling about the C5 Reno Neon Sign project. I was just calling to give my support for the project. We have a developer family that is ready to spend some money and make this place better, and it's going to take a commitment between the city and the developer to do that. So very in support of it. Let's get this place looking nice. Finally make a change down on 4th Street. We have been talking about it, and finally we have an opportunity to do this. So I think we should do it. Thank you.
My name is Susan Sperber. My husband, Peter Measle, and I own 2 properties in Ward 5 in downtown. One at 255 North Sierra Street, the Montage, and the other at 50 North Sierra Street, the Palladio. We have well over $1 million invested in these properties, and we are calling to express our vigorous support for the Neon Line District. Please put us on the record as supporting the Neon Line District. Thank you.
All right, Madam Mayor, with that, we have no additional public comment.
Okay. All right, perfect. Thank you so much. Okay, Madam Clerk, I want to put this on the record like I have done for probably the last 8-9 years. So I want to make that very apparent and also be extremely transparent. In the interest of full transparency, I'm disclosing the fact that I have a personal relationship with Jessica Sferraza. I understand she's been retained by the applicant as a consultant on this project. I have sought guidance from our city attorney. I have no commitments or financial ties to her or obligations. I want to make that very clear. Please accept this disclosure for the record, Madam Clerk. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, with that being said, we are moving on. And love to have a staff presentation at this time.
Good afternoon, council members, Madam Mayor. For the record, Jeff Lippert, Revitalization Manager. The last time this item was before council was in April of this year. At that meeting, council wanted staff to pursue with the developer to negotiate this development agreement and bring it back. Since that time, staff has been working with the developer on simplifying that agreement, and I think as you'll see after we get through the presentations and have discussions on this, you'll see that the more contentious items such as tax increment financing, the property disposals, and some of the regulatory requirements that were required back then, most of that has been removed and simplified this agreement quite significantly. I think at the end of the day, you'll be able to see that the potential benefits that this project brings to the area in the district and our downtown far exceed the minimal credits or minimal risk that the city will be exposed to by extending some of the credits and relaxing some of the regulatory requirements. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Gordon for a presentation, and then staff will be available for discussion.
Excuse me, Madam Mayor?
Go ahead.
I have questions of staff. I'd like to ask, staff is making a recommendation to us. I'd like to ask staff a little bit more about their recommendation before Mr. Gordon comes up.
I'd be happy to give a recommendation now, or I can give a recommendation after the presentations and discussions have been had.
Well, your recommendation is in the staff report.
Correct.
So I have questions, just kind of outline for staff, that I don't want to ask the person who's asking us for something. I want to ask you, who helps us make decisions.
Correct.
Okay.
Mr. Limpert, why don't we do this? Why don't we pull up your slide deck?
Okay.
You run through, build the foundation for the council, answer the council's questions, and then we'll turn it over to.
Okay, that works too.
That's fine. And I just want to remind council members that everyone gets 3 minutes and then a second round of 3 minutes. And then we vote, and then you get deliberation. So I just want to keep everyone on track.
I think most of us are very aware of the district that we're referring to, but just to refresh everyone's minds on where the district is, the image to the left there shows the district as proposed in the development agreement, that it is bounded by I-80 to the north, Keystone Avenue to the west, West 2nd Street to the south, and then West Street to the east. Image on the right there shows the various property ownerships of Jacobs and its affiliates. All of these properties are contained within that district as shown to the left. Their development vision, includes up to 3,000 residential units being built out over a 20-year development period. It also includes additional improvements to the Sands Regional Hotel Casino. They've already been in the process of improving that property, and they commit to continue that into the future. It also includes an amphitheater, additional artwork to the great pieces that are already existing in that district, and then expanded commercial, retail, green space, convention, and entertainment venues. As I've already stated, the work that's been done since April of this year was to simplify this agreement, by removing the tax increment financing provisions, by removing property disposals. Those are moving under different agreements, and then also simplifying the regulatory requirements for their development. The first thing is you'll notice that within these two districts, the orange area represents the entertainment district, mixed-use entertainment, and then the purple is the mixed-use northwest quadrant. So within this district, you have those two various zoning districts, and according to the agreement, any proposed development will be consistent with the applicable zoning at the time they come in for the building permit. So, they're just going to be following the current regulations that are in municipal code as it stands. So the orange is the mixed-use downtown entertainment district, and then the purple is the mixed-use downtown northwest quadrant. So those, both of them. Orange and purple. So again, 80 being your northern boundary, Keystone, which is that, Keystone is right here, 2nd Street, and then west. So most of it's going to be the northwest quadrant, with that southeast portion being the entertainment district. So the one concession that they would be asking in this is related to their sales building. Under code as it is right now, in order to meet the Florida area ratio, they would have to build a 2-story building to be in compliance with code. And that does seem to be a little extraneous to require a 2-story building that's essentially going to be used as a sales building. So there's been a lot of discussion about the pedestrian walkway concept. Again, this development agreement really just notifies and puts the city on notice that is the intent of the developer to move forward with this concept in the future. In the development agreement, we do not provide any right to them to develop this. They have to come back to city council and obtain a conditional use permit. At that time they do that, whatever standards are in place at the time is what they would have to build to. So again, this development agreement is not providing them anything in right. Same thing with street closures. For the development to occur, there are going to be construction impacts, and that's going to impact some street closures. They'll work with staff and Public Works to get, provide us 60-day notice to notify what streets need to be shut down in order to help with their construction. They will take the necessary steps to ensure that traffic is mitigated, traffic issues are mitigated as best they can, as well as any pedestrian activity in that area as well. The bigger component is going to be that, they are asking for up to a maximum of 30 days per year for special events. These would be along West 4th Street between Keystone and West Street. Again, the important thing to note in this development agreement, though, is that they do not obligate the city to provide these street closures for their special events. So they would be coming back to the city at that time to work with our special events individuals to obtain the necessary permits to move forward with that special event that they're doing. The agreement does not provide by right them the opportunity to close streets. So the other concerns out there are the signs in this district. The development agreement discusses 3 area identification signs. 2 of the 3 signs are going to be subject to the applicable standards at the place and time of application. So again, the agreement's not providing any special benefit to the developer in terms of the signs. So that kind of moves us into the regulatory allowances that the agreement is going to provide to the developer if approved by this council. With the archway sign that's going to occur just east of Keystone and Fourth, is they would like to have the gaming overlay district requirements be applicable to the development of this sign. This sign in the image that you see here is roughly 110 feet by 30 feet high. In order to have that, they would need to have that gaming overlay district conditions apply to that sign. And it would just apply to the sign. It doesn't apply to anything else within the district. Additionally, they are required to set up a fund to provide the maintenance, repair, and operations of that sign. The other regulatory allowance is to approve streetlights consistent with the image shown here. These would only be along 4th Street. This moves us into the financial incentives and credits for the development. I think it's important to know with these items listed here that many of these already exist in code or we've used in other ways with other developments. So the biggest thing that we're doing with many of these credits are we're extending them out beyond what code already allows us to do. Again, this is something that is allowed to them or afforded to them or they've accumulated over time, and we allow them to extend that over time. Just so that we're on the same page with pedestrian amenity credits in terms of what they are, they include walkways, plazas, artwork, fountains, seating, landscaping, and recreational facilities. So when a project normally comes in, 1% of the project's development cost must go towards pedestrian amenities. That's or minus any land cost or financing cost, so just the building of the property. Those amenities may be located outside of or within buildings. I think the important thing to note here is that pedestrian amenities do not apply to things that are required by code. So any of the landscaping that's required by code, whatever street walk widths are required by code, those would not be eligible towards the pedestrian amenity. However, if you're building a 12-foot sidewalk and it's a 6-foot requirement, that additional 6 feet that is built would be applicable to the pedestrian amenity. The developer is essentially looking to receive a credit for the work that's already been completed. If you want to look at this in a different way, they've kind of preloaded their development with things that they would have to do in the future. So they did it in the beginning rather than in the middle or after the development's been created. In the agreement, they provided a list of the development or the items that they determined or believed to be pedestrian amenities. Staff has up to 6 months to review that list with the developer to determine whether or not all of the things that they provided to us are in fact eligible to be considered part of this pedestrian amenity credit. So in essence, that number may go down after staff does their review with the developer. Sewer connection fee credits. Again, our code already allows this. It's 5 years after the time the building comes down. So in this case, I believe the sewer credits for most of the Jacobs properties start coming off the books in year 2022, with the last ones coming off around 25, 26. What they're asking for in this agreement is to have this extend out over a 20-year lifespan. And in addition, though, it's not just they're good for 20 years. They would be required to start spending this down in year 5. By year 5, they would be required to utilize 35% of those credits, 65% by year 10, 85% by year 15, and 100% by year 20. Again, similar to the pedestrian amenities, they provided us a list of the values associated with what they believe to be those sewer connection fee credits. That totals are roughly about 1.6. Our Public Works Department has already reviewed that list. They're notionally okay with it. We will scrub it some more. We have 6 months to do that, and we'll ensure that whatever number is provided to the developer through this development agreement is in fact the number that we think it should be. I've lost. There we go. So fee deferrals. Again, this is an item that we've used before. It would be very similar to the 1,000 Homes program. I want to make it clear this is not part of the 1,000 Home program, but again, the structure of it would be very similar in how it would act. In addition, again, this is something that is allowed in our code. We can defer sewer connection fee deferrals for up to 1 year. So we are essentially allowing them an additional 4 years in sewer fee deferrals through this agreement. So again, the totality would be a 5-year deferral period, and every year, 20% of that deferral needs to be paid down so that 100% of it's paid for by year 5. It would be only applicable to the first 10 years of the agreement. So it wouldn't run the full 20 years, just the first 10 years. The other thing that staff was concerned with when we originally looked at this was the fact that we didn't want too many of these credits being exposed in the front end of this project, and that there would be some harm to any of our funds, and that we had $5 million in credits outstanding. So we've capped it at no more than $1.5 million outstanding at any time during the 10-year period and beyond. So residential construction tax, again, this is an item that is required for developers when they come in with a new development. It applies to the residential dwelling units. It would essentially be $1,000 per unit. It goes towards the build out of neighborhood parks, for financing improvements to existing parks. So what's really different in this, it's a minor difference in that when these funds come in, they go to the park district in which they were generated in. So this would be Park District 2. However, with the first 5 years of this agreement, any of the RCT that comes in would be dedicated to the district area. So that is the one thing that's really different with the RCT. It's still going to happen and occur, but it's going to be directed to the district in the first 5 years only. Additionally, the developer is to provide the land without compensation, and it's going to be available for the public. This would not be a private park. The last two considerations that I will discuss is the sustainability requirements. They will strive to implement those goals that are set forth in our master plan. However, very specifically to the agreement as to what they will do in terms of sustainability is to provide charging stations for every 50 parking spaces. For every project that comes in that doesn't necessarily meet that threshold but does provide at least 10 parkings, they will still provide one stall for electric vehicles. Development review, if they, within the first year, they're required to come back to council and provide a report as to what they've done and to what the next couple of years look like in terms of the development schedule. It would be biennial thereafter, or 24 months. And I think it's important to note for this council, let's assume that for whatever reason, the developer does not live up to the terms of this agreement, or the community or this council doesn't feel that they're living up. There is a process under NRS that allows them to unilaterally amend or cancel the development agreement with the public hearing. So should we get to a point where we really feel that they're not living up to their end of the agreement, there is this clause under NRS that gives us that kind of cover. Additionally, I think it's important to note for the developer too that in that agreement, they are provided an opportunity to cure. So similar to many of our other contracts, we would provide notice that they're not performing. They would have 60-day cure period. But if it goes beyond that period, then we have this to follow through with as well. So the final thing is our staff recommendation. As we've outlined in this, as you can see, the benefits to the city, the potential benefits if this development is successful, far outweighs any of the risks that have been shown here. I mean, the risks are very minor in that we do not have any general fund coming out. We don't have any redevelopment funds coming out. We are essentially taking funds that are already accumulated by the developer in some form or fashion and extending them out in some way or directing them specific to the district. So again, I think, this new agreement's very equitable to the city and its residents, and it's one that the staff can stand behind and, provide this recommendation to council to proceed. With that, I can answer questions, or we can move into other presentations.
Madam Mayor, I do have a question. I know you can't see the screen.
Go right ahead.
Okay. My first and most basic question is just going back to your very first slide on the map. So I've seen maps of this district that were 9 blocks big, 15 blocks big, and I just counted up, if we count the orange and the purple, that's about 25 blocks. And where I'm confused is, I've also seen land ownership of Jacobs, which seems to cover about 9 blocks. There you go. So this only goes, I think, if I can read it from here to 5th, but the map on your left goes to I-80. So I'm confused just what the very basic term of the agreement is. Is it the land they own, or is it a wider area?
That's correct. And most of the benefits provided within this agreement, or most of the language used, is going to be on their property. So while we've defined a district, this development agreement applies to the uses on their property for the most part.
Okay, well, so that's where I'm a little confused, because obviously a lot of other people own property in the area shaded in purple. And so, I mean, let's say the signs that they want to announce the district. I mean, what if the other people don't want to be in that district? Or what if they want it to be called a different name, or anything different from what the 9 blocks of ownership that Jacobs has? That's where I just trying to understand.
Yeah, and I think it's probably important to note from a staff level and from the city's perspective, I'm not aware that we've actually branded this the Neon Line District. This is a branding that Dave came up with, no different than Midtown or the Riverwalk District. For the most part, those areas, are self-branded in some way.
But with the purple area, like if we enter in this agreement, which they're talking about signage, that's usually like branding, is that applied to the purple area?
No, according to the agreement, it applies to only those 3 area identification signs. The 2 they call out within in the development agreement. There's other ones that they will potentially want to come under, but in the agreement, they are required to do it in accordance with whatever the applicable sign standards are.
Different way. What is the purple area then?
It is just a generalized area of what the district represents.
Would it be called that, or the northwest quadrant? This is why I'm just trying to understand. Does it only apply to the blue, or is it the purple too?
Again, I think this is a district that they are self-defining, whether or not the city council would want to, or whether they would come forward to specifically define this.
All right, so my last question for you right now is, I was actually the sponsor, and that's our 30 seconds, motion maker for development of agreements, and I've been supportive. I looked back in our Title 1808, 805 initiation, and it talks about them filing an application for a development agreement, a filing fee, and it says that a council member, the mayor, or, any council member or the mayor, or the council member for that ward could sponsor it, which I think it crosses 2 wards. So my question is, does this one have a sponsor?
I do not, my understanding is that council provided us to move forward with the development agreement.
Yeah.
Whether that is considered a sponsorship, I don't know.
I'm just reading off our code, and I was just asking, I don't know if they did these things, so I'm just checking the boxes right now.
Gotcha.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Mayor, this is Councilmember.
Go ahead.
Okay. I'm familiar with the development agreement process. I wrote the development agreement ordinance as a city planner here in the early 2000s, and I was involved in writing the first development agreement or shepherding that through the approval process. The NRS 2780201 says you have to describe the properties you have the legal or equitable interest in, and those I would presume are the blue, right?
Correct.
Okay, so I am struggling with the relationship of those who are in this area but not owned and having an equitable interest, and the applicability of this agreement to them. I'm also questioning about insertion of properties into this development agreement as added. Would that be allowed? If you bought a new property, would it be allowed to be added into the development agreement?
Yes, it would. My understanding is it would be.
Okay,
That
then
would be part of the other reason I was too sorry for cutting off to having that district defined as they purchase more properties. Should they purchase more properties, then it's defined that it's included in that district.
Since we decided not to enter into utilize our redevelopment agency powers with this request, we're straight city planning, straight city authorities under 278. And there's a section in there about participation in relationships of parties. And I have particular questions about how we plan to participate if we do approve this. I was told about 6 weeks ago, a property owner, a motel owner in the area, reached out to me. Jacobs had been approaching her for maybe multiple years to sell her property to them, and she has resisted consistently. Mr. Jacobs, or his realtor, called her and said, "There's a meeting next Thursday. I'd like you to come down to the tower at the Sands and be at this meeting." She said, "I don't know, I'll think about it." few days later, according to her, Mr. Manager, you called her up. And you said, I'm Doug from the city. I want you to come down and be at this meeting with Mr. Jacobs about his sale offer to you, as how she reported it to me. And she said, I guess you didn't initially say you were the city manager, and you also said to her, she said, will this be at City Hall? And you said, no, down at Jacob's office. And I want to understand if you understand your role to be helping Mr. Jacobs acquiring properties through the guidance we gave to you previously or through this.
So
Because, you know, if we had workshops, because she called me and said, do I need an attorney? Can the city acquire my property? How does this work, Jetty? What's the plan? And so I'd like to hear from you on that.
Of course. So as I told you the other day, I did not ask her to participate in any sort of sale. I told her that there was a meeting and that I meet with all manner of people, but the Jacobs team too, so that I can have a handle on what they're proposing and what's going on. And if she wanted questions answered about what their proposal was, there was an opportunity for her to do that. I'm not working as an agent for Jacobs to purchase property. And as we talked about a couple meetings ago, the city cannot condemn property and then give it to a private developer. It's against the law in this state.
Under redevelopment, but we're not using
Under the
redevelopment.
Constitution of this state, it's not a redevelopment or a city-specific power. It's
Okay.
not allowed.
I guess my question is, you know, we decided on process to end up here today with an
Okay, hold on
ordinance.
one sec. Hold on.
Oh, I'm being
One
cut
sec.
off. Okay. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Councilwoman, or Madam Clerk, I cannot see any clock. So I don't know what we're even going off of. Can you kind of help me out here? I think Councilwoman Dewar has had 3 minutes. Councilwoman Breckus has had 3 minutes. Am I correct?
You are correct. Councilmember Breckus was about a minute over, and we will make some adjustments so you can see the timer.
Okay. All right, I appreciate that. All right, does anyone have any more questions for Mr. Limpert?
I have just one, if I may, Madam Mayor.
Madam Mayor, I also
All right.
have questions. Councilmember
Go
Reese.
ahead.
Yeah,
Thank you.
go ahead, Councilwoman Dewar, please.
Well, I think Mr. Reese was ahead, and I would be my second.
Okay, I can't tell. But one thing that I want to make clear, the assumption from Councilwoman Breckus is completely inappropriate. So I want to make that very, very clear. And then also, you know, there seems to be several stories that spin out there. And I mean, I think, you know, whenever you're out there saying, you know, what is happening down there, part of that too, Councilwoman Breckus, it would be really helpful if you sit down with the developer or, you know, do some of the legwork to find out what's really going on. I think that was really inappropriate to accuse Mr. Thornley of trying to sell parcels. Anyway, okay, we're moving on. Councilwoman Dewar, go ahead, and then I'll go to Councilman Reese.
Well, if I may, Madam Mayor, may I have Mr. Reese go? It's just we're doing first round. Is that okay?
Oh,
Is that
all right.
Okay.
All right, I just want you to know this will go against everyone's time. So, because that means you only have one round left. I want everyone to know that who has spoken. Okay, Councilman Reese, please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Mr. Limpert, thank you for the presentation. I want to ask about the very last point of the presentation first, which was that the city had the unilateral ability to terminate the agreement with a public hearing. Can you give me just a bit more details as to that? I mean, you referenced the NRS, but I didn't see it on the slide, so I just want to know, and I've reviewed the code. I just think it's important for the public to understand some of the protections that are built in to the state law as to development agreements.
Yeah, it kind of goes into two different parts. One is if there's no condition to cure, then that provision would immediately take place, where the council, through a public hearing, could amend or what is the word? I lost it. Cancel the agreement. However, if there is a cure period that, you know, after that cure period has gone through, and that if the council's still in that position where they could prove out, or they feel they could prove out that they're not abiding by the terms of the agreement, that through that public hearing process, council could terminate or amend the agreement at that
Well, it
time.
may ultimately be a question that I'll have to ask legal counsel, but I want to also ask you, Mr. Limpert, another series of questions. So remind me your role in redevelopment or revitalization. Your title is?
Revitalization manager.
Okay, and your background and experience, as I recall, is about how communities utilize whatever tools they have in the toolbox to affect the redevelopment goals or the revitalization goals of a community. Is that accurate?
That is accurate.
And how does your opinion as a professional inform your decision as your recommendation to us? Meaning, I'm a lawyer, I'm not a revitalization expert, I did not go to school as a city planner, I am not an economic developer or a forecaster as we have in this state. So I'm trying to understand your role in our decision-making process is to provide information upon which we ultimately get to make our decision. Is that fair?
Yeah, that's fair. I think there's two points to make in that from that question. One, you kind of already alluded to it in terms of the toolbox. We really don't have many tools in the toolbox right now to help entice development. So what are those things that we can do outside of providing funds to help get, fill that gap for a project that, just needs another, 500,000 in order to make it pencil. So outside of that, what can we do? Part of that is through the regulatory controls. What barriers can we remove to help entice development? A great example of that actually is just several months ago, this council removed a covenant from title. My understanding, that property has since sold. They are already moving forward with putting in a building permit for a 400-unit apartment complex. So that is a great example of how, even though we couldn't contribute funds to it, we were able to make the process easier and simpler for that developer by just simply removing a covenant and cleaned up their titles so that she could proceed. So very similar to here, the things that we can do is we've already shown that our code allows some of these things, but yes, they are going to expire soon. And so one simple action that this council could take is to simply extend those out to give the developer the time to provide, to do the development. In general, if you look at these types of large-scale developments, Stonegate and Daybreak, and even for that matter, Somerset, they're still developing. Those are well beyond 20-year timeframes. I wrestled with the 20-year timeframe for a little bit when I first read it, but when you kind of stand back and look at it, development of this nature does take time. And so what are the things we can do to help speed it up? And I think these are some of the things we can do to help, show that we are a good partner to the development community out there.
Madam Mayor, this is Councilmember Breckus. May I be recognized to ask?
Go ahead.
Oh, Madam Mayor, I think Councilmember Jordan's hand is up at the moment, and we're still in first round.
We'll do that.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Councilwoman Jordan.
Thank you very much. Madam Mayor, I'm just trying to clarify for procedural purposes that we are doing 2 3-minute rounds for Mr. Limpert, 2 3-minute rounds for Mr. Garrett?
Yes.
Okay, I was just trying to understand. Mr. Limpert, thank you very much for your presentation. You're giving us a lot of information here that I think was very informative. Can you tell me some of the things provided in this, some of the credit extensions, some of the park credits? Can you talk to me about some other developments that we have done that with recently? So we can kind of, did the Park Lane Red development use some sewer credits? Did Reno Orthopedic Clinic, I think, did? Can you talk about those?
Yeah, so Park Lane, we did provide, $3.5 million in sewer credits towards that, or a sewer credit offset for that development. Park Lane received, I believe, was a $50,000, although that one, I believe, was a cash injection from RDA. They might have received some additional sewer credits, but I'm not aware of myself personally. The other thing is, again, going back to the 1,000 Homes program, as it stands today, there are just under 1,000 units that are either under construction or under a build permit to proceed. And so that's 1,000 units, and we've deferred about roughly $1 million in fees to date.
Okay, and then some of the, and I understand I might be premature in some of my questions because they might get answered in the presentation to come, but the park credits used within the development, has that been done before? And if so, can you give examples?
I cannot give examples, but in speaking to our Parks Department, they generally want to see wherever those funds are generated from, they want to keep it as close as possible because they do believe it is fair that if it's that development that's spinning off that, those funds, that we should try to stay as close as possible, as much as they can.
Okay, that's all I have for now. Thank you.
All right, I can't see anyone else, so I'm going to call on Councilwoman Breckus.
Yeah, thank you. And I just, like Ms. Stewart, I was confused. I mean, you say it doesn't really have to do with the district, but it says the district. And, the statute says you have to say those you have a legal equitable interest in. And I'm trying to get the idea of make it provisions to the broader area where Mr. Jacobs doesn't own. And if they're somehow called out as being in the district, those properties he doesn't own, is there a presumption that the city will be in the process of helping Mr. Jacobs assist in acquisitions? And we've already seen that our city manager did invite someone to help, come in on and say he'd be available and invite them to come in and have that discussion with Mr. Jacobs. That's concerning to me because I think there's a presumption to people that you're on the path and the city's adopted the district and we're here to help Mr. Jacobs do his acquisitions. And that might be advancing Mr. Jacobs' interest over other people's individual property rights. That's of concern to me. But I want to ask you this. What is the public benefit we're getting? And what are the performance measures that he is held to achieve that public benefit? Can you summarize that in broad terms?
The potential public benefit is increased property tax revenue. I mean, we are not receiving any property tax revenue off of vacant dirt land, so supporting a development is much, in the long run, is much better and equitable for the residents of the city of Reno than allowing for vacant land to remain. So I think that's the public event. We are more risk by not helping support development and providing a tax base that is going to provide us with additional, general fund.
And what are the performance measures that he does anything?
As of right now, there are not performance
Okay.
measures
Thank
written
you.
into the agreement.
I think I had my hand up. Go next.
Okay, Councilwoman Dewar, go
Yeah,
ahead.
thank you. Just a couple quick points. So you mentioned about park fees, and I have a lot of PUDs down in my ward too. And a number of them have asked to use the park fees, the residential construction tax at their place. And most recently, it was a development near Damani Ranch with 970 units, and that created $970,000. But the 5-acre park they wanted to sell, the land alone was 1.6 million. So the park fees alone were not enough, those residential construction tax, to pay for the land. And so the developer decided to donate it anyway and take a tax write-off for the balance. And during that process, the park staff were very challenged. They're very concerned that being required, they might have wanted to spend the money near, but not necessarily in, and not for that particular 5-acre parcel, which was at the edge of the development, not in the middle of the development. So I think we just need to be careful about that and think that through, about where those funds would be spent, what they would be spent for. Is it to buy land to put a park? And in downtown dollars, those dollars won't, 900,000, it's not going to go very far, and so that's one issue. The other issue is I'm still pretty confused about the map. I'm sorry to say. This agreement, so there's properties that are blue. This agreement, does it only apply to those properties that are blue? And if they buy more properties, do you continue to come back and amend the agreement?
Yes, that's
Each
how
time?
we would envision to see that as that property map grows, we would be updating that exhibit to the agreement.
Back to the council to amend the agreement, to say this is now the area of the agreement?
I would look for, either our city manager or council to answer that.
Okay, well, this is why, it's a moving target, and I just want to understand where it applies, the blue versus the purple, and what, if we move forward with it, what we're committing to. And there might be land today that is in purple, not blue, that might be acquired by Jacobs, and I'm just trying to understand what the deal is.
I'm confident in saying that as those properties are acquired in the district, that they would be under Jacobs' ownership, would be amended into the agreement.
Yeah.
However, whether that is an item that keeps coming back to council.
Okay. And lastly, I think I should say this, you pointed to the memo and you went through the history and you were correct that we had the July 28 and the April 14, and I'll probably come back to this, but very specifically and not associated with TIF as was expressed, I asked for a public workshop. We haven't had one, and that's why I'm surprised to be here today, because asked for it at April 14th. No one said anything different. In fact, you were given direction to address all of our issues. That was one. I have a list of the issues because I went back and watched, whether it was affordable housing or sustainability or historic preservation or workforce housing or streetscapes, all these things we brought up at that first meeting that we'd like to see as part of this whole development. And then on July 28th meeting, I specifically addressed it again all months before today. And so it was my hope, expectation, and dream that you as the staff would bring that forward to us. You would have the developer hold, even if the contours of the development agreement are changing, the first one, that's what was important to me, that the public understand we're talking about either a 9-acre or 9-block, 15-block, or 25-block area. That's important to many, many people. Certainly the character of our city. And I think it's to Jacob's benefit. And I'll get into that later when Mr. Gordon comes up. I think it will help them clear up a lot of confusion, mystery. It's all to the good. It's not a bad thing. Thank you.
Okay, Councilwoman Dewar, you're over a minute.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions?
Madam Mayor,
from council on this
Councilmember
round?
Reese.
Go right ahead.
Thank you. I apologize because we're down here. We don't have our button to push where we're trying to speak, so I apologize that makes it confusing.
No, just jump in.
No worries.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Mr. Limpet, I want to push back a little bit on your comment to Ms. Breckus earlier, and it's no criticism of you, but you said that the benefit to the city or what we're getting out of it is property tax increase.
Correct.
I don't think that's completely accurate, though. I think that is one component of it. But beyond that, I am seeing something else entirely, which is to say that you have an area of town that has gone through some historic blight. It currently is, many of it, vacant parcels because some of the parcels have been cleared. It is the need for housing, which our region needs, which is what the agreement is intended to sort of supercharge. It's the art and cultural benefits to a community. So there are some things that are not just the property tax. I certainly understand the property tax component to it. But, for my part, having lived here a very long time, this is a rare thing that a city council would be able to have in front of it. It's the opportunity to really remake an entire area of town in an existing neighborhood, right? When we're out at Stonegate or some far reaches of the city, it is a different thing that we engage in. And you mentioned Somerset, which is where I live. It's different, but we're talking about an area of town that, needs to have some better, thought about it rather than go parcel by parcel, piece by piece throughout a district. The development agreement was one of those tools, right? When we held the workshops about what is a development agreement, why are we the only entity in Nevada not really currently using them? And so we had to go through that whole process. So now we have the first one, and it's a bit unfamiliar, and we're trying to struggle with the issues. So I guess those are, really what my concern is that the public understands what we're doing, that the public has had the opportunity to participate. Certainly, the noticing requirements here were very extreme. If I look at my packet, I saw that this particular applicant had to put up 31 yellow signs all about the place. All the persons who were affected were mailed notices, all that sort of thing. And certainly, we've been engaged in this conversation for much more than just today, right? We've been doing this for months and months and months. This is where it somewhat comes to a head as we decide, is this what we're going to do? And you can hear some of the reluctance of my colleagues about having questions answered. And so I'm going to stick very carefully to the four corners of this document, the development agreement, right? Some of the things are less important to me than others, but the things that are important to me as a lawyer are certainly contained in the development agreement. I'll have questions about those at some point in time.
Okay.
Madam Mayor.
Go right ahead.
Thank you very much. Just two things to clarify, and again, we'll have more questions after the next presentation. With regards to this coming straight to council rather than going through the Planning Commission or other venues, was that an act of this body that asked that it come directly to City Council?
I do not believe so. I'm not completely familiar with the requirements under the development agreement in terms of how it got here in the first place. But I think my general understanding of it is that it's required under code to come to council, not through a public commission.
Okay, so under code, it goes directly to council.
Correct.
Okay, I thought I had recalled a meeting where there was discussion where there was a motion or direction given that it would bypass planning commission and would come to council. If someone could check on that and provide me the response to that. And what I'm getting at is, there's a lot of discussions about, the various meetings and public meetings and that sort of thing. I think there's some confusion that somehow this is the end of the road, and whatever gets agreed upon, approved, disapproved here today sets a course whereby the community can't see, doesn't know, won't have any input. And I think, is it fair to say that we've seen some of what the proposed property will develop as? We've seen the one that just came in with the condos. But I believe my understanding is that a number of these properties are intended to be sold. So at this point, we don't know what that will be. Is that fair?
I think that's a fair assessment. I
Okay.
would like to also add, if I can, is that, there will be additional public input, through a tentative map process, when these projects come forward. So all of those typical planning processes are still in place. And so those, that ability for the public to be engaged during that time it's still there.
Okay, so that's where I think, and maybe during the next discussion, it will give more clarity. I think everybody was believing that today's meeting was going to be this grand unveiling of the entirety of the thing, and somehow the public didn't get the opportunity to see in advance the unveiling of the grand thing and have input, when in the realities of it is the things that, the pieces of the puzzle that make up the district will come forward as the projects within the parcels or the blocks or whatever come forward, and they will go through the normal process, the NABs, the Planning Commission, and the City Council. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you very much.
And Mr. Limpert, just to have on the record, go back, if you have it there, the date in which I remember we started talking about development agreements, and then started to see, we wanted the council encouraged for them to come to fruition. But I'm saying, like, this process has started a while back. And so it's not like all of a sudden there was just something that was thrown out there. And remember, there's a public process that has to happen where the public is notified. There's a lot of notice. There is, like I said, there's a process, and I think people are forgetting that there is a process. But we've kind of been starting this, I don't know, what was the date?
I'm unsure as to what the original date was. I mean, the first time that the council saw this was in
Yeah.
April, but obviously it's well beyond
Right.
that.
Right. So all I'm saying, it wasn't like all, okay, so all I'm saying, it wasn't like it just showed up out of nowhere. This has a process, it takes time. And so I appreciate Councilwoman Jordan's comments, because I think that that's helpful, because I felt like a lot of public comment was like, all of a sudden, this has just sort of been thrown out there with no thought process or no, public process. And there will be, so, and there is, and there has been. So I think that that's important to keep on the record. Okay, is there anyone else that wants to ask any questions of Mr. Limpert? Okay, seeing that there are none, we're going to move on. And I believe is Mr. Gordon there, and he's going to give a presentation. So the floor is yours, Mr. Gordon.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, Council. Wait for my presentation to come up. Perfect. Good afternoon. Again, for the record, Garrett Gordon, today on behalf of Jacobs Entertainment. With me in the audience today is the president and CEO of Jacobs Entertainment, Mr. Jeff Jacobs. And we're happy to be before you today. This is Reno Neon's Line Development Agreement. I'm going to try to not be redundant from what Mr. Limpert said. Our slides are a little similar, so I'll try to hit some of the points that he didn't cover. The first question, what does this district what does that line, yellow line, represent? It's a vision. It's not legal. It's not where this Is that me making?
No, sorry, if you can give us just a second, we're getting it so the mayor can see it as well.
Oh, okay.
Perfect. Madam Clerk, I can see it now, just to let you know.
Great, thank you. Sorry, Garrett, go ahead.
No problem, thank you.
Thank you.
So again, this line is visionary. The line is to create a district, downtown district, Reno's Neon Line District, that revitalizes West downtown. Yes, the majority of the properties are owned by Mr. Jacobs, but we've had conversations with Blake Smith and Keystone Commons. We've had conversations with Rock. We've had conversations with St. Mary's. But as far as today, the legal significance of your decision today about this development agreement would only be recorded on the properties owned in blue. But it is exciting to show on the right-hand side that this has caught on. It's become organically known not only around this area, but around the country. RACVA has picked up and started marketing Reno's Neon Line District. Travel Nevada is now marketing Reno's Neon Line District. Spot On Nevada is. If you look at literature from real estate brokers around the area for properties located outside of these boundaries or in them, they're marketing as you're in or close to Reno's Neon Line District and actually asking a premium to be close to the district. So it's catching on, it's organic, very similar to what happened with Midtown, and I would say very exciting. So how did we get here? So public process, obviously very, very important. That's why we came before this body in April and walked through this exact presentation. You're not hearing anything today that was not presented 6 months ago. And this council voted 6-1 to say developer, staff, go forward and negotiate a redevelopment agreement. There were 3 components. So what we did was break it in 3 parts with staff to bring you back 3 different pieces. The first one was the 2 city properties. That was, of course, was completed 2 months ago. Today is just simply the development code related items, just clarifications, regulatory clarifications to facilitate the development. What comes next is the tax increment financing, the TIF. And to Councilmember Dewar's point, that is where absolutely public process is needed. Everything you mentioned, historic resources, the LEAR, affordable housing, what and how should we spend that public money of TIF will be a big conversation and require workshops and NAB meetings. That we expect that and we will abide by it. But for today, you're only considering some regulatory clarifications to help facilitate this development with moving forward. Again, you've heard all these items before, and 31 signs were posted in the district with contact information telling the public if you have questions, give staff a call or give us a call. So what is in the development agreement? I'll try not to be repetitive for Mr. Limpert, but here is all the properties in blue are owned or controlled by Jacobs Entertainment. This development agreement, if approved, will only be recorded on those blue properties. The vision of the district, great, is a vision. We believe it's going to come to fruition. But the properties in blue will be the only ones that will be encumbered by the provisions of this document. And I want to note too, you see the middle of the district, there's those 2 buildings, the Sazerac Arms and the Courtyard. That's subsidized housing. That's affordable housing in the middle of the district. Close to 300 units, and those units are going to stay. They're a vital part of the district and will remain in the district. So what's in the development agreement? Again, streetscape standards. I've used the example many times of if you're in San Diego and walking downtown, you know you're entering into what? The gas lamp district. When you see different light fixtures, different streetscape, you know you're in a new place. No different than here. Mr. Jacobs and Jacobs Entertainment have come up with a very interesting and useful streetscape light standard that again can be connected light, red and green during Christmas, orange during Halloween, really create this district and this vibe for Reno's Neon Line. Temporary real estate sales offices, that to us is kind of a no-brainer. Of course, we need a facility to facilitate sales and renting residential units. Pedestrian amenity credits, I think Mr. Limpert did a great job describing this. It's a requirement in code, 1%. But I think Mr. Limpert also made a good point that city residents and tourists receive the benefit of these amenities before they were required. These would have been required with development. Jacobs Entertainment spent over $4.5 million on this streetscape, on this artwork, on the concrete pedestals, on the landscaping that could be taken advantage of before the development started. I'd also note it was a great, great event a couple weeks ago for Street Vibrations. You should have seen people taking pictures in front of the polar bear, people taking pictures in front of the Desert Guard. It's really catching on, and I think we're all enjoying it. And as such, it should count as a credit. It's legal, it's compliance with code, but staff was smart and put in a couple backstops. Number one, making sure those costs that we submitted were absolutely verified to make sure they comply with code. And number two, making sure that we don't just get the credit and then remove the art. That if we do remove a piece of art, it has to be replaced. So, in fact, if we get the credit, the public gets the credit and the opportunity for the artwork for its full term. And again, just some more pieces on the left. Bloom, Rearing Horse, Squared on the right, Rearing a Desert Guard on the bottom. Just phenomenal pieces. And again, public got the benefit of it before it was required. Sewer connection fees. So there was a comment about where else has this been used? It was absolutely used to help make and allow for Greater Nevada Field to move forward. In the recession, mind you, that building got built, the stadium got built using what? Sewer connection fee credits as a result of knocking down some old motels and facilities. What's also being used with credits is the apartment complex across the street. There's a building permit in right now that is taking advantage of the old Mitspa Hotel credits. That burned down not 5 years ago, not 10, but a longer period of time. There was an arrangement that the developer could use those credits as well to make sure it penciled and the development can move forward. Reno Experience District, the old Park Lane, $3.5 million worth of credits. So the Councilwoman Jordan's point, this isn't new, it's a great tool to use, and we're simply asking to extend it out, but to front end it to make sure that 65% of the credits are used in the first 10 years. This again makes it easier for staff to administer and also promotes development. Pedestrian walkways, as Mr. Limpert said, today you're not approving any pedestrian walkways. We just want to be transparent that we plan on moving forward with them. We plan on submitting a special use permit for them. We plan on complying with the pedestrian walkway design guidelines, and we also plan on going to the Skyway Design Review Committee. So we'll get input from that committee before we come back to this body. Area identification signs. So in your code, existing code, area identification sign is a permanent or decorative sign used to identify a commercial, industrial, or a district for a distinct area in the community. A very great tool for wayfinding. You read any literature across the country of how to start redevelopment, revitalization, wayfinding and signage is critical to that success. And again, this area identification sign, it's not an off-premise advertising display, it's not a billboard, it's simply saying, come to Reno's Neon Line District. As Mr. Limpert said, we have 3 proposed locations. The archway, for some of us who went to Reno High School, that little weird triangle next to Jack in the Box has been, I would say, danger and blighted, and certainly a weird piece of property that has not been used. And I think the city's has been wondering for a long time how to utilize it. Well, we're saying, let's put one of our footings on there for our Reno's Neon Line arch. It'll certainly be improved with landscaping and additional shrubs in order to beautify the area. Again, that's the night picture that Mr. Limpert showed. 2 more signs, one on 4th Street and Keystone, the other one along I-80 to bring folks off 80 into downtown to enjoy the district and all of downtown. We'll have to comply with NDOT, RTC, Public Works standards. Street closures. There was a comment earlier today that I think mischaracterized this request. Number one, there's 2 components in here. The first one is having the ability to close down 3rd Street during construction. Wanted to be transparent and let everyone know that that could happen. But we can't just go put up pylons today. We have to do a traffic detour plan with your Public Works Department. We have to work with other community development departments to make sure when we do that, it in fact is done in accordance with your city traffic control manual. But again, we wanted to be transparent and let council and the public know that that potentially is going to happen. And 2, temporary closure of, I think this word wasn't used earlier today, a portion of West 4th Street for up to 30 events per year. What's the main goal of Reno's Neon Line District? Events, entertainment, people. Street Vibrations was very successful down here with people moving up and down the sidewalks. This certainly history of closing down streets happens on Virginia Street all the time. But you can see here in the agreement, we're not asking to close down all of 4th Street. It's just to close down, say, 2 of the 4 lanes. You'd still have traffic going back and forth, 1 lane each, in order to accommodate special events. I think we should all be excited that in the agreement, Jacobs is saying, we want to do 30 events per year that brings locals and tourists into this area to take advantage of the existing Reno's Glow Plaza, but also the festival space behind it that will be coming next year. And again, we can't just go put pylons up on West 4th Street today. It requires a traffic control plan, working with your Public Works Department, working with your Community Development Department to make sure all the standards are met. What else could be done to incentivize residential construction in the downtown core? Well, as Jeff mentioned, the 1,000 Homes program. You have under 1,000 units currently being built or under permit. That program works. We're saying, please allow us to take advantage of that same program. And you heard from Mr. Limpert, there's some caps and maximums in there to make sure your Public Works Department was comfortable. Residential construction tax. This also isn't new. There's a picture of South Reno. Residential construction tax has been used to build projects in the same area where they are collected. It's also been used, and we're not asking for this, but to donate land and they get a credit against it. Some of these parks in South Reno, land was dedicated, credits against it. Reno City Center, the Harris facility, they're planning on the same thing next to the Reno Arch. Their urban garden to use their money, their residential construction tax to invest in downtown. I think we can all agree, I've heard this council say many times, we could use more green space, trees, shrubs in downtown Reno. So that's the goal here, to improve upon some of our concrete jungle down here with green space. While staff had us, they said, well, we'd like you to incorporate some sustainable development. We spent a lot of time on Reimagine Reno master plan with the sustainable development elements. I know this council is working on a sustainable policy, which is not on the books yet, but we're trying to be proactive to include, where feasible, all of these elements, from preserving natural features to the urban heat island effect mitigation, to stormwater management, to avoid noxious plant species, to adoptive use of historic and cultural resources. You already know we've complied with that in preserving the Nystrom House and the Chapel of the Bells, where it'd be a great adaptive reuse of those historic buildings. Energy efficiency, daylighting, bicycle parking, all this stuff is in the development agreement to help us comply with it and build something that's incredibly sustainable as far as the Reimagine Reno master plan goes. And finally, as Mr. Limpert mentioned, we are required to do 1 charging station for every 50 parking spaces. Historic preservation, this was important to staff as well, to make sure that we seek to preserve or relocate any valuable resources, and if not, document them. And this was also important, and this came up back in April, public safety, that if this council adopts a new impact fee program for police or fire, we 100% are going to be a part of it. This agreement does not exempt us out. This agreement does not allow us to avoid that impact fee. We will absolutely participate if and when that happens. So finally, what is not in this development agreement? No property will be rezoned. No tax increment financing is included. No development projects are approved. No public processes are impacted. And why not? There was a comment earlier, I think by Councilmember Doer, it said when this development agreement process was approved, part of that motion was this sentence, that development agreements cannot be used to circumvent the entitlement and or the discretionary review process. So you'll hear a couple other slides, we're going to do a condo project, which requires a tentative map. So we'll go to the NAB, we'll go to the Planning Commission, and if appealed, we'll come to this body. There'll be ongoing future public review of projects. I know this came up. What does that look like? Well, last Monday, I went to a NAB for an abandonment to accommodate the condo project. We talked there about the project, about Reno's Nino Line District. The tentative map, as I mentioned, for the condo project will be in November, the Planning Commission in December, and then public workshops, as was mentioned back in April, will 100% be part of our TIF and eventually a zoning overlay conversation that will bring the public in and have workshops and make sure that we're getting and you are getting the necessary feedback to move forward. So what's next? 130-unit condo project, 63 units breaking ground next spring, dedicated urban garden, common areas, enclosed in glass. Again, this is important, tentative map process. I'm happy to confirm, we heard a bunch of folks from the Montage talking today. We're on their calendar now. Montage Speakers Forum, October 19th. We're going to go sit down with that group, make sure they're comfortable with this tentative map, make sure they're comfortable with any questions they have about the district, and we'll continue to bring them in the fold as we move forward. Also, we'll go to the NAB in November for this tentative map and get any feedback, and also in December, go to the Planning Commission. What's also next, this was announced in the paper earlier this week, 290 Keystone Block will be listed for a dynamic gateway residential development right as you enter into the district, as will 5th and Washington Streets will also be listed for residential development. And why haven't those been listed yet? Because these national builders have been waiting for this development agreement. The tools that you're approving today will help allow projects, dynamic projects, expensive projects, interesting projects, pencil to move these residential developments forward. I'll end with just a couple slides on why are we here, and there was a question, I think, by Councilman Breckus of, well, what's the benefit? Well, we're following your downtown action plan. We're accommodating tourist assets, infill and redevelopment, connectivity, housing diversity, revitalizing the downtown economy. And there's always a question of, well, you have this development agreement, what's the basis of us approving it? Well, again, it's this downtown action plan. It's a great deal of hardscape in downtown Reno. What are we doing to improve it? You can see public-private partnerships and development agreements are one of the bases for moving forward with downtown development. Also, the economy section of your plan, it says, allow for the demolition of blighted properties for opportunities for new development. It's right there. Financial incentives. A lot of the underutilized properties are a top priority and concern of Reno residents. That's what we're doing here. We're trying to bring an old, dilapidated area of town up to an unbelievably modern residential mixed-use entertainment district. I'm done. That was long. I appreciate you listening to me. We're excited about this, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
All right, thank you so much. Really appreciate that. Okay, who wants to go first? I can't see you, but
I'll go first, Madam Mayor.
okay, Councilwoman Breckus, go ahead.
So the city council last meeting extended the redevelopment agency, which is the instrument for TIF. And you have every intention of coming through and asking for a cut of the property tax that you generate with this development?
Before I answer, I think this might be, I don't want to have an open meeting law violation because TIF is not on the agenda today. It's not part of the agreement, and I think we save that discussion for when we bring back our TIF agreement.
I saw TIF twice on your slide, so, I saw TIF twice on your slide.
To say it's not included, if you said it's not included.
So here's what I'm pondering is I saw you saying TIF discussion is later to come. I think January you said. So I'm hearing from Mr. Limpert, the benefit is more property tax revenue. But out here on the side is you're asked to get some of that property tax revenue. So that's the one I feel like maybe is an issue that needs to be discussed in the same scope before we give Mr. Jacobs these very enhanced property rights and incentives without performance. So I'm really struggling with that component. Now,
if I may address that, well, one, the Park Lane got $3.5 million in sewer fees, and you actually made that motion to give them $3.5 in sewer connection fees. So I see no difference for that when we're asking for only 1.5. And two, I think you mischaracterized what TIF is and how it's used. And we'll talk about that at a later date when there's a public forum, a public workshop. I'll come to your NAB, I'll come to Councilmember Jordan's NAB, and we'll have a good, robust conversation about TIF and how it really should be used.
Yeah, I've worked on TIF as early as 1993, so I pretty much, I know it. But I just want to get to the point of, I think there's a way for a development agreement to put some performance measures on your team there. And your meeting at the Ward 1 NAB the other night, I think referenced it. You have a portion of a block with 130 units. You say you're coming in for permit plan in November 10th. You need an abandonment to perfect that. What are the sewer credits associated with that? Because I've known developers here in town who have raced the date to not let those credits expire. And guess what? When they race the date and they have that clock ticking, we get investment and we get property tax. But we're kicking all that out for your people. So the one that you showed last night, what's the sewer credits on those and when does that expire?
So last night, again, not to get off
Or Wednesday
topic,
night, or Monday night.
Monday night was a request for an abandonment of Church Street to accommodate the condo project. It had nothing to do with credits. There's been no pro forma of what the sewer fees are for that project yet, so I can't comment on that.
Well,
What I can comment on is that these sewer connection fees are used all over this community, with the baseball project, with the scenic investments project, the student housing project up on 6th and Center, with the project over on across from the ballpark. They'll be using credits. Again, you approved $3.5 million of credits for Park Lane. We're simply saying we have 1.5 of them. They're sporadic. There was a bunch of different motels. It's difficult for staff to administer of which ones expire and when. We're simply hitting the reset button, saying you have to use, and here's your performance incentive. We have to use them or lose them. We have to use 65% of them within the next 10 years, or they're gone, and the rest of them by the end of the 20 years. So that is a performance measure of use them or lose them. If you don't perform, you don't get them.
Yeah, I understand that. I'll wait for my turn to continue my conversation with you on that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Mayor?
Go ahead. I think it's Councilwoman Jordan.
Thank you very much. I think some sewer credits were used on the King's Inn too, in Third Street Flats. That sat for decades. Question I have for you, but to Ms. Breckis's point, the sewer credit extension to 20 years, I think was the furthest out point. That to me is too long. That is too long of a period. And the goal here is to get things going vertical sooner rather than later. And how do we best position ourselves to have urgency to it? Now, clearly there's urgency to it because nobody wants to sit on vacant property. They want to get it, they want to recoup their money and make money off of it. So where did that 20 years, I understand the term of the agreement for other reasons, but the sewer credits, where did 20 years come from? And is there something I'm missing? That's far too long for me.
Yeah, well, thank you for the question. So when we first submitted our development agreement, our proposal was that those just lasted for the full 20 years. Development agreements are allowed for 20 years, let the credits be used in 20 years. But let me say, your astute city manager and staff said, to your point, that's way too long. We want it broken up, but we wanted it front-ended. So we want 65% of those credits used in the first 10 years, or you lose them, and then another 10% and 5%. So it's not 20 years, obviously, for all of them. They're front-ended to use them or you lose them, and then the rest of them trickle out the next 10 years. So we started one place, negotiated over the last 6 months of what's before you today.
Okay, well, just for my commentary, I think 100% should be used within 10 years for sure, and the large majority within the first 5, but that's for our body's discussion further. So that's all I have at this point. Thank you.
Madam Mayor.
Go right ahead.
Thank you. I'm going to start with that point with Ms. Jordan raised, which is the length of time for the sewer credits. I'm inclined to think more about a 5-year time frame, in part because, look, let us call a spade a spade. The reason why there is general concern about this particular area is not because Mr. Jacobs is not a stand-up human being. It's not because he hasn't bought and invested a lot in this community, but it's because nothing's been built, right? So we sit here and I drive by it every day and nothing's been built. And so then our constituents come to us and say, well, why hasn't anything been built? And why aren't you doing things? And we've got a housing crisis. And this is what the pressure is on us to respond in a democratic process to our constituents. I think Mr. Jacobs, had an interview point in the Gazette Journal this week that sort of resonated with me, and that is that the best laid plans got interrupted by a global pandemic, right? And so I am willing to give some grace for that period of time, and also an acknowledgement that it is just odd for staff to be tracking these credits all the time and which ones fell off of which property at which time. So I am willing to say that I think it's a good policy to say that they'll reset for a time at a date certain and then end them at, and certainly I'm open to suggestions from the body, but I sort of think 5 years might be a good time to see them used. It's not that much money, and ultimately I think there'll be so much excitement generated by the project that it'll happen in a much faster timeframe. I guess I also want to ask Mr. Gordon, as you are also a lawyer, I think, again, as a lawyer does, and we've got a contract, right? A development agreement is a contract. It is between two parties. Generally, we think of contracts as occurring between people who have arm's length power and the ability to negotiate freely and fairly. But let us be honest, the city actually has all of the power in the development agreement process, because while your client wants something, we also want something, but we hold the ultimate key, which are permits. Right? So those tentative map processes that are going to come out, those are the ways in which we will ultimately be able to hold the upper hand in the contract, so to speak, because your development agreement gives you certain things, but without the city council's continued buy-in on abandonments of roads and alleys, without tentative map applications, without permit approvals, without sign approvals, skywalk approvals, all the things, your client has undevelopable land. So I want the public to understand that while a contract has two parties to it, the people who are driving the conversation are the city council. And I don't want you or your client to mistake my desire to see development occur there with a belief that we have lost the power or control over what will be built there.
To respond, thank you, Councilman Reese. Absolutely agree. Like it or not, you're going to see me a lot over the next 5, 10, 15 years with regards to approvals, entitlements, this project moving forward. So you'll have us on the hook, if you will, for discretionary approvals. As mentioned earlier, development agreement does not get us out of discretionary approvals or any entitlements. We'll have to keep coming before you. Make sure we understand you'll have a thumb on us to make sure we're performing. If I can just touch base on the sewer connection credits, let me just mention a couple examples of one. I know Councilwoman Jordan has been very proactive on this one, the Freight House District. That's been sitting there for a while, and probably, 10, 12, 13 years. And just now, is there a building permit in? And let me tell you, it's as a result of its penciling, given lumber costs are so high, that the credits from the old MITSPA, which burned away a long time ago, and there was existing credits, are being used to fill that gap. So when you do come up with a number, I would just ask, given that, I think Park Lane had 10 years, other developments around town, that it's a small number, but it does fill the gap. And I think the longer the better is what I would ask.
Yeah, I guess, again, it goes back to what I said earlier, Mr. Gordon. It's that this community wants to see cranes in the air and building going on. And the excitement of that happening, I think, will cover a lot of concerns that community members are raising with me, right? They see the Fountain District come and go. They see developments come and go, and nothing's get built there. And quite frankly, I look at a parcel like the one, there are several within the same area where your client operates, owned by Dr. Iliescu, which have been vacant forever, and my guess is in my lifetime will not see anything be built on them. And so certainly the difference between those two is that here we have a developer who has decided to invest and plant his flag in Reno to build a project which we hope we can all be proud of and do something with that dirt, whereas Mr. Iliescu has sat and had those parcels vacant for my entire lifetime. That's the difference for me.
Okay.
Madam Mayor?
Councilwoman Dewar?
Yeah, thank you. It's very clear to me right now, based on all the comments that we've received, that were mailed in, that we heard replayed, that the public feels excluded from this process. Exhibits were added. I got my book on Friday. We had exhibits still being added on Tuesday. So I even feel a little bit excluded from the process in terms of understanding the details. It's a lot more than sewer credits. It's signs, streetscapes, all the things that you and your previous speaker spoke about. And where I'm struggling is that I have been very supportive of this project from the beginning. I have met with Mr. Jacobs. He established himself as a stand-up kind of very credible guy. I've met with you. I've met with Ms. Raza. I have supported the art, supported the commitments that you've made, the $1.5 million to various rehousing of people. All of these are great things, and I've been very supportive. So much so that I supported the development agreement. I worked through the details. I made the motion. I expected as part of a development agreement that it would be at least as thorough as a PUD, just different. Like, it was like, make your own package or zoning, but do it as a partnership with the city. Through all that time, I've only made one request, and I started making it last April, which was to have a public workshop. I've only made one request. I made some suggestions that you could do or not do, but I made one request. I reiterated it in July. I said, it's very important for you to engage the public, to get them on board, to get them understanding what you want to do in terms of redeveloping 9, 15, or 25 city blocks, to get them understanding. And just as an example, just last month, a couple weeks ago, the city's going to pave and do sidewalks in the area of Watt Street. And I requested the city to do a public workshop so that the public would understand what's coming their way and have input into that. And so they did. We had about 35 people over at Moana. They had several hours of Q&A, and we all have a better understanding of where it's going. We're going to have a second public workshop so that they really do understand what's happening. So where I'm struggling is I don't understand. It wasn't about TIF. It wasn't about anything. It was, let's get started together, do this project together. Let's not have the public believe that we're hiding cards, that there's other agendas. What you know and what you don't know. If you know stuff, say it. If you don't know stuff, don't say it. So my ask to you is to have that public workshop. And my ask to the council is to delay consideration of this so I can certainly get a better understanding of it. And I'm suggesting the November 17th board meeting. That would allow you roughly 5 weeks. I think I wrote the right day. I've even come up days that you could have this public workshop. Bring the public in. Let them all be partners with us and not be adverse to us and to you. What do you think?
For the record, Garrett Gordon. So a couple things. One is all the exhibits you mentioned that you hadn't seen, you had back in April. That's why we did this 6 months ago, which I think you and other council members said, come do a presentation first before any action could be taken and let us understand all the different moving pieces. So we went ahead and did that. We took your suggestions, which ended up being 3 different pieces. We did the city properties first. These were just regulatory cleanups that we're talking about today. To move this, well, may I finish?
Well, yes.
And I said before at the city property hearing, when we had this discussion, that the public workshop is with TIF. It's with how is the public money going to be used, where it will be used, and how will it be used. But a good example is I keep going back to Park Lane and Red, but I feel like we're being treated a little differently than them. They brought you a public works infrastructure agreement for their sewer credits. They came right to you. It was an agreement like this one. So I would say as far as the elements you heard today, as Mr. Limpert mentioned, this was scaled down to just a couple regulatory clarifications in order to, as I mentioned, get some national builders to come in and take advantage of some of that framework. But for the project itself, though, you're going to have public input on that tentative map. We're going to be at 2 NABs. We're going to be at the abandonment. I was already at a NAB. We're going to be at the city council. We're going to get input there. But as far as TIF and all those things you mentioned before, I sit here today and say, well, I will not show my face before this council without a public workshop, but not for this.
Let me just be clear, because I'm the one who asked for it, and it wasn't about TIF. TIF is an important component. What if you never come and apply for TIF? This is the moment where you're asking for exemptions to streetscape ordinances, sign ordinances. This is the moment you're asking for changes from our development code. You're suggesting 1 charging station per 50. That may not be our ultimate standard. That might be considered a minimum. But I think nationally it's more like 1 to 25, not 1 to 50. So, those are just kind of things that we need to understand exactly what it is. I supported the acquisition of the parcels. I mean, I have been supportive of this project. What I'm telling you is where I got lost is the details of what's being proposed today and the fact that it's very clear to me that the public have not come along with us. They do not understand what's happening. And when people don't understand, they assume the worst. I want them to assume the best. I want them to understand your project and be cheerleaders and supporters of the project. It is not a negative thing. It's a positive thing. and it's part of the public process. And that's what I asked. I haven't changed, I haven't varied. I don't, it's not mischaracterized as just about TIF. I don't know if you're ever coming back in front of us for anything, just like we did Stonegate. They asked for stuff, we had a number of hearings. And finally, just to wrap up my comment right here, right now, we've entered into a number of long-term agreements, waste management, baseball, the Stonegate. Each of them, we've had detailed discussions over a period of time to where we could vet out and discuss, thank you, Bonnie, where we could discuss these processes because they commit us for a very long time. And that is what I think is important for the public to understand and for us to understand. So I ask you again, and Mr. Jacobs is here, are you willing to at least talk to the public about what you have now, what you're asking for, and then come back to us,
Absolutely, when projects are before you, absolutely when TIF is before you. The two examples you gave, baseball, that was TIF, that was public money. That's why there were workshops. Stonegate, the SAD, long process, financial bonding, correct. Here, it's just credits and cleaning up and having some interpretations in regards to the framework of moving this development forward. I'll be back before you in November with some abandonments. I'll be back before you in December with a tentative map for the condo. And then early next year, hopefully we're working on TIF and eventually a zoning overlay district.
So that's no for now.
As far as now, that'd be correct.
I just asked a question and I wanted to get an answer. Okay.
Madam Mayor?
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, I don't know about, we'll direct our manager. I don't like to make asks for public process for people who want things. I want the direction to go to our manager. But I just, we're being briefed right now on some very big decisions we have ahead of us. This is about $87 million of debt issuance in the very near term. Stay tuned because we got an item coming up today on that, okay? And then about 200 million, and that's on the short side on the sewer fund. So we have to be stewards of this. So someone walking in and saying, I'm going to take your property tax revenue, I'm going to make that request. That's why I did not support the redevelopment agency plan extension without putting on the guard posts that were not put on. It's a discussion for another day, but you brought it up. I could get to an agreement with Mr. Jacobs to some degree if there were performance measures and it's small in nature, okay? And I am very concerned about Mr. Jacobs being able to have the district and then that be a presumption that the city is in agency with Mr. Jacobs on his acquisitions. That's a no-go and probably not allowed. It's certainly, there's parameters in redevelopment.
Well, that's not the intent
Okay,
at all.
that's good to know.
And if you saw the slide I put up, the only properties that are relevant to this development agreement are the blue, where this agreement will be recorded on.
And you can understand the concern. We have people who wanted public workshops, but then we hear our city managers having private meetings with real estate agents about individual transactions. But I'll leave that there.
Can I say for a second for the record, Mr. Thornley has been involved with Harrah's. He's toured Harrah's to see what was going on over there. He's toured many different projects and many different meetings. When he was in Sparks, we went and did Copper Canyon together. We went and did Wingfield Springs together. So it's not unusual to work with city staff on projects. I think you're mischaracterizing absolutely what transpired with public-private partnerships and trying to move a development forward.
Okay, he reports up to us. His calendar is available to us. I don't need you to act
I don't
like
want you to
his assistant
mischaracterize the record because it's not fair to the public.
Let me just ask you the questions I want to ask you. There may be some confusion on the sewer fees, but those expire after 5 years. Is that your understanding?
My understanding is under Reno Code, sewer connection fees expire after 5 years.
5 years of demolition. The property that you are coming forward, this big fanfare about the 130 units, the tentative map, are there sewer credits associated with that parcel?
Are there sewer credits with that parcel?
Was something demolished that then has credits that are on that exhibit list that have a time date of when they expire?
It'll be a part of the townhouse property, so.
Okay,
yes.
okay, so there are. So I could get to a place of agreements for you to maybe transfer from the ones that are expiring in 22, the soonest ones. If you are bound to delivering an investment. And then maybe those ones that are on that property are 20, are further out. They're the last ones.
Councilmember Breckus?
That's how I could get there on an agreement. I just want to say.
We're supposed to be going by time limits.
Okay,
and
thank
we
you,
need
Ms.
to.
Weber. I just want to let you know, what do you think about that? Doing a very small, isolated development deal rather than this very broad.
Madam Mayor, do you want to stop?
May I answer,
Yes.
Madam Mayor? Or I can
Yes,
stop.
you can. I just want to make sure that everyone gets ample time because sometimes it's easy to get monopolized. So go ahead, Mr. Gordon.
For the record, Councilwoman Breckus, we are always willing to sit down and work with you on your ideas. But I was at your NAB last Monday, and you clearly told NAB members that you were opposed to this concept and this development agreement. So it's hard to sit down and work something out with you, while at the same time, you're telling your NAB members that this is not a good agreement. But I am happy to sit down with you moving forward.
Councilwoman Brecken, just a question. Have you met with them at all? Have you reached out? Usually when it is in someone's ward, that's typical standard practice.
I have reached out. I have met with them in the past. I have met with them in the past, but I want to say my disappointment is I wanted to see this agreement in a draft form and be briefed by our staff that was negotiating it before it got put up on for public interest the other day. So that's where my dissatisfaction comes with. I don't hold anyone from the public from an onus to meet with me. You don't have to come and kiss my ring or something like that. You don't have to be my friend, but I want to see our city manager get us in the best position we can be to make the most informed decisions for the public good that we can. That's what I hope for.
Isn't this the most transparent way as well? So whenever you say that, it sounds like they're negotiating behind the scenes. I just am curious, when's the last time that you met with Mr. Gordon?
I cannot remember, but you know what, Madam Mayor? My calendar is public on the city website under my page. And so you or anyone could go back and see what meetings I'm having with who, whenever. And I don't know, do you do that, Madam Mayor?
I'm happy.
Is your calendar public?
Absolutely. Anyone can FOIA my calendar at any time. I'm curious to know, all of us, and especially me, I meet on projects all throughout the city. I know Councilman Reese meets with those, but it's very standard practice for a ward representative to meet with people on projects so that they become good projects and your concerns get addressed. I think that's important. When was the last time you met with Mr. Gordon?
I'd have to go back, and anyone could do this because my calendar is on the city website, so you don't have to go to the clerk and request a public
My
record.
point
You can
is,
go.
when have you been a part of the process to address your concerns? That's my point.
We'll
Have
ask.
you?
When
was the last time,
It's
Councilwoman
been
Breckus? I'd like
it's
to
been
know.
some time. It's been some time, and I'd have to go back
Is
through
it
my
a year?
record.
Is it 2 years? I
I
would
don't
like to
think
know.
it's been years. I don't think it's been years.
Okay, well, I'm just saying that I think sometimes if you're not in the process, then all these concerns that you have will not be addressed. And I think it's important to get them addressed.
And
because you
likewise,
come here-
I could ask you
because
what
come here-
conversations
Madam Mayor,
you've had.
Madam Mayor,
Hold on one second.
Madam
And I want to
Mayor.
make sure that your concerns get addressed, but it's going to take two people, not just one. So I'm asking you to sit down and meet. If you really want a good project and you want it for all the right reasons, you need to do that. And you owe your constituents that as well.
Madam
All right,
Mayor,
go ahead.
every meeting.
Councilmember, thank you, Madam Mayor. Councilmember Reese would like to speak.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I come at it from a little bit of a different perspective. You know, she's asked primarily as a courtesy to her that she needed more time. But where I diverge from my colleague is about the democratic nature of it, right? As a representative democracy, the city council is a representative of the public. And so to argue that it's undemocratic, that the public on an individual basis is not negotiating a contract seems anathema to me. We are negotiating a contract. Your client and the city are negotiating a contract. To argue for direct democracy, while I think the public has ways to be involved, and while a perfectly valid opinion is really not the way that our system is set up, and a fundamentally different argument. The reason why we have development agreements, of course, is because they are separate from the code requirements, and they are a contract, right? And we haven't used them here. And so here we are stumbling our way through the first one. I think some of the comments being lobbed by my colleague are sort of ticky-tacky and not relevant or germane to the discussion. The development agreement is also, of course, available to the public. Parties can voice their concerns by lobbying before the city council. They could have come to this meeting today. Some came this morning. Some person said they stopped and read the sign, and that motivated them for the first time in their life to come to a city council meeting. So the idea that the public has sort of been locked out of it, I think, is not consistent with either the development agreement standards or our general notions of representative democracy. Although, again, I'm not saying that I'm opposed to taking additional time, as Ms. Dewar posited. I'm not sure it's necessary, but I'm also not opposed to it. Sort of the last thing I'll say is development agreements, of course, are still consistent with our general plan, our code, the downtown action plan, and, of course, under Nevada law are subject to annual review. And when the agreement is not being met, the city gets to unilaterally terminate it. So again, because I am a lawyer, I'm focused on those things, because some of the other things, like who met with whom when and what went bump in the night, those are just theater. The people making those claims are not really invested in the development agreement process or in getting a resolution. So for my part, I think Ms. Dewar has made a request. I understood your answer to be, and I just want to make sure that people understood certainly that there are differences as to why that would be appropriate or not.
Madam Mayor?
Go right ahead, Councilwoman Jordan.
Thank you very much. I just want to say something, and then I have a question about what I think is probably one of the most important things, which is of the affordable housing component of this discussion, which we've really not talked about much here, if at all, to this point. But we'll understand some of those conversations could be evolving as discussions emerge. But it's unfortunate that the kind of the tone of some of this meeting has become some gotcha or gonna getcha, or there's ill intentions, or our own staff, including our city manager, are out to harm or to benefit only one party. And Mr. Thornley is enjoying his first year anniversary with us, I think yesterday, and has done an exemplary job. I think he has built the trust of our personnel and the community, and has really tackled some tough issues, including through the pandemic, that has shown his steel and his ethics and his ability to bring people together to try to execute on a community vision and really resolve issues. And I think all of us in elected and public servants, that is our job, right? Our job is to understand what someone's intention, what someone's investment, what someone's vision, what someone's impacts, and to understand all sides. And I appreciate, Mr. Thornley, you meeting with all the parties, which any good public servant meets with all the parties to best understand an issue. And you do it in advance of throwing dirty bombs in a public meeting and trying to do gotchas. So I just think that's damaging to the community. It's damaging to the organization. And frankly, it's damaging to those who we want to invest money in our community. If they think they're going to come before us and get some gotcha, sneaky, dirty bomb thrown at them. Vetting is absolutely important, and we are doing that. We are doing that process today, and I think it can be done without the games. And Mr. Limpert is doing a fantastic job, and he was cut off here today, and I thought that was disrespectful as well. My question on the affordable housing side, thank you very much for bringing him a water. Mr. Gordon's up here coughing in these masks. My question on the affordable housing is, we have on a lot of the development projects that have come before us, the developers have come forward with a per door sort of contribution based upon the units. I think your unit count is between 2,000 and 3,000, I think I heard someone say. Can you talk to me, or does staff have something that can show me what you have contributed? I know I've given money to the Willie J. Wynn building. Do we have something that kind of encapsulates, I know I asked this of staff, all the things you have, Mr. Jacobs and Jacobs Entertainment has given, plans to give, will give? I'm just trying to equate it to the some things that other developers have done.
So thank you for the question, and thank you for the water. I really appreciate it. So as mentioned before, in the middle of the district is Saracen Arms and Courtyard, existing affordable housing. We actually had Saracen Arms under contract and then realized, you know what, those 60 units are really important to downtown, so that facility stayed, as did Courtyard. As far as monetary contributions Mr. Jacobs has made, so in working with the Reno Housing Authority, again, pretty early in this process when Mr. Jacobs came to town, he's owned Gold Dust West for I think close to 15 years. When after he acquired the Sands and started doing these acquisitions with his vision, he went to the Reno Housing Authority and no strings attached, donated $1.5 million, which, as Councilman Delgado knows, Willie J. Wynn apartments were built. Great 44-unit low-income senior housing project completed in Councilman Delgado's ward. Great facility. 2, the Youth Empowerment Project. This is on 4th Street, just west of the Maverick, working with NAEP and pledged $500,000, not only pledged, but writing checks to see that development come forward with Monica and her group for transitional affordable housing. So that's about $2 million. These other ones I wouldn't consider affordable housing, just being a good community partner with the Life Change Center and Nevada Hopes. So with that $2 million, in addition to kind of keeping the Saracen Arms and Courtyard in the district, is the current investment. We heard loud and clear if and when we bring back TIF, that there needs to be an affordable housing component. And we've already started thinking about how that works and what facilities and what locations. And I wouldn't show up here with a TIF proposal without an affordable housing component.
Okay, but to this point, you've given approximately $2 million towards affordable housing, which if you or who you sold it to built 2,000 units would be 1,000. Am I getting the math right? Is that how the math works?
Yeah, I think a couple things. One is, I mean, if you have a project by right and just go pull a building permit, right? There's no affordable housing fee that goes with it, right? But through the entitlement processes, there's a master plan policy that says, how are you supporting affordable housing? And so this council has been very astute to say, hey, if you're market rate, we want you to buy into, according to that master plan policy, how you're supporting affordable housing. So there's been a per door fee.
Okay,
So
that's what I've been I'm just trying to do
Yeah.
the math and how it equates to what you've given and what you're building and how it might equate to the per door amount as it compares to other developments that have given $1,000 a door. That's what
Correct.
I was trying to get at.
Yeah.
Thank you.
No
That was
problem.
helpful. Thank you.
All right, are there any other questions from council members?
I really didn't want to go. I just was
Oh,
going to, you might want to.
yeah. I'm going to try again. Where I'm struggling is that from day one, I have been supportive of this project. That was great. I liked the direction. I liked the developer. I understood where they were going. What I find awkward, I've even initiated ordinance changes to support this. What I find awkward is that now what I need is some more information. I last met with you about 3 months ago at the location. We talked very broadly. Nobody talked to me about these details. And it's been discussed that this is a very minimal agreement, but look at the topics. Putting aside sewer, credits, streetlights, pedestrian amenities, pedestrian walkway, signage, street closures, RCT, sustainability, all things that you either want to nail down or get a change from what is required citywide. And I could be very fine with that. I just want to understand what that is, and you want those things to go for a very long time. And I don't want to have it mischaracterized that because I have questions about these things that somehow that means negative. Questions, that's my job, is to ask questions, make sure I'm making an informed decision. This is the moment to negotiate. This is the moment where you're asking for something, not when you're asking for something really big, which is money, right? Which is TIF, when we're negotiating every single one of these things, parks, and we haven't even talked about streetscape. We've adopted a downtown streetscape ordinance. What's the streetscape ordinance that would go here? When does that get figured out? On each individual property? And no, it should be done district-wide, just like we've done it district-wide, so to speak, for downtown. So I agree with you about the tone. I feel very awkward that I'm being put in, like, feeling very defensive here when I want to be an advocate. And so all I'm asking is that we bring along the public. And I guess if I have to, I'll ask you to ask Mr. Jacobs and take a few moments and see if you are willing. This would be your first public workshop, probably. I have quite a few, into the future. And talk about these things that you've asked for and explain them to the public so they can get a comfort level. And I see Mr. Jacobs here, and he's a guy I really respect. And I have a feeling he's given so much that this is something he would be willing to do.
Let me say, I appreciate the request, and we just want to move this development forward. Councilman Reese said, let's get some cranes in the sky. What is in this agreement is, if you took at it piece by piece, a lot of it says subject to public works approval. Like, you're not approving a street closure. We're just being transparent to say we're going to do this 30 days a year and to expect a special activity permit to come in and work with public works. So there's nothing, in our opinion, we may agree to disagree, that is in this agreement that is approving a project that requires public input on what it looks like, what it's located, is there parking, is there not parking, what's the size, what's the, what are the setbacks, all the typical project issues. This is just a regulatory interpretation cleanup that we've kind of kept a list with staff for over the last year to make sure we come to council, when we move forward with this development, how we're interpreting these sections. And we can now go list 290 Keystone and go get a great project there, which I'm sure will require an entitlement in public processes. We have a project, a condo project, that you're going to see, the public's going to see, and they can weigh in on about parking and lighting and impacts there. Absolutely. But we just don't want any more delay. We're ready to move forward. I specifically talked to you about doing this in two pieces, coming to April and laying this all out. And then now, 6 months later, and working out the details with staff, now you have the agreement, which I think is a good one, and your staff is phenomenal. In fact, recommending approval. So I don't want to be seen, and I know Jacobs Entertainment doesn't want to be seen as being open, transparent, part of the public process. I was just at a NAB on Monday talking to the public about what we're doing. So there'll be plenty of public process moving forward. But this development agreement that's been parsed down in order to move it forward and keep the bigger things for later, I think we're ready to move forward, Councilman
It's the
Dewar.
first one, and that's why I think the timing's important. No matter how streamlined, small, I don't think this is cleanup. I think these are exceptions and they're special assignments and they go for a very long time. And when we get into very long agreements, that's when things, 3 years from now, we go, gosh, we wish we didn't sign up for this thing. Or a later council says, why did the previous council commit to this thing without understanding the ramifications? I don't know whether 30 days closure is a good or bad thing. I don't know if that includes construction time or that's for a special event. I mean, those are the kind of things I just don't know. So I won't say it anymore. If you don't want to talk to Mr. Jacobs, who is sitting here, who came here for a reason, I presume, and ask him if that works for him and gets you to check a box and show your cards and show that you are those people that want to be transparent with the public, who have all written into us, okay, you don't want to do it. And I'm kind of transitioning my perspective, I guess.
Madam,
We'll leave it at that.
Madam Mayor?
Go right ahead.
Thank you. Maybe a suggestion, because I too like Councilwoman Dewar, because it is the first sort of presentation of even some visuals and some sort of ideas. I'm kind of wondering, since some of this stuff has to come to the NABs, mine and certainly Councilwoman Breckus's as well, and those are open to the public. And we, at least at my NAB, I know that the public can ask questions through the NAB members to whomever is presenting. I'm just wondering if we move forward with this today, could you, at those NAB meetings, when the pieces and parts come forward, which they will to the NABs, could you discuss the whole thing? In other words, could we allot some time for you to explain kind of what you are presented to us here today, so that at least there's more meetings where here's what, sort of I don't want to say the vision, because a lot of it is determined on the buyer of the properties and what they will, or approvals and what our input is. So I'm just wondering if maybe there's middle road where there is some more public understanding that while the condo project may come forward at that, future meeting or in Ward 5 for what it may be, you're also going to give the presentation you gave today. That's all. I'm just thinking maybe there's a way to do both.
Absolutely. Happy to go to your NABs and give presentations. On other bigger projects I've worked on, I have had kind of a standing quarterly agenda item at some NABs just to give updates. Sometimes there's no updates, sometimes there are. But yeah, given it's your ward and Councilman Brex's ward, I'm happy to go present and give updates as this moves forward. That's no problem.
I think that might clear up. I think there's a lot of misunderstanding about what we are doing here today and what we're not doing here today and what's coming forward and what's not.
And
So-
I can also say, state law requires I come back every 2 years with a development agreement. So you get to say, have you performed, have you not performed, what's going on, what's happening? And if we're not performing, you have the unilateral right under state law to terminate it. Now, we have cure rights, et cetera, but state law is very pro-municipality when it comes to development agreements. You perform or you don't, and there's review periods. So there'll be, again, more opportunities for hearings and verifications of what we're doing and how we're doing it.
Madam Mayor?
Yes.
Could we move into deliberation? I feel like, we're negotiating with someone who wants something. We're not deliberating among ourselves. We're not directing our manager, engaging with him, who really is, it's not a consent thing with this person who wants something that we have sole discretion to. It's really how we want to do things. So the longer Mr. Gordon stays up there, the more I feel strong presence and reservation of rights is bestowed upon him. And I think it needs to come back to him. And I'll just jump off on Ms. Jardin's perspective. I am really struggling, and that's why I wish, every time I meet with the manager, I go over the 3-month calendar to try and understand what's coming down the pipe. And when I could when I need to, get more information. This one, unfortunately, I thought was going to have more lead time, but I just want to zero in on the parks credit issue. Now, it is and you can take your seat, Mr. Gordon, I believe, if we transition to deliberation. From my perspective, and I'll use this as an example of maybe 5 or 7 other items, but it's relevant, is we do reserve development agreements, narrow in scope, to parks. Usually it's easier because it's a geographic area that's green, contiguous, that is greenfield, and there's maybe little blobs for where parks are going to go, and we know that. Here it's much more challenging, particularly because it's not contiguous land, it's within a built fabric, but then also he's not held to any numbers and performances. So how do you plan for park needs when you don't know how many units are coming on? I can show you every single PUD where there's a cap on how many park acres, park sites you'll have, and it equates very easily. It helps the parks planner know where they're headed. This one, by delegating it all over to them, I just don't see how it gets the job done. And so it needs a lot more deep thought. Our parks commissioners are wonderful. They would help us mull that over. And I remind you, at that NAB meeting that keeps getting talked about on Monday, our parks director was there talking about updating the parks plan. So, we're in the policy thinking about park planning, and I feel that issue, that enhanced property right or economic right we're giving to them is just not fully fleshed. And that's just one, and I could probably sit here for another hour and bring up others and others and others that I've come to see and other people have brought to attention too. So I don't know how we want to proceed, but I think we should proceed wrapping this up and thinking about giving direction very clear to our manager. Thank
Madam
you.
Mayor? We have had no time clock going, so I think it's important to do that. And I want to let you know that Councilman Member Reese, no? Okay. Was there other council members that needed to speak or would like to speak? Councilwoman Jordan.
Thank you very much, and I'll be brief. So the understanding that anything that we may or may not approve here today would have to come back at the very least in 2 years, right? Oh, in
It
1
says
year. So
Can
it's
we speak into the microphone and
1 year for the first year and 2 year for the what?
It's, you got a 12-month window. If you approve it today, they have to come back within a year to check in. Thereafter, they need to check in with the body every 2 years for the duration of the agreement.
Okay, so the check-in point in 1 year from now, what authority is the power within us to say in 1 year, we have changed our minds? Is that something we can do in 1 year from now?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, what do you mean? I mean,
So in other words, if this got approved today and we give them 12, they come back to us in 1 year, I'm trying to get to the public meetings as well.
Me too.
But still keep things moving to get the cranes in the air. And I'm just trying to understand, in 1 year, if Mr. Jacobs hasn't done some of the things we want to see, Mr. Limpert, if you'd like to expound, I'm not sure, you kind of made a move there. We could in a year say, you said, you inferred, you said something, and you didn't, to our satisfaction, perform this development agreement. Is that correct?
For the record, Jeff Limpert, Revitalization Manager, correct. I wanted to just clarify that we'd have to show that they are not, abiding by the development agreement and performing as required.
Okay, so that would be whether or not if we lowered the sewer credits to, 5, if they weren't, okay, all right.
If
I
we saw
understand.
absolutely no action at that point, I guess it would be under council to say, look, you've done nothing in a year.
but what
Okay.
are they required to do? I guess that's the part I'm missing. When a year, I like where you're going. But in a year, what would we be evaluating or judging or looking for?
So some of the difficulty with crafting an agreement under our existing ordinances is that state law is quite a bit more broad as it relates to how these tools can be used. And by having an ordinance that says you can't abrogate any of the processes or approval procedures as it relates to the zoning code, makes it difficult to put that sort of benchmark in an agreement like this. Typically, you would see these agreements used to actually set what those entitlements are. Here, the entitlements are set, as you heard in both presentations, through the straight zoning of the property.
So nothing is happening in a year, right? I mean, they don't have to perform or do anything, develop a square foot,
No,
build a fence,
what you
plant
saw
a
is-
tree, whatever.
Those credits are set up as sort of use them or lose them when they're credits that exist on a timeline. And
They have
otherwise,
5 years.
And otherwise, the pedestrian amenity credits it's money that's already spent. And so it's just checking against the box and and
Just
then,
wanted to support Councilmember Jordan where she was going, but I also wanted to understand what we would be looking at in 1 year. I don't think anything. I mean, there's no requirement.
Madam Mayor, if I may interject just, and I'll summarize my thoughts, that was helpful. I was trying to understand the check-in points, what the check-ins meant, where our authorities as it relates to, I think we want to see everything go vertical yesterday. We understand the complexities of doing that, and the pandemic threw a wrench in all things. We are starting to see things move again, though, right? We're starting to see the properties by the ballpark are coming in. We're seeing the Harris property. I mean, stuff is now starting to move, and we expect that this moves and moves quickly as well. I'm just trying to understand how we might be able to use both lanes of the freeway and have some public process and input while at the same time moving forward here today. That was my comments. And we put provisions on the 2 parcels that we sold, which have, very strict timelines on going vertical. So I think we have put some parameters on performance on those properties at least. Thank you.
Madam Mayor.
Go right ahead.
Thank you. And perhaps my question is best directed to Mr. Hall or Mr. Shipman or Ms. Mehta. I'm trying to understand the same question, but I would ask it in a different way. What are the conditions under which the city could unilaterally back out of the contract, right? Isn't that what the ultimate question is? Whether it's benchmarks, however you're characterizing it. I'm just saying, we have a contract that we're potentially about to sign. What are the conditions under which in a year, if Jacobs came back in front of us, we could say, we are shredding this contract?
Thank you for the question. Jasmine Mehta, for the record. The NRS 2780205 is pretty clear that the only basis to terminate or unilaterally cancel a development agreement is for cause. So a breach that is not cured, or for the inability such as bankruptcy or insolvency of the developer to perform.
Okay, and I understand the bankruptcy piece because that's a totally different thing, but the inability to perform, I'm not sure how I could envision within a year that we would be at that moment where we could say, you have not performed because you did not do 1, 2, 3, and 4. We therefore send you this letter saying we shred the contract, right? So what are the conditions under which you could see that happening other than bankruptcy? That's a unique one, and I understand that is its own benchmark, right? But my colleagues are struggling to find a way to move forward because we don't understand what would the things be that we could say you have not done this thing and therefore we are terminating the contract.
Well, I think as City Manager Thornley pointed out, normally you would have those benchmarks in the agreement itself, and in this case, there are no set benchmarks. There's no requirement that, 200 units have to be built within 5 years, or that sort of kind of hard, requirement that you can measure if they're performing.
Well, and from a legal perspective, this is the first time that we as a city council will have entered into a development agreement. And it hasn't been a tool we've used, right?
Right.
What do other communities' development agreements, do they have some kind of benchmarking that you're talking about that would lead the conversation so that there could be opt-out moments?
Well, I can speak to like Sparks and the city of Henderson because I reviewed a bunch of their agreements, and they do have a more robust, I guess, performance measures, but it's because the agreement itself, instead of being an incentive package, it's more akin to a PUD. It's more of a whole development plan that says, we'll provide this infrastructure by this date and you will, develop this area by this date, so that everybody's kind of in lockstep with how the development is going to proceed. This is a very different type of development agreement, I would say. I didn't find anything comparable.
Well, and therein lies the problem that the manager spoke to, right? We have our code, which requires certain things, whether it's tentative map applications, PUDs, SUPs, all of those kind of things. And we have this other new thing over here, which is neither fish nor fowl, right? It is a development agreement, a contract between two parties, negotiated arm's length. And we're sort of trying to push the two of them to be similar things, right? We either are going to do development agreements or we're not, right? That's ultimately the issue. And the development agreement is not going to be a PUD. It's not going to be an SUP. It's not going to be a tentative map. It is going to be a different type of agreement. And so, of course, having not done one, we have lots of questions, right? As your clients, we have lots of questions. And so thank you for your engaging part of it. For my part, most helpful to me. Thank
Madam
you.
Mayor, I have one clarification on that, if I might.
Go ahead.
For the city attorney, I didn't want you to walk away before. So if I'm understanding you correctly, so they've got some proposed projects, the two properties that we contributed into. We've got the one on Keystone, you got the one on Second. If we were to say the benchmark is you have to have pulled the permit for 50, 100 units within the next 12 months, and that could be, does that, in 12 months from now, if they have not commenced construction on X number of units in the next 12 months, could that be our cancellation shredding of the entirety of the development agreement if they have not performed on something on a smaller amount? What I'm getting to is Mr. Jacobs can't control what he is potentially putting up for sale. He does control the properties in which he plans to develop, right? So if he doesn't perform on the two, I think that I'm hearing today, the two that I'm aware of, which I don't know exactly, you said the units, and I'm sorry, I've forgotten. Does that get us a cancellation shredding of the development agreement in its entirety 12 months from now if we put that unit count on the development agreement today?
So again, Jasmine Maida for the record. The reason I'm hesitating is that there's those contracts already have consideration, like those are contracts in and of themselves, and then to put them in this agreement is, basically the consideration is the same. I don't think that there's any prohibition on you doing that. You certainly could.
So the development agreement doesn't apply to the condo project that you're bringing forward or the project on Keystone?
It would apply to the extent of the sewer credits and the
Okay,
pedestrian amenities.
so then
and-
then it would. So if we today said, you commence construction on 50 units in the next 12 months, and in 12 months, if you've not done that, we have the out clause for the entirety of the development agreement.
That's
Okay,
definitely.
that's what I was trying to
a way that
understand.
you can
If
have
what
a-
we know we can control in 12 months, the whole thing. That's what I'm trying to get at. Okay, thank you, that was helpful.
And if I may, that's kind of what I was getting at. I didn't realize Monday when I walked in the NAB meeting that they were going to be proposing 130-unit condo development with an abandonment right there. And there was an article over the newspaper this weekend. They're going to build that. But I see no performance measures linking all these enhanced property rights they want and monetary rights they want with any performance, even though, on the other hand, they're saying they're performing, they're coming forward. Their designer said November 10th, he'll be submitting a building permit. So it was just this huge disconnect that I could not get my head around. And that's why I suggested a downscaled one for the properties he says he's going to do. Let's get those executed and then take a next step with them.
Okay, I guess Councilwoman Jordan, I'm gonna send it back to, can you hear me? Because you guys are going in and out.
Yes.
Right, okay. And then again, I think that sort of speaks to my point, Councilwoman Breckus. You wouldn't be surprised if you were meeting with the developer, and I think it's important that you do so that your comments are very well taken and very well heard on this project. I want to point out, we have never seen a project of this magnitude. Usually people will come in with 1 or 2 blocks. We've seen that. I think I can't remember, large scale projects other than maybe Red, and then you have Stonegate. But for the most part, I mean, in some ways, I kind of look at this a lot like a Tony Hsieh, and kind of seeing what they did with their downtown in Las Vegas, where it's been completely revitalized. I know, and I'd love to dig into that a little bit more because I know that the city worked with them, but that's really what's important. And I want to remind everyone, we brought in ULI for a very good reason, to form private and public partnerships. And I think now more than ever, it's important that all of us are involved in shaping a great city. And I'm sure that Mr. Jacobs would welcome that with anyone that wants to meet. I think that that's important, or meet with Mr. Gordon. Because I think we have a real opportunity here. And not to mention, I think we have to remember this, when we talk about homelessness and the economic impacts of things, I mean, something like this also provides jobs, which is, that is very, very important, and also puts money back into the city because these properties get back on the tax rolls. I have to say, and I want to make this clear too. A lot of those motels down there, I don't know if any of you toured them, but I did, and they were horrific. Those were not landlords; those were slumlords. They were terrible, and they were not affordable. If you do the math on those apartments, or no, those motels, they were about 300 square feet, no kitchenette. Do the math, and they were about $300 a week. And so that is not affordable housing. No one should live like that. And not to mention, I will say this, and I appreciate Mr. Jacobs, because I have not seen another developer that has given back to, some of the things in this community that are very worthwhile, such as NYEP and the Affordable Housing Senior Project and things like that. So I have to believe that we have a good partner here, and all of us need to be doing it together. There can't be this sort of us and them mentality. It doesn't work like that. But I also remember when I ran back, 8 years ago, the one thing is, when we knocked on doors, and I know many of you probably heard this, and it's a shame because at the time we were all running at large, which I absolutely loved, because I think it's such a disservice to this community that we now run in specific wards, because what happens is then it takes the interest out of that council member. Then they don't come to the table and vote on things the way that they should be or taking interest in. And I find that sad, but I would say this, you guys would remember this running back about 8 years ago. One of the biggest, I think, gripes were people saying, we want a revitalized downtown. We want to revitalize downtown. And the one thing they kept harping, and I know Councilwoman Jordan brought this up, was the King's Inn, the King's Inn, the King's Inn. And we all remember that that was such a massive, massive eyesore. And so again, I kind of equate it to that. Like, you know, people want to see your city revitalized and creating great communities, but there just can't be sort of this us and them. We all have to work together. So I think that that's important. All right, moving forward, Councilwoman Jordan, please give me a motion.
I'll take a stab at it and we'll see where this goes. Okay, I do think that there is some opportunity for our city manager with, it says here to provide the city manager authority to finalize the terms of the proposed development agreement. I think, Mr. Thornley, you have heard much input here today. I think what we're looking for is a benchmark of units that we can, in 12 months, potentially shred the contract on if they haven't performed. If that is the legal analysis, and there are more attorneys in this room than I care to admit, that allows us, affords us that ability. In other words, if they don't construct 100 units in the next 12 months, we will bring that back here, and that affords us the opportunity to null and void the thing in its entirety. And that the Mr. Jacobs and his representatives will present to the public what they have presented to us here today, and through the NAB members have questions answered, and take notes on those and give those, you know, we will collect all of that information from the community on what their feedback is as we move forward. And then that will give not just one community meeting, it will give multiple, because there'll be more than one NAB meeting. So that would be my motion.
All right, I have a motion from Councilwoman Jordan. Do I have a second?
Second. Weber.
I have a second.
Weber.
Any discussion?
Yes.
Councilwoman Breckus.
Go ahead, Ms. Dewar. Yes, if I may, Madam Mayor. All right, so I believe it's a best practice to get things up front. At this point, there's not clear benchmarks in this agreement. It is an agreement. It's not about nice people. I deal with nice people all the time. But at the end of the day, it's about what's in the agreement, the words that are in the agreement. That's what we hold each other accountable to. We hold them, they hold us. Our own attorney said that they're not used to this. In the county, Sparks, they do much more robust development agreements, including a whole development plan. And so I'm puzzled about why we do this now. I'm serious. When I advocated for, argued for, supported doing a development agreement, I didn't think we'd get a substandard one. I thought we'd get a robust, good development agreement that we could all lock hands on, and the public would be right there supporting us. And it's our job to do due diligence, have milestones. Something should be in here for all the parties. And so that's why I am not comfortable. I have a lot of confidence in our manager. What's that? No. No. But I mean, this would authorize you to go sign, seal, and get it done and have it go. And there's so many things that they may call it minimal. I think it's a lot that I think that we should be weighing in on. So I haven't reached my comfort level. It's not about this project. I think it's a phenomenal project. That's why I'm so sad today, because I've been there the whole time. And I've kind of, you know, instead of you won me at hello, you lost me today. That's my struggle. And I appreciate what you are doing, trying to put in something that isn't in there today. But I just feel like we could do better, and we could put it in up front, and a public workshop would help us get there, and we could work with our manager to get there and have a good first development agreement, so.
I think Mr. Gordon had an answer or something. I'm sorry, Madam Mayor.
We're in deliberation. People don't come up when we're in deliberation.
They can if we call them up.
Yeah.
For the record, Garrett Gordon, thank you. So as you read in the newspaper, it's been announced that Phase 1 of the condo project, 63 units, is moving forward next year. So as far as a benchmark for units, we would go on record and suggest that it would be pulling a building permit, because you can't get under construction in a year by the time you put everything together. But pulling a building permit on 63 units within the next 12 months. And we'll be back before you in 12 months, and we will double check that's occurred. But that's a benchmark that we think is appropriate.
So, Madam Mayor, I'm really struggling with what the hurry is. Mr. Gordon said, no more delay. I mean, I see within this district, if not pretty close on the perimeters, 4 projects going up right now. One on Ralston, one next to the cathedral, one over on Keystone, and there's another one. There's a lot of activity. I don't see that holding off this, vetting this appropriately, understanding the impact. There's so many enhanced property rights here given to them and monetary dispensations, especially with or monetary benefits, particularly with the sewer that just went up. You know, it's not a lot, but $6 a year for every household. And we've got to keep an eye on that sewer fund. And I really object that there's a hurry and that we're the delay. What I would like to see is the agreement, if this doesn't go forward. I heard a lot, well, this isn't much. Well, do a table that shows what straight code is and what this says. And why is it necessary then to be assigned as a 20-year privilege to them? I really do not get it. And the delegation to the manager is something I'm having a hard time with. I have to be very honest. And I know today there was great fanfare about his 1-year anniversary with us. But I'll be looking for his evaluation soon before this body. I haven't seen it on the 3-month calendar because my confidence in him has been severely shaken. Hearing that he went in and reached out to a private party who's been subject to a lot of contact to buy a property and went in as a city representative in a private real estate transaction. I am so shaken by that, and so his trust needs to be restored to me in a way, and I'll bring that up in his evaluation, but to delegate to him this, where he's already demonstrated, in my view, and I was just responding to a constituent concern, the advancement of Mr. Jacobs' rights and privileges over the interests of another person who has property rights is very disconcerting. So it's really, I think, a poor delegation of authority to someone who I think has not shown getting us the best document here to make the decision, and to some degree shown a favoritism toward Mr. Jacobs and his ambitions. And I'm very concerned about that district with all the non-blue holders, and that they are on the path for coercion and tactics that may not be fair to them and their interests. Thank you. So I won't support.
So I'm getting conflicting messages because I've heard for so long, where's the shovels in the ground? Where's the shovels in the ground? You've said that so many times, Councilwoman Breckus. The other thing I want you to help me understand, there are a lot of times that we have our city manager reach out to get people to come to the table. Remember, they are the ones that run the city. So I also want Mr. Thornley to speak to that, because I find that, absolutely, I don't think in any way that it happened in the manner in which you are explaining. So I would like Mr. Thornley to answer that, because I think that that's important. And I mean, the way that you're portraying him, quite honestly, is very concerning. And I want to make sure that the truth is on the record. Mr. Thornley.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Mr. Thornley, if I could interject, please. And Madam Mayor, I'm trying to look to our legal counsel. The claims raised by Councilmember Breckus border on slanderous. And so I want to make sure that, given the confines of the requirements of addressing and attacking a person's character, have been given notice of those things and the opportunity to have a lawyer present, that sort of things. I think
if that's an issue, then there has to be proper notice. There hasn't been. Obviously, We're not talking about Mr. Thornley. We're talking about this agenda item, so I would recommend that we get back on the agenda item in the pending motion.
Yeah, and certainly,
right.
Madam Mayor, of course, your point is well
We can do
taken.
that, but I'm going to ask for that to come back because I find it very, very inappropriate and I find that concerning. And a lot of times it happens, quite honestly, frequently at our meetings or to staff behind the scenes, and we don't talk about it. And being the mayor of the city, I feel very responsible that this creates a very damaging culture. So at some point, we need to talk about it. And I think it's only fair to staff to talk about it. We've lost a lot of really good staff because of insinuations and slander like this. And, at some point, you have to throw your hands up and say, not okay, not acceptable. And at what point does this stop? Because it's not okay. And so I just feel very compelled, and I will be meeting with you in the fall so that we can discuss this because it's gone on for far too long. We've seen it with city manager after city manager. It's one of the reasons we have great turnover at the city. And, we haven't addressed it like we should have. Everyone's been so afraid to address it, and that's not right. So I'm just going to put it out there. So it's just very disappointing and very concerning. All right, moving on.
Madam Mayor?
Madam, go ahead. Councilwoman Jordan, please.
Thank you. I just did want to, I think I had a motion on the table. I did want to modify my motion to reflect the 63 units and the understanding that the sewer credits would be used. I think to my colleague, Mr. Reese had said within 5 years. Yes. So
Okay.
I'm modifying my motion for that.
Okay, and then just quick question for Mr. Gordon. One of the things that I want to be sure, and I've always said this is really, really important. I know when all of us ran and we all agreed that when we got into office, it was very important that we opened up the doors to City Hall, and that it was very apparent that only so many people were allowed to do business sort of in this city. And so we've always talked about having our community shape the city in which they want to live in. And so I want you to give me a framework or an idea of the public process, how we can involve them at every level. I know you've been at all the different NABs. I know you've met with council members. I know you've met with community members. I know you've met with members that own properties around there. But I want to give assurance to people in the community that they will have an opportunity to weigh in and be part of that process. So give me kind of an idea what that looks like, because to my knowledge, there's always been an open door. And I think that is important. And again, making sure that council members, especially if they're the ward representatives, that they are actually doing their part and meeting on projects to make sure they're better projects and not to just point the finger. I think that's really, really important. So tell me how you're going to engage the public and engage council members.
Yeah,
Because I'd like to know.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Sheevy. So first of all, obviously, we have to follow code with respect to our future applications. So with our abandonment request, we'll go to the NAB. We went to one on Monday. There'll be a city council hearing. With respect to the tentative map application, we'll go to the NAB, go to the Planning Commission, and be before this body on appeal. I heard today from Councilwoman Jordan, she'd like us to go to the NAB above and beyond what's required, to go give them an update on what happens here today and on future updates. So I'm happy to do that within the next 60 days and go back and work with your liaison to keep that NAB up to date. And then I will reach out to Councilwoman Breckus and see if she wants to sit down and discuss this development agreement, the tentative map, the project. The tentative map is in her ward. Happy to talk with her and happy to work through her and your liaison and giving Ward 1 updates as well at your direction. In addition to that, we have had conversations with the bid. We're happy to continue those and have a second, third, fourth meeting with them as well, given they're a big stakeholder in what's going on in downtown.
All right, I do appreciate that. I would also meet with Councilwoman Breckus. Please have a staff member there so they can take copious notes. I think that's important. All right, so I have go ahead, Councilwoman Dewar.
I wanted to follow up on your point. I guess a question for our manager, who I do deeply respect, and he knows it. Mr. Gordon said that he's coming back in with a whole series of requests, And so I guess I'm wondering, there's such a thing as incrementalism where you just sort of take small bites at the apple, but you never say it's the real thing. When is there to be a public workshop associated with this? He said he's coming in as soon as November for, that's in 30 days to ask for some TIF.
Well, he did not say he was coming in November to ask for some
Oh,
TIF.
what did he
said
say?
he was coming in November with a map for a condo project. He indicated that he would be willing to present what he presented today to the
Right, I'm not
NABs.
at those NAB meetings, and I apparently, according to this redistricting, have more people in this city of Reno than any place else, those 60,000 people. What I'm asking is when, he said that they were going to come in with some asks, I just don't know when that is.
I would offer, respectfully, of course, that the manner in which our ordinance is set up for these development agreements almost encourages what you're describing, right? By saying that the development agreement cannot be used, and I think, in order to
Abrogate
encourage
the process, yeah.
transparency, but the development agreement cannot be used to abrogate the process. In the other jurisdictions that were mentioned by the city attorney's office, frequently the process is abrogated, right? The development agreement itself is used to set what those entitlements are. And so you're calling it incrementalism. I think staff or the applicant in this case would probably just call it following the ordinary procedure for development projects.
Okay, well, let me just rephrase. We're talking about area that's up to 25 blocks of our city. Do you envision there being a public workshop at some point so the public understands what this is about?
I mean, I hear the applicant in this case describing a willingness to explain what the net or anticipated effects of, the financial provisions of this agreement are to the public, just as they have here today. But in terms of a public workshop, I suppose, my question to you would be, they're not receiving any sort of entitlement with respect to how many units or where they go or in what order they're developed, which is what you might see in another jurisdiction that didn't have the types of rules that we do. Their grand vision for the area, yes, I think that they're willing to go talk about that.
Are
That's
we
what they've
going to
said.
initiate a streetscape ordinance then if they're not going to discuss it or we won't ever talk about it? I mean,
Well, the streetscape standards beyond the lights are the streetscape standards that exist today.
so we could initiate it like we did for downtown. We initiated it.
Yes, and what you're seeing in this agreement and what you heard in the presentations is that all of the applications would be adjudicated on the standard that exists at the time of application.
If I could, Mayor.
Okay, we have a motion and a second, I believe, on the floor. We're going to move on. We still haven't gotten to the rest of our agenda. So let's move on. And then Councilwoman Dewar, I really think you need to reach out and talk to them and find out what other public process that you would like them to bring forward. I think that that's important.
Okay.
Because, never mind, I'm not going to
No,
say
I
it,
will
but
do
again.
that. I will do that.
Okay, thank you.
met with
I
them
would
numerous times.
appreciate that because I see where you're going, but also you need other council members to also be on board, to
Yes.
help see those things through.
I
Again,
agree.
my point with ward-only voting and, council members can easily take passes on other, projects or interest in them. So anyway, let's move on.
Madam Mayor, when you
moved on.
said,
No.
when you said that, I meet with
No.
Mr. Jacobs and with staff.
Okay, but
that's-
we're moving on. I have a motion. I have a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
No.
Okay, motion carries. Okay, we're going to move on. And the reason we're going to move on is because obviously we've had a lot of discussion here today. I'd like everyone to get up and take a break and get, something to eat, move their legs. And then we reset and we all come back with civility and kindness for each other. Okay? Thanks, everyone. Appreciate you.
We will reconvene at 5 o'clock, so 15 minutes. I can be ready when you are. I just need to restart the meeting. All right, Madam Vice Mayor, I am ready to go. We are on item C52, which is the ordinance related to Neon Line District. It's the ordinance introduction to be read by Carl Hall.
This is ordinance introduction, bill number 7188, case number DVA 20-00001, Neon Line Development Agreement. Ordinance to approve a development agreement with Reno Real Estate Development LLC, a Reno Property Manager LLC regarding financial incentives and development standards for the area the developer is calling the Reno Neon Line District, together with other matters which are connected therewith or necessarily pertain thereto.
Move to approve.
Aye.
Opposed?
All right, Madam Vice Mayor, moving right along, we're on item D1, renaming of Rosewood Lake Park.
Good afternoon. For the record, Jamie Schroeder, Director of Parks and Recreation. And Danny Gleach, Recreation Manager, is also here, and he's going to give council a very brief presentation, if council desires.
Do we desire? I was going to make a motion since I'm the liaison, if that's okay.
I have a few questions.
Okay.
I don't know if my vote was recorded appropriately on C52.
Right, right.
So that was a no.
So I will just reflect item C51 on record. I have Councilmember Jordan as the motioner, Councilmember Weber as the seconder. And then my nay votes are Councilmember Reese, Councilmember Breckus, and Councilmember Dorr.
No, I'm a yes.
You're a
on
yes.
C.
Okay. Thank you for that.
But I was on
C52, you are also a nay. Thank you.
And I don't know, was the mayor present for C52?
She was not.
Okay. And it was Jordan and Delgado, so different motion makers on that one.
Correct.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
Madam Clerk, just to be clear, could you go back and say that on the record so we can, I was kind of
Okay.
confused about
Yep.
what was happening.
C51, which was the development agreement.
Right?
Councilmember Jordan is the motioner, Councilmember Weber is the seconder, and my nay votes are Councilmember Breckus and Councilmember Dorr. For C52, the motioner was Councilmember Jordan, seconded by Councilmember Delgado. My no votes are Councilmember Breckus and Councilmember Dorr.
Thank you.
With with Mayor Sheevy absent for C52.
Okay. Thank
So
you.
we're on item D1.
Thank you. And we'll have a staff report, please.
Okay. Good evening, everyone. For the record, Danny Gleach, Recreation Manager for Aquatics and Athletics. So what we have in front of you today is the renaming of the Rosewood Lakes Golf Course. As we, in March of 21, City Council approved the 30-year lease for the facility with the Truckee Meadows Parks Foundation to operate as a nature study area. So since it's no longer a golf course, we wanted to switch the name to something more in line with the activities that will be taking place there. Reno Municipal Code does state that a nature study area is a plot of land that is set aside for the purpose of viewing flora and fauna in a natural, undisturbed environment. So what we have, just a brief history for Rosewood itself. Back in 1998, when the plot of land was being named, Dermody Properties, partnering with Taylor Woodrow out of Great Britain, the chairman of the board was Lord Frank Taylor. He overlooked that area, saw Mount Rose, saw the tree-lined streets, and came up with the name Rosewood. And obviously it has stuck since. Just to give you a little historical background of where the name Rosewood came from. The process for renaming, we go through the approved park naming process that we have within the Parks and Rec Department. The process itself is it goes to a public notice that obviously goes to the RGJ and placed onto the Reno.gov website for people to submit the names in. In July, as Ward 3 Board NAB was not meeting, we were able to get that information sent through their newsletter. So it still went out to that community. July 9th was when the submission of the names were completed. So then we started to review them. In August, at a regular Recreation and Parks Commission meeting, we met. Staff presented a name. Parks and Rec Commission chose a different choice. And then we brought that name to you today for selection and approval. These were the 3 submitted options that were brought forward. So we had Rosewood Lakes Nature Study Area, Rosewood Park Nature Study Area, Steamboat Creek Park Nature Study Area. As mentioned earlier, I believe we had a public comment that pushed for Rosewood Lakes Nature Study Area. The name that was approved the name that was recommended through the Rec and Park Commission was Rosewood Park Nature Study Area. Much like the current name of Rosewood Lakes Municipal Golf Course, they kept Rosewood. They chose to drop the word lakes because they wanted to disconnect what was the previous golf course name to something different, which is why they chose the word park to throw in there. Which was kind of the idea to let people know that it is a park to come to, an area to go to. So what we have is staff, our motion would be to approve the name that was recommended, or you can choose to approve any of the other submitted names. Should you want something completely different, we would have to re-agendize it and come back to you. And that's my presentation.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Councilmember Breckus.
I'll defer to Mr. Delgado. I think he raised his hand first.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. This has been something that's has been very close to me. It's something I kicked off way early on in working with the Truckee Meadows Park Foundation. When Nate was working as the executive director way back when we started the master plan processes and been working with AmeriCorps and so forth. So it's and then also working closely with the Rosewood Lakes HOA and everyone else that's out there. I know the Parks Commission met and had conversations, but I know there was different types of conversations had at that meeting. I'm not necessarily inclined to support their request of Rosewood Park Nature Study Area. I prefer to see the Rosewood Lakes Nature Study Area, because I think that's really what that really calls for and what it states, and it's what's been already promoted time and time again. And all the conversations I've had with community members, whether it's at the Rosewood Lakes HOA, from the community meetings that I've been out there when we had the grand opening and so forth. So, and I know it's one of the options, but again, it's not in support of the Rosewood Park Nature Study Area. Again, supportive of the Rosewood Lakes Nature Study Area, with all due respect to the Parks Commission.
Like it. Councilmember Breckus.
Yeah. When did I asked this in my briefing, when did the Parks Department adopt those guidelines? I didn't see a date on them.
Councilmember Breckus, I actually can't tell you that date. I'd have to look it up, but it was, I do believe it was under the tenure of either Director Conway or it might have been during earlier on with Director Bass.
Okay, a while ago. So here's my issue, question, concern, is over in Ward 1, we have Rosewood Canyon. And we actually have Rosewood Canyon North, Rosewood Canyon South. And it has even caused some confusion with the Pine Haven fire, because there's, the canyon and then there's, parallel canyons. And I've always wondered if there's a relationship between those Rosewood canyons and then the Rosewood Lakes area. And I don't think so, because Rosewood Lakes, some English guy who was developer, or, worked for the developer, did the golf course or something, oh, I see Rosewood. And I've always struggled with that, both those terms being in completely different areas. And generally you would think that something's Rosewood Lakes, it's a tributary or a terminus of a canyon. So I don't really feel strongly about it. I really, if we're gonna rename a geography, I did like the Steamboat one because it gives a clarity of place, context. So that was my thinking. I mean, I can see the argument, well, the subdivision is Rosewood, and I do think they have a strong community identity over there. Anyway, I don't feel strong enough. I just think that it would be a better sensible geographic naming convention to go with Steamboat.
Thank you. Anyone else? Oh, thank you. Having it up there. Go ahead.
Yes,
Councilmember Dewar.
I strongly support Councilmember Delgado. I think that this has been known for a very long time as Rosewood Lakes. I think that reflects the geography of the place. I think I could see future parks being named Steamboat Park that are other places, because Steamboat Creek is so long. We have the entire Daybreak coming up. There's going to be parks that have to get named there. There's a park I think we should have down at on Steamboat Creek down at Rhodes Road that I could be called more naturally Steamboat Creek. So I completely support him. I think he's on the right track, and I'm glad that he proposed it.
Thank you so much. As a liaison, I was going to go with staff, but I really appreciate your comments about Rosewood Lake. So do you want to make the motion? Council?
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. Move to rename the Rosewood Lakes Municipal Golf Course to Rosewood Lakes Nature Study Area.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The motion carries unanimously. Great. Great
Thank
job.
you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Madam Vice Mayor, we're on item D2, the bid award of PSC Phase 1.
I get here.
Good afternoon, Council. Carrie Koski, for the record, Carrie Koski, your city engineer. I am so excited right now. I'm just about to come out of my skin. I'm sorry. I've been sitting here all day. Just it's like my birthday today. But you work so hard to get to someplace, and it comes to fruition. So no pressure. But today I have for you the Public Safety Center bid award. And I do want to recognize, today I have with me Justin George. He's our Associate Civil Engineer in Capital Projects Division with Public Works. Justin's been with the city for about 3 years. Some of you might recognize him. He was the project manager for our very successful bowling stadium remodel that we did a couple years ago. So I wanted to make sure that I introduced him. This young man he's very motivated, smart, he's innovative, and I'm really grateful to have him on our team. I'd also like to say that behind me is my biggest supporter here, the Finance Director, Debbie Lochner, and without her support, I couldn't do the things that I do for the city. So let's get started. Let's see. Whoops. Why are we here today? The Reno Police Department is in dire need of a new facility. The current police headquarters over on East 2nd Street is 74 years old. The building has reached its useful life. We've all been in this building and we've observed the poor conditions and the need for a new facility. So the solution to this, the solution to this problem was identified as the purchase of the RGJ building. Back in mid-2019, the city purchased the RGJ building. Design efforts began immediately, and extensive and coordination efforts also began with RPD staff to determine the space and operational needs for a new facility. Then in March of 2020, the global pandemic hit. Building material supplies have been very limited. Our prices of materials have doubled in many areas, if not more than that. The building labor force has been significantly reduced. So in June of this year, after we tweaked some of the design of the project, we put it out to bid. We advertised it locally, and we advertised it in Planet Bids, our national vendor portal. We allowed for 2 months to bid the project. And we are here today to bring you the bid award for Plenium Builders for Phase 1. The bid package that was advertised to all of our bidders on the national portal had all the elements to complete headquarters and evidence and storage. So at this time, the staff has recommended we move forward with Phase 1. But before we get to that point, I'd quickly like to talk about the overall costs of the Public Safety Center. So overall cost is about $62 million. On the left-hand side there, I have split it out into Phase 1 and Phase 2. And Phase 1 includes the property purchase and the design. Those two elements there, we've spent about $9 million, $7 million for the property purchase, and the design and some of the security contracts that we've had to use in the past couple of years is about $2 million. The structural upgrades, the picture in the center there of the facility, that is Phase 1. That was the Phase 1 improvements. We have set aside $22 million for these Phase 1 improvements. The major funding is coming from the Pennington Grant, which was $5 million. Sale of city properties is about $3.3 million. Excess fund balance is around $5.3 million. And then we had about $8.5 million in other general fund other general fund monies, which included insurance reimbursements and other reimbursements. And I'm gonna stop there. I want to just say thank you to our council, really, for having the commitment that you have had to our financial stability, because without your commitment, we wouldn't be in the position that we're in today. I also want to thank Debbie Lochner and her team, her finance team, for balancing the spending and the revenues as we've gone through the pandemic to help us get to this point. So when we come to the right-hand side, Phase 2 is all in, basically, to complete the headquarters and storage, and that is estimated at about $33 million. So let me talk a little bit more about what this bid award is going to get us. So Phase 1 is essentially the improvements needed for a safe building for continuous use. That's going to include seismic upgrades to the foundation, adding a second story to the evidence area, backbone, plumbing, electrical, and HVAC. And in addition, it's going to include procurement of long lead items to reduce the cost accelerations that we might see in the next couple of years. Those are things like structural steel, glass, glazing, specialty equipment, fiber optic systems, and that sort of thing. So pending your approval today, we would start January of 2022. So we are also anticipating bringing a change order back to council in June or July of 2022 for the remaining construction items. So I'll talk about what those are on this slide. The remaining items are basically all the improvements necessary for a fully functioning police headquarters and evidence storage. We also included in this phase sustainability items. So electric vehicle charging stations, roof-mounted solar, car canopy solar, and an energy storage system. That phase would, pending the approval today, we would anticipate bringing a change order to council to the Plenium bid, the Plenium contract, in June or July of next year, 2022, of 2022. What I wanted to note is a change order is allowed by law as long as the work is part of the original bid, and is contemplated in the original bid, and we have done that. In addition to the change order, we will have other various owner item contracts that we will be bringing to complete Phase 2, such as the radio tower, IT equipment and services, energy performance contract, evidence racking systems, furniture moving costs, similar things like that. So that brings me to staff recommendation. The moment I've been waiting to say all day. Staff is recommending that council award the contract to Plenium Builders, Inc. for the Public Safety Center project, Phase 1, in the amount of $19,376,335, and authorize the mayor to sign the contract.
So moved. Is there a second? There's a motion by Dewar, seconded by Reese. Any other, Councilwoman Breckus?
So about 10 years ago, I decided to run for city council because the city had spent a lot of money, gotten itself in debt. And one thing that it was forgotten was the community's needs for a swimming pool. Moana was idle. And here we are 10 years later, and we don't have a pool. And we're not under design. We're under design, but we're not fully funded on it, nor are we under construction. Now, back to 2019, we had a plan, an interim manageable plan to address the police station needs. We'd even bought adjoining land to address that. And the council took a flip thinking, which is always their ability, to buy this building and get us to a $62 million police building. That has jumped ahead, and I hate seeing department needs pitted against each other. And I think if we had been a more strategic council through the manager turnovers, we could have stayed focused on one thing and then on the other and on the other. But now we have three balls in the air. The pool, this one, which is the big, and we haven't really started in any way on the fire station, which is now center field. And I'm also concerned that we're getting briefings this week showing that we're going to need to issue about $87 million in debt in the very near term of general fund debt to get all three done. And with this, if we issue this contract, we got to come to debt on finishing the job. And this contract doesn't even get us bodies in this department, in this. And I think if there's one thing that's certain, it's the volatility of Reno revenues. And I am very wary of an $87 million debt issuance in the next 2 years on the general fund. I think it'll have repercussions across the organization, in personnel, in labor contracts, and other factors. I've had a conversation, I had a briefing the other day. I had my quarterly meeting with Ms. Lochner. I understand it the best I think I could. Absent any of the backup information that she and her financial advisors do. I think the council is on a dangerous path, a North Las Vegas-like path with their old city hall on going this far, this hard on it. It's not too late to back up. I know we have a department that won't like it, but we had a good manageable plan, and we just are taking on too big of a bite, in my view, from what I see of the revenues coming down when you mix with our personnel needs. So I'd really like to encourage the council to step back and revisit the other plan and pay as you go on the pool and not take on the debt at this point. Thank you. What we've done as a council, those of us who came on 2012, have paid off a lot of debt. It's not time in our last 3 years to start going to a whole lot of debt and leave that for the next people. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Dewar?
Yeah, I wanted to just go on record. I made the motion. I've spent an enormous amount of time over a number of months studying our debt position. I'm very intimate with how much we've paid down, where we are, how this would impact our overall debt picture. I think it's the best kind of things to go into debt for, which is public safety, our number one priority. I think the police, I have said this from the beginning, have been for far too long in an extremely substandard building with evidence one place and dispatch another place and other things other places. It's just not a very effective way to manage a public safety department. And that is why I'm pleased that our manager has also brought forward fire. I mean, we have been existing with fire stations, two tents, right? One on Grand Sierra property, one in, I believe it is 4th Street. And that's not acceptable. And that's been going on for a decade. So, I mean, we have to, right now, while interest rates are incredibly low, they're like, I think it was 1.5% or something. I've never seen them lower, and I'm getting into the, you know, I've seen a lot, right? Gone all around the blocks a lot. Don't want to say exactly, but about the lowest I've ever seen ever. And we're not talking about variable debt. You're talking about a locked-in debt, 30-year, just like a mortgage. So I can't think of a thing I'd rather go in debt for than to support our police, to support our fire, and to get at that long-term delayed replacement of the pool, which is multiple decades in the making. So I'm extremely comfortable. I think it's exactly the right moment. I think the reason we paid down the debt is so that we can strategically do debt when we need to. It's not something that's frivolous. So I just wanted to go on the record about why I feel pretty passionately about this.
Thank you. Well, Councilman Reese.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. Like Councilmember Doer, I think it's a fantastic use of governmental resources. Certainly, as the member to the Financial Advisory Board, this matter has also been presented to the Financial Advisory Board. And that group of people have a specialized expertise that I do not possess, but which look very intimately at the debt history of this city. And quite frankly, for the council members who have been able to be on this dais longer than I have, that have paid off the debt, I say thank you for having done that. But now is the time to strategically enter into the next 20-year vision. And quite frankly, some people might say it's coming later than it should have. Maybe it should have been 5 years ago. But at the end of the day, here we are today. We have the opportunity to make some historic commitments to our public safety folks, certainly our police officers, the men and women who protect this community are deserving of a building that meets their needs, is safe. The folks who end up as victims need places where victim advocates can be. The people who are owed justice need to know that the evidence is where it is and is secured and how it's stored. And all of those things are going to say that our police department has done a lot with very little, a 75-year-old plus building that's falling down around it. And so we've got to move forward. These other piecemeal approaches are nonsense. The debt, the ability to take on debt right now is certainly an all-time low in terms of interest rates and the way it's financed. And so, you know, it's time to stop kicking it down the road. And I think that is the approach that Ms. Breckus is trying to take with regard to this. It's also not true that we're pitting departments against each other. It's not a Hunger Games. We're here and committed to this community. Both the police officers and our firefighters deserve homes that they can serve this community in. Oftentimes, you know, I hear people say, well, government should operate more like a business. I think there are principles of business that are at play and are relevant, but at the end of the day, we aren't selling a widget. We're selling nothing. We're trying to create a community where people are happy, healthy, and well. And so debt is not the same in the way that I view the issuance of debt. So that we are making this statement today about phase one, I think is important. It obviously relates to phase two. It relates to the pool. It will ultimately relate to our firefighters and their needs. And those are all things that I think our community will be very happy with the investment on. And yeah, it's just time to stop kicking it down the road. It's time to stop saying that it was someone else's problem. It's on our doorstep. The city of Reno is not a small town anymore. The latest census data says we've grown, I think, 16% in the last 10-year period and are hurtling headlong towards a community of 300,000 people. And it's time. And I'm happy to make the historic investment. I'm happy for the leadership of the city, the finance team, all of the folks in public works and engineering, and our police department. Our police chief is here with us tonight. And I think it's an an absolutely worthwhile investment and happy to support it.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Jordan.
Thank you very much. Thank you for working on this for so long. I know this is like with every project that you invest your expertise and your time in. You just do such a professional and just a thorough job. Just kudos to you. Seriously, everything that you bring before us is top notch. And I'm always impressed with the level of detail that you go into. And Ms. Lochner, you are a magician in our finance department and a great leader for us and for the city and for the visioning of our future and how we can get there. And I think the difference between this and some of the debt that the city acquired and years ago that we inherited and continue to very aggressively pay down and are very responsible in that is the difference between that and what we're looking at here today between the safety center and the fire is those are for our personnel who are serving the community. And I'll tell the story that I often tell of, I don't know, some 20 years ago when I walked into Reno Police Department. And I remember walking in and getting a tour and going down a hallway and seeing an office that was in an old jail cell. And the floor was 5 or 6 inches above from the rest of the hallway floor. And I remember 20 years ago going, how is this place functioning and advance forward? And how has this place not been shut down by OSHA? And frankly, your facilities are a reflection of your people. And that has not been a reflection of the very professional and amazing people we have at the Reno Police Department. And not investing in this is not investing in our people, frankly, because it's their pride, it's their place, it's where they function. And we need to be able to invest in that. And frankly, I'm one of those that thinks we should have done it, years and years ago, but the time is right now. And the interest rates, as Ms. Dewar said, certainly in my lifetime, I don't think I've ever seen them lower. And all of you in working your magic is phenomenal. So I support this with 2 votes if I could, or more. So kudos to all the work that went into it. I think it's a smart move at the right time for the right people.
Thank you. I was going to go to the mayor.
All right, thank you. I apologize. I had to get a different link going, so I couldn't get on. And so I did miss a little bit. So I want a little bit of clarity. First of all, to Councilwoman Jordan's point, we've actually been talking about this for 10 years. I remember seeing proposals as a city council person, and then also having my own experience as being a citizen, some of the challenges or a lot of the challenges that the police department has had with that building. Like I said, seeing it firsthand as a citizen. There was a time I had to report something for a woman, and I remember her sobbing outside, and it was very, very personal, especially to a lot of victims of crime. And it was just a really, really disheartening experience for the public. So it's sort of interesting. Here we are. And, to get any pushback, I understand, but at the same time, I think that a public safety center has been so long overdue, not for our police officers, but also for the public. It's long overdue. And also, I want to make it very clear, I want to be able to make sure that we can have a police department that also, and fire department, quite honestly, where we are growing and expanding to meet the residents' needs, because that's always been a challenge. So I want to make sure, Deborah, that you kind of address that in the sense, where supposedly that we're pitting departments against each other and not bringing on labor force. I want that to be very clear that is very, very separate, because I think that is an important component. When you say things like that, then, the public tends to think something differently is happening. We did, and I would say this, and I think everyone on this council should be proud, we did, and ever since all of us got onto this council, we have tried very, very hard to pay down that debt and have done a very good job. And many, many times our hands have been tied on so many things because we are sort of living with the debt, from the previous years. And so I do think a lot of that, we have had a lot of discipline in doing that. and then you have to find the ways in which you have to invest. And I think our police department is incredible and very, very worthy. And I want to say thank you so much to Chief Soto, because he's done an amazing something that he's, really, really spearheaded, to do. So I want to say thank you. And to our fire department, same thing. We want to make sure that it's robust and growing with the times. And so I just want to ask you, Deborah, one question. I want to make sure that this does not impact bringing on, more in those areas, because I know that we are short-staffed.
All right. So Deborah Lochner, Finance Director, for the record. As we looked at various different scenarios that we could fund these projects once we realized the gap was larger than what we could handle with cash, the Finance Department actually did some research on looking at best practices for public agency debt and looked at some ratios. And we're well within all the ratios, even with taking on this debt and possibly some other in our sewer fund. So understanding all that is general obligation debt. So we are in a pretty healthy position right now in our budget. Our revenues are still exceeding our budget. 1 month of CTAX was $1 million over budget. I can't explain the COVID economy to you. At some point, there will be a correction. I don't know what that will look like, but I can assure you, your finance department will stay on top of it. This year, we are adding, just in your next augmentation that you'll be seeing next meeting, we're adding 20 firefighters because we received that SAFER grant. So we're still adding, there's quite a bit of staff you'll see in the augmentation. So it has not prevented us from adding staff and continuing to rebuild the organization and position ourselves to be successful in the future. And I believe that our budget can handle this.
All right. And I really want to say thank you to you, because you've been very, very good about just so many ways in which that we have handled this budget. I mean, we've had ups and downs and rocky roads, and you really sort of dial it down for us. And I have a lot of confidence in you. And so I really appreciate that. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Did you want to, I think there's another round, or
Yeah, I just had one follow-up.
Councilwoman Dewar would like to speak.
I've already spoken about why I made the motion and why I'm so proud to support both our police, our fire, our parks, and hopefully our building. But I too wanted to compliment our team. I feel comfortable because I got such a thorough briefing from the two of you, Carrie, Debbie, and from Doug. We went through the numbers. We analyzed the ratios that you just identified of where would a city expect to be debt-wise, to expenses, debt to capital, and so on and so forth. And so I was a former member of or liaison to the Finance Advisory Committee, and I've been chair of the Debt Management Commission for all of Washoe County, which is 20 agencies, for 6 years. So I've seen all the debt come and go, and I feel as comfortable or more comfortable with this particular proposal than any that's come before us so far on the Debt Management Commission. So I just wanted to just do a final shout out, kudos, and just say it's not just words. I have to grind out through 20 different agencies, annual reports, detailed stuff, and this is as good or better than any. So I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Madam Mayor, do you want me to continue? I think you probably
Yes,
would like that.
go ahead.
Okay, thank you.
Go ahead.
Thank you. So, Madam Clerk, is there any public comment?
Madam Vice Mayor, we have no public comment, and we do have a motion and a second at this time.
Oh, I'm sorry I didn't ask sooner, but it's fine. Great. So all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Opposed.
The motion carries with one no vote from Councilmember Breckus, and it passes. So anyway, thank you so much. Great presentation. Keep up the great work. It was awesome. Let's go.
All right,
Okay.
Madam Vice Mayor, we're moving on to item F1, which is an ordinance adoption to be read by the city attorney.
Ordinance adoption, Ordinance number 6606, case number LDC 22-00001, 5030 Las Brisas Boulevard rezoning. Ordinance to amend Title 18, Chapter 18.02 of the Reno Municipal Code entitled Zoning, Rezoning, a plus or minus 1.531 acre site from neighborhood commercial to mixed-use suburban. Site is located on the northwest corner of Las Brisas Boulevard and North McCarran Boulevard. The subject site has a master plan land use designation of suburban mixed use. Ward 5.
Move to adopt.
Oh, there's a
All right.
motion. There's a motion and a second. Do you want to go ahead, Madam Mayor?
No, I'm fine.
Okay.
I was seconding.
There's a motion and a second. Any other discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed? The motion carries unanimously.
All right, item F2 to be read by the city attorney.
Ordinance adoption, ordinance number 6607. Ordinance to amend Title 8, Chapter 8.18 of the Reno Municipal Code titled Weapons, creating a new ordinance, RMC 8.18.035, unlawful use of a whip, together with other matters properly relating thereto.
Thank you. Does council desire a presentation?
I unavoidably was not at the introduction meeting, and I do have questions.
Okay. So we'll, do you have questions of staff?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Who's the staff person that'll be? Oh, okay. Thank you.
Madam Vice Mayor, while we're waiting for Mr. Hall to come up to the podium, we did receive public comment on this item, one letter in support from Ronald Gross, and then additionally, we have one voicemail, if we can play it now.
Yes, please. We'll play that real quick.
Hello, this is Lisa, local resident of Reno, and I'm very concerned about the current atmosphere and the knee-jerk reactions going on with these horse whips. It's called a crop. They are used for the hind quarter of the horse to move the horse out of tough situations such as the river, any kind of running water, rocky areas. They're important to have. So to just suddenly ban them, it's silly. Being a horse rider and knowing many ranchers here in town, we're just appalled. I can't believe this. Please reconsider the decision, because those are valuable tools and can often be used to help move the horse in a dangerous situation, such as trying to rescue a child out of running water. I cannot stress to you guys the value and the importance of retaining the horse crop for use in public service. Thank you.
All right, Madam Vice Mayor, with that, we have no additional public comment.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Hall, Ms. Breckus, Councilmember Breckus.
When we did our pre-meeting on this and we gave you direction to create the ordinance, I did not think the ordinance was going to come back geographically described. I thought it was going to be citywide. Can you explain why it came back with a geographic boundaries and how those were selected?
Yes, the reason it was restricted geographically is because that's where we were receiving reports of use of these whips in the downtown area. As we just had the public comment, areas outside of the downtown area, there may be uses for whips. But we were getting all the complaints downtown, and so this ordinance is addressing the issue that was presented through the police department to address people cracking the whip downtown, threatening people with whips downtown, intimidating people with whips downtown area, and that's why it's geographically restricted.
What's the southern boundary? Is it Plum Lane?
I believe it's Plum Lane, yes. Plum Lane, Keystone.
Is there some concern, thought, consideration that if we put it just in this geographic area that the whip crackers, and I have seen quite a few, I think I saw one just in the last couple days, will move just outside of the edge of the boundaries?
Well, if that is something that happens, then, we'll address that issue when it presents itself. But that is not a concern at this time.
So it's Keystone Avenue, it's Plum. What's the other, does it go to the?
I don't know if it goes past Wells Avenue, but I think Wells might be the other geographical location. I'm not quite sure.
Not to the, does it go across the highway?
No, I don't think so.
It's just, to me, we've used some boundaries, the redevelopment agency, I think the downtown liquor went off of that one. I really am concerned about the arbitrary nature of the geographic boundary that I think is helping to propel confusion, because you say, well, people might have use needs outside of this boundary, but the ordinance is really not, I mean, it's only on public right-of-ways and public parks, correct? And other plazas and those?
More or less, as Chief Miller indicated, there's going to be an educational program with our police officers, and they're going to make sure that they're using their discretion in implementation of this ordinance to make sure that they're not just going down and arresting people arbitrarily. If there's a legitimate use for the whip, then the officers are going to use their discretion. But if we do have individuals cracking their whip downtown, intimidating people, then they have the tools to address that issue. As indicated by Chief Miller, when they get these reports and then they respond to the location, many times there's not a witness available, and so the enforcement or their ability to address that issue has been compromised, and that's the reason for this ordinance.
Are the parks citywide, or was it just within that boundary?
Just within that boundary.
Oh, I don't like that. I mean, they can go over to Washington Street to Whitaker Park. They could go over toward Dickerson to Idlewild.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry to interrupt. I thought it was the bid boundary.
No, it was a bigger area.
Was it bigger? Okay,
It was
my
boundary.
apologies. But to your point, I thought it went to the west to Keystone. Okay. Thank you. It incorporates Midtown. Okay, I got it. Thank you.
And how far north then? Yeah, because
I didn't look at the map before.
It goes north to I-80, east side of McCarran Boulevard, then south along South of McCarran to north of Plum Lane, then east along Plum Lane to the east side of Kitsky, then north along Kitsky to the west right of way of Highway 580, and then north along the right of way of 580 to the south right of way of I-80. So it's that.
But a question. It does not go north of I-80 though?
It does not go north of
I
that.
thought it was supposed to go like to McCarran or something. Basically in the ring road was what I thought it applied, but is it possible to do that, or is it, we would have to re-announce it, or?
Yeah, to make that change at this point, you'd have to come back for a first reading, and we'd have to amend the boundary there. The issue was, with the downtown area, you have a lot of tourists, and the issue we were getting is that tourists would call in, but then they wouldn't be there to cite, as a witness. But you get to some of the other areas, and there are like horses up at UNR and whatnot, so we want to be careful of that. But you get outside of this district, and if people are cracking whips, you're probably going to have property owners that are going to be there, that are going to be able to work with the police and to report the behavior. It's not the same that you have downtown. So that was the whole thought process for this particular boundary.
Well,
I really would like to see it to be citywide, and I know I should have brought these things up, but I was absent. And I'll just tell you, the last horse I saw around downtown in streets, on city streets, was downtown. It was last December, a guy was riding around here. And I think that having this boundary makes the confusion that it's not okay to do it on your own private property, where you might have a horse farm in Bird Eye or out by Dixon Road.
No, just for the record, apologies, John Shipman. So what it does is it makes it illegal to possess a whip in that corridor area if you don't have a permit. If you have a permit, if you're doing it as part of the rodeo, that's fine. That's not a problem. But then through the rest of the city, it's unlawful to use a whip in a way to harass or to interfere or to injure or annoy and endanger other people. So it is citywide in that respect. You can't go out there and snap a whip, down south to annoy somebody. This ordinance captures that and says that's illegal. If you've got a horse and you're down south, that's totally fine and fair, and you're not going to be penalized for using that whip. So again, it really gets the problem is the downtown. The problem is we have, whips cracking downtown, sounds like gunshots. People report gunshots, and that activity has got to stop. And we don't expect to see that outside of the downtown corridor area.
But if I could,
Thank you.
I appreciate that clarification. So it's really a possession within that geographic boundary. Now that raises other concerns to me of the concentration of who could be in that area. Is it more likely to be, protected classes, people of color? Did you do any of that analysis?
So the analysis there is if you've got a legitimate reason to use a whip downtown, you can get a permit. And that's really the analysis.
You go get a permit?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Time is of the essence now. So any other questions? Councilmember Dewar.
I wanted to make a motion.
Okay.
Is that okay?
Yes.
I would like to make a motion that we adopt this ordinance in F2 as written.
Second. There's a motion and a second. Who was the seconder by? Jardine. Councilwoman Jardine. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Opposed.
The motion carries with a no vote by Councilmember Breckus. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay, good. Thank you. Okay.
All right, Madam Vice Mayor, moving on to item G1, which is the Reno Access Advisory Committee bylaw change.
Okey-doke.
Good evening. For the record, Jamie Schroeder, Director of Parks and Recreation. What council is being asked to approve this evening is really a simple change to the bylaws that allows someone to be reappointed after a certain period of time. It's pretty consistent with other boards and commissions. It just was not in the RAC bylaws, and so we were asking council to approve amending these bylaws.
All right, Jamie, I'd like to motion. Thank you. Thank you for your work on there. Thank you. Great. It's a great board. Thank you.
Thank you so much. There's been a motion by the mayor, seconded by Councilmember Reese. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? That motion carries unanimously. Thank you.
Item G21, appointment to the E911 Advisory Board.
Thank you. Who wants to make the recommendation there? Oh, thank you. Motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The motion carries unanimously.
All right, item G22, appointment to the Reno Access Advisory Committee.
All right, Madam Vice Mayor, I would
Yes.
like to reappoint Nicholas Kemet, Julius Lorenzen, Craig Moss, and Kathy Toby Price. I believe they're all up for reappointment.
Second.
There's a motion and a second by Councilmember Reese.
Hold on
yeah,
one
I
second.
don't-
We're only agendized to appoint three of these folks.
Oh, okay,
three.
sorry. No, it's Nicholas Kemet, Julius Lorenzen, and Craig Moss.
No,
Madam Mayor, if I may.
Go ahead.
Hi,
Yes.
Schroeder, Director of Parks and Recreation. I do believe the RAC Advisory Committee had recommended Kathy Toby Price and Craig Moss.
All right, but I thought we had another one.
That the other candidates have not made presentations to the RAC, and so their desire was to wait for that final vacancy.
Okay, because I thought we were appointing all of them. Okay, that's fine. We will appoint those two, but then I would like to make sure that we are appointing the rest. So thank you.
Thank you.
Perfect.
Thank you. So, did we vote on that? Okay, so there's a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The motion carries unanimously.
All right, item G23, appointment to the Urban Forestry Commission.
I'm going to defer on this. I haven't finished interviewing all of the candidates yet, so if you can put this for a month from now, Madam Clerk.
All right, I will move this to the November meeting. So we're on item G24.
Yep. On this
Which-
one, I would like to appoint Mara Longer.
There's a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
The motion carries unanimously.
G25, which is Ward 5 NAB appointment.
Thank you very much. I would like to appoint the following: Frederick Bear, Gary Cecil, Bryce Chisholm, Patrick Coleman, Annika Khan, and Theodore Meek.
There's a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The motion carries unanimously.
All right, we're on item H1, which is city council comments or announcements.
I have
Any
one.
announcements? Councilmember
Yeah.
Dewar.
Some of you, I don't know if I previously announced, but I'm starting a 2-year presidency of the Western Nevada Development District. And I have worked long and hard to understand, first of all, something I didn't know before, which is that this is the only development district in all of Nevada. They're looking at starting another one in Elko, so that's still to come. Number 2, within the Western Nevada Development District, there are 4 or 5 development authorities, of which we know probably best EDON. And there are others, so Carson and other places. So because we have now about 40 members, we have about 20 that are county and city representatives and about another 20 that are what we would call associate members. I've recommended, and we are having a retreat. It's going to be in a couple weeks at the Atlantis, so that this board, which has been separated for the time of COVID, can actually come together, meet each other, get recentered on the mission of the agency, and talk about how to be more effective. So I just thought, I don't think we've talked ever much about that particular group, so there it is. I just wanted to put it out there. It recently too expanded and now goes all the way to Winnemucca, so it includes Humboldt County, goes south to Carson City, over to Mineral County, and includes Hawthorne. So it's a pretty big area. And really, their main focus, as far as I've been able to determine, is to basically facilitate moving federal dollars into local communities for infrastructure. And we have been working on broadband mapping so that all of these counties, we know where the good spots are, where the bad spots are, and how to support expansion of broadband. We also have benefited from this group. So last year, we got a $5 million grant. And you may remember Eric Jensen working on that. That was for our sewer plant. That came from this group. And so this group works on facilitating or developing the ability to get these grants, apply for them, and successfully apply for them, and put that money to work in our community. So just a 1 minute about what they do and how they're trying to become even more effective going forward. So thank you.
Can I ask?
Yes.
A question on that? Do they work with the League of Cities and NACO as well?
Yes, so they are members. I've asked them to become members of League of Cities because they're members of NACO, but not League of Cities. So I asked them to reach out and do that. They work with GoEd. So they're very low-key. Most people don't know about them. But I think the whole group wants to become a little bit more or a little higher profile and do even more, facilitate that transfer of funds to local government. So
That's
there it
great.
is. So thank you for that, because that's something I recommended, that they go to the League of
Good for
Cities
you.
meeting, get more integrated. So
Good.
thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Could we get a little bit of an update from one or both of the RTC representatives on what is going on with the bus system, the strike? We had some really hot people here today commenting on that. It's far-reaching across our economy right now, and it's unprecedented. I'm just wondering if we could get a statement on, when is this going to get resolved?
We can agendize that discussion for future. Thank you.
Okay.
Probably a good thing.
And I will let you know that I am going to meet with both parties, and we will see if we can come with an agreement. You cannot have board members at those that can be seen as bargaining in bad faith. So I have been meeting with both parties like I did last time, and hopefully we can get the writers and the community back on track.
Okay, thank you. Is there, Madam Clerk, I'll return it to you for public comment.
All right, we're on item J1, which is closing public comment, and we do have quite a few voicemails. So for the record, we did receive 25 comments, which were general in nature and not directly associated with the agenda after 4 p.m. yesterday. These comments were written correspondence received via reno.gov online public comment form or by email to our office, and copies of these have been distributed to the Reno City Council and are available to the public on reno.gov. 7 in favor, 15 in opposition, and 3 concerned, again on various topics, and we'll go ahead and transition to voicemails now.
Yes, it's about 12 noon on Tuesday. I'm calling about a Channel 11 report, Fox 11, local news, talking about Jacobson Entertainment Group, something along that line, is pushing for a vote that's coming up. And I know I haven't heard anything about it except in the past few days. How can the city council vote on such an expansion, and especially wanting us to pay for it and wanting a 20-year deal? Outlandish, unheard of. You know, don't ruin things like Sparks did with their downtown, that monstrosity of residential apartments right across from the Nugget, and what you've already done to Park Lane, blocking out the skyline to the east as you're driving. Just unconscionable. This city council for the past several years, lining their pockets is all I can tell, and I'm a lifelong resident, born and raised here. This is just crazy. And nobody answers their phone, always a message. I hope this gets across. You guys need to give the public more notice of this, and the local TV stations, they're complicit too, because they haven't said a word about it, barely a word in the past week. And the vote's coming up. Go figure. This is not representative government. This is just outright corruption. And I thought when, what's her name, Sheevy was gone, things would turn around. But I think there's too many people with their hands in people's pockets as far as all these builders ready to demolish Reno. You guys need to get your common sense together and look at this beautiful valley we have and quit lining it with expensive residential places. Nobody will benefit but the residents of that thing, and you're going to destroy the entire west end of downtown Reno? Unbelievable. I hope somebody gets some sense real soon. Thank you. Bye.
My name is Dean Rappa. I live at 484 East 8th Street in downtown Reno. There's a park across the street from where I live, 8th Street Park, that has turned into a homeless park. It's supposed to be a public park. The homeless, unfortunately, is a nuisance because they do not respect the grounds. They leave trash, feces, urine, needles, and they deal in drugs daily. Reno and Nevada should have a system where they either give incentives for homeless to accept the programs that are offered to them, and if they don't, they should be penalized. So if they don't accept the programs that are out there to help them, then they should be penalized, because a lot of these homeless people prefer to stay homeless so they can continue to do their drugs. It's not fair to tax-paying citizens that spend money on buying a very expensive home and put a lot of money into their home to make it look beautiful and pretty, and to pay taxes, to have to live and wake up every morning and see nothing but trash in front of their house, and the smell, and to not see the joy of children and people playing in this park because they're afraid to. It is a health hazard. Someone is dropping the ball here. Taxpaying citizens have rights also, but obviously we don't have the kind of rights homeless have. So there has to be either penalties imposed. I would like someone to call me back. My number is 661-470-5302 and explain to me or tell me what program or what you plan on doing to fix this problem. Other states in the union are doing much better, and those are the ones that have programs that if they don't accept them, they impose penalties. We should have public parks that you cannot sleep in after hours. And littering should be, the laws for littering should be imposed on these people. Used to be you had to pay $1,000 fine if you littered. What happened? Anyway, I hope the council can get their act together and come to a decent compromise for decent people that work hard and do everything right, have good credit scores.
Yes, this is Frankie Sue, Del Papa, 775-322-1323. Would you please send an email that I called to the mayor and to the city council to respectfully request that the decision on the Jacobs Entertainment matter today be postponed and that a public hearing be allowed? There simply wasn't enough time to review all the information that came in piecemeal, and I think could be possibly a violation of the open meeting law the way it was handled. I'm not sure, but I think it could be. I think that if they would postpone it and allow an opportunity for public hearing, it would be a much better way to proceed. Thank you so much. If you need more information, please call 775-322-1323.
Yes, hello. My name is Meryl Pataky, and I just got wind of your neon line proposed renderings that City Council is going to be voting on. Hopefully not today. Hopefully you guys haven't already done that. I mean, not that this voicemail will sway you much, but super disappointed as a neon vendor myself and a representative of a large network and industry of neon vendors to see that you guys are going to be voting on the use of LED for this neon line sign. I'm curious to know what sort of information has been shared about LED and its advantages over neon, because I'm fairly certain that most of that information is categorically false, as is most information shared by the LED industry. It would be a huge shame to not use real neon in a sign that represents Reno and its areas. I can't believe it. So I'm just calling to express my dismay upon seeing these renderings. And I run a blog and a network called She Bends, and we'll be writing an article about this. And I hope that I can speak to somebody in the city council office regarding this decision. I'll be calling back. Thank you.
Yes. My name is Richard Blacher. I'm a Reno resident and a very, very disgruntled transit rider. I have been taking the buses for years. I have no car, no license, no car. I work way out in East Sparks. Once again, they're 15 days out, and they don't seem to be getting anywhere. And I'm just wondering if either the mayor or one of her staff people can get back to me, please. I am hoping that she can maybe intervene again and try to get these people back to the bargaining table, number one. Also, number two, I am definitely going marching on Saturday because I feel this may make an impact to Keolis and the union to get these people back driving again. And no, it's not all the drivers. I understand, and I've talked to a number of them. So, boy, something's got to happen here because it's killing me and it's killing hundreds of people, a lot of whom I know, including vets, trying to get to the VA. So something has to get done, please. My number is 857-0084. My name is Richard Blacher. If one of you can get back to me, I would appreciate it. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Rilria Killerden. I would like to know what the city of Reno is doing about the bus strike. All forms of public transportation are saturated because without the city buses, the city shuts down. My fiance and I cannot get to work because the city is shut down for all intents and purposes. We have lost $340 today. That is on top of buying the worthless bus passes that we can't use because the buses are not functioning, and the $40 a day plus tips to compensate for taxi drivers because we largely cannot get an Uber since there are not enough drivers to supply the demand. I expect the city of Reno to do something. I know exactly what Helios is trying to do with slitting the throats of its employees. They are not fit to hold the contract. They treat bus drivers abominably, want to slash benefits, slash work weeks, want to slash pay to substandard levels. This is Reno's fault for allowing it to get this way. I also expect compensation financially on the unfair duress and hardship that we have suffered in trying to Mickey Mouse this nightmare into something where we still can pay our rent. I hate to break it to Reno, but we still owe for our bills, whether or not Reno makes bad deals with foreign companies that do not understand the way American business and work weeks function. My phone number is 209-715-8926. Again, Rilria Killerden, 209-715-8926. By the way, we're both registered voters. I just thought I'd throw that one out there. Thanks.
All right, Madam Vice Mayor, with that, we have no additional public comment. I'm just looking for a motion to adjourn.
Thank you. Is there a motion?
I will make the motion.
Okay, and seconded by Council Member Dewar. Delgado. Sorry, it's been a long day. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Thank you all.
Thank you.